What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, and hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 80 degrees and sunny here, even though it was very cold earlier in the morning. In Los Angeles, California, we're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one. Bring back the beard, you say. Well, fuck you. Fuck you, because I had the beard, and now I don't, because you guys got too horny to get me to fucking shave, and then I did. Anyway, yesterday, after yet another long day of nonstop coverage of the news, I decided to do something fun for a brief moment, which was a big mistake, of course. I had Stella Chu over to make a awesome Zorro cosplay. My first ever real cosplay, I would say. Unfortunately, it doesn't feature the swords here. And then afterwards, I was supposed to, what was I supposed to? I was supposed to go to a Halloween parties. There's two Halloween parties going on. One was thrown by my friend who works with, and I hate to say his name, but I will admit it, Diplo. And the other was another, influencer, like Twitch streamer Halloween party. So what did I do? Do I go to the Diplo party? Do I go to the Diplo Halloween party? Not after how he spread Ebola at Burning Man. So that's out of the question. Just kidding. I did not go to either party. I did not go to either party. And yes, I stayed indoors like a weenie. I took a single thirst trap, not even a thirst trap, I think a mirror selfie, posted it on my Instagram. You guys can go check it. You can go like it. And that's it. That's all I did. I posted one fucking mirror selfie and I went to sleep. That's it. That's my life. Yesterday I joked about Hassan staying inside costume and not doing anything but tweet all night, and it literally happened. Real antisocial hours. Yeah, I'm too tired. I was too tired. I went to bed at 11. There's no fucking shot I was staying up. You know what I mean? It's actually very authentic cosplaying behavior, Lamau. Good. Jordan Patterson released this drinking song, the postmodernist drinking song. Okay, I'm not trying to die. Insane clip after personal news. Jordan just sent me this clip to my text, to my phone. So I will be looking at it. Okay. Why did everybody just prime sub in a row? That was weird. You guys just blast on the same time? I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, covering the news nonstop is one thing. Covering the news nonstop, right now, so, entirely. Austin DM me said, and you filmed something in costume, right? For a banger TikTok, right? I said, I did not. Yo, SNL was funny, what the fuck? I doubt it. Isn't that technically the worst time of the month to sub for a streamer? He's not going to see it until December 15th. Ha ha ha. There is no good or bad time to sub to this streamer in particular, obviously, because I don't really notice when you subscribe at all. So yeah, cosplaying was fantastic. Hope you could One Piece Anime's Twitter account noticed me, by the way. which was cool. Noticed me and Stella, so it's official. Like, you know, I am Roronoa Zoro. Yeah, this morning I worked out. I'm losing weight, but I'm also losing strength in my fucking legs, dude. I don't know what's going on. I was weaker this week than I was last. Also, oh my God, did he do Travis Kelce as a couple's costume? And then Tadic went with, what is this supposed to be? Is it Viper? Okay. Stop walking on your treadmill. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I missed this, but you know, what are you gonna do? Anyway, did you end up going to a Halloween party last night? No, I did not. Okay, that's it. And then I didn't go out mostly because like I'm a weenie, but also because I had to wake up early. This is so cool. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand? Just the jock and his beautiful girlfriend. Okay, dude. I like Pun's Halloween costume the most here. I don't know what it is. Is that the new merch colors? Hell yeah, it is, baby. And I'm wearing another shirt underneath that is also new merch that's gonna come out. You swapped Kaya again? Okay, no, this is not Kaya. Okay, how dare you? My wonderful daughter is at school. Bro, stop sending me this fucking Gen Z Bible story shit. It's from 2 months ago, man. Look at this. It's literally from 2 months ago with 349 upvotes. You still send me this. You're like, no, bro, you gotta watch this Gen Z Bible story shit. Yeah, Kai's at boarding school, but she's coming back on Monday. So get excited for that. Gonna come back like this. Yeah, like Pepito. Anyway, that's it. There's like not much going on in my fucking life. It's just my life is kind of shit. And I'm starting to feel it a little bit. Obviously, my complaints about, you know, how shitty it is that everyone keeps yelling at me that I'm fucking pro-Hamas is nothing in comparison to, you know, what people in fucking Gaza are experiencing. So, or people in the West Bank. The world's really sad and depressing. Yeah. You once said there is no clout in saying free Palestine. There isn't. And there fucking still isn't. This is like the first time. This is the first time where it feels like there's a damn break. There is no fucking clout in saying free Palestine, and there never has been. This is literally one of the only times in my life, and I've been saying this for 10 fucking years. This is the only goddamn time in my life where I've ever seen like at least broad support for it, and people are freaking out. There's no clout in fucking being a real leftist either. That's why every single one of these fucking dinkleberries that wants to actually like get money and make money turns right. Every single fucking online commentator inevitably goes, maybe I should do a right-wing heel turn and start fucking left bashing nonstop. That's the best way. That's the best way to fucking draw some funds from liberals. That's the best goddamn way to just fucking actually try to gain prominence, gain clout. That's why it's so fucking funny when every single person who's like, I'm a communist, I'm this, I'm that, a couple of years later will be like, actually the real problem is the fucking Communist Party of the United States of America or some shit. Like, these guys are marginal. They got nothing, no power. So like, that's what I'm saying. It's like they love being like, oh no, people love being leftist for clout. Okay. It's like, who's out there with a shit ton of clout that's leftist in comparison to how incredibly popular right-wing figures are online and how much support they get from mainstream media? Fuck out of here. Yeah. There are out and about real life fucking Nazis. Okay. There are real life Nazis on college campuses. The right wing defends them and says it's free speech. But the moment you say fucking free Palestine, they're like, oh dude, the federal government should come knock down your door and maybe even arrest you. Seems to me like you're in support of terrorists. It's kind of fucked up. Anyway, this doesn't matter. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. None of this shit matters, okay? Matters is what's going on the fucking ground. What matters is continuing to protest. What matters is telling people unapologetically that Palestinians are human, that they deserve dignity, they deserve a right to return, they deserve to be free. From the river to the fucking sea, okay? That's it. You can fucking cry, say that's anti-Semitic all day, every day. It is not. It is ridiculous, okay? Fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say it's anti-Semitic to have like an actual democratic nation state in this region. This is not a 21st century problem. No other nation, especially not a Western-backed one, that is like hailed as a champion of human rights and prosperity like Israel is, okay, which is a laughable notion always, and maybe many of you have now realized that it's a fucking laughable notion. But no other nation has these kinds of ethno-nationalist considerations. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It only takes him so far. It's hilarious reading replies to the Red Scare host tweets who have taken up Apu posting since Amy Teresi returned to her crypt or something. You can't grift forever by being the devil's advocate as a position while never learning anything new and looking like the evil guy from Pentatonics. Yeah, I know. We're going to watch the Bassem Youssef Piers Morgan interview when it comes out, obviously. It was a 2-hour long one, but I'm actually very interested in seeing it because Bassem did an incredible fucking job on Piers. And I'm very excited to see how well he holds people to account. You're going to this panel? Yes, I am. I am going to this panel. Alongside some other, dedicated anti-Semites. We are doing a fundraiser for Gaza featuring, featuring some of the worst of anti-Semitic sentiment. You know, friends of the show, Felix Biederman, whose name was spelled Biderman. I don't know how that happened. Noah Colwyn, Jimmy Loftus, Ahmed Weinberg, Sandy Honig, Drill, Sunlight Moon, Boy in the Water, plus more. They're also raising funds for Anera PCRF MAP and also Palestine Red Crescent Society. So those are like the four most solid in my opinion, and I'm glad that these guys are doing it as well. Anyway, but gotta keep on keeping on. There's like not really much you can do about it. I know. I've seen this. Okay, I've seen this. I saw. Oh my god. We'll talk about all that. I have to. Hopefully, the fucking freaks that hate you don't start going after them. What do you mean? The freaks that hate me hate them too. Son, why you always keep your funny up? Well, you have to, or else, I'll fucking die. Yesterday, you claimed there were no Gulf protests happening, but there's many in Qatar. Wait, what? I never said there's no Gulf protests happening in Gulf countries. No, someone in my chat said that. I said there are protests happening in Gulf countries. I said the people of the Gulf nation states and their opinion on Palestinians is entirely and diametrically opposed to the Gulf nation state leadership. I said the leaders don't support Palestine. The leaders don't support Palestinians because the leaders only care about getting their money up. Okay? The leaders care. The leaders only care about fucking getting nice security contracts from America. They care about getting fucking new weapons and shit. The people, on the other hand, are actually very upset. They see, understandably, the Palestinian plight as a unique one that is not so unique to their own existence. They recognize it. Anti-Western sentiment has a good reason in a lot of these nations, okay? America has been meddling in their affairs for a very long time. Oh, that's funny. 20-year-old Onion article tried to warn us even. This war will destabilize the entire Middle East region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism versus... No, it won't. Yeah, this is a goated-ass 20-year-old Onion article. Yesterday, I went back to the VOD where you unbanned me to check chat, and please let them know I do have a wife, and that wasn't a sock account. I can show you in Name Your Price on 11th. We are both going. That's funny. I believe you, man. Jesus Christ. This dude held on to that. He held on to that for a minute, Anyway, as updates from Gaza as backlash to Israel's Jabalia camp bombing mounts, will there be counter propaganda flails in the West in now? I don't know. I just go back and forth. I want to be positive. I want to feel like what we are doing. I want to feel like what we're doing matters. I see a lot of people on the streets, and I think that's great. And it's the only thing that keeps me going because, I don't want to fucking think about all the people that are just ruthlessly being slaughtered. Okay, that's it. It's like kids are being fucking murdered every goddamn day. Every goddamn day that we think, every goddamn day that we sit here, that we do fucking endless back and forth on, stupid fucking petty drama on, and they're being murdered with our weapons. They're being murdered with our missiles. We have blood on our fucking hands. I can't, it's actually just ruining my brain a little bit. It's ruining my brain in very significant ways. It's anyway. Pull up to the DC on Saturday for the march. I can't do that. 1948 Creation and Catastrophe. Oh yeah, this is a wonderful documentary that I have not only watched but also promoted on this broadcast. I highly recommend you guys watch it as well. It's very, very difficult to watch this and then act like the Nakba was simply just voluntary. And you know, it's very good. I mean, I think it does a relatively decent job of showing the Israeli perspective. I think it shows how members of Zionist brigades, like how their own personal attitude shifted. Which news source do you trust? I trust no news sources. I read all news sources. There's not a single news source that I trust 100% unconditionally. I guess maybe like Democracy Now!, I would say. But that's because, again, Democracy Now! Is also biased as well. It's just biased in my direction. Overall, though, as far as like news sources goes, when I say I trust no news source 100%, that doesn't mean that like I'm not going to take seriously their coverage. We look at every single news source on this broadcast. We look at right-wing sources, we look at left-wing sources, we look at supposedly unbiased news sources as well. I think reporting is incredibly important. I will forever hold it to a incredibly high standard. It is an absolute necessity. It must exist. It must continue. What I do is nothing. I'm just a fucking armchair quarterback. I'm just a fucking dumbass. These guys are actually out there, you know, doing real reporting, doing real journalism, and it's very important. Associated Press, New York Times, CNN. There's wonderful journalists who are my friends, who I love, who I appreciate their analysis, you know, and they are doing a very, very important job. Now, having said that, I would not ever say that the entirety of the New York Times is great. Of course, their op-ed section is full of genocidal monsters and those who would rather see the poor be melted into biomatter, or want to personally create a structure where trans people are just like slowly but surely cut out of society, Western society. But overall, I think that, you know, the reporting side is important. You just have to know what neoliberal media's biases are. I finally understand why people like Ben Shapiro are so angry. They're angry that like 200 years ago, what Israel does would be considered just normal imperialism and colonialism. But today it's considered genocide, and they're angry they were too late to the party and the world doesn't just turn a blind eye. Yes and no. I think Ben Shapiro loves genocide in general. Like anyone else you say that about, maybe I understand. If you're talking about like an Israeli liberal, for example, an Israeli liberal will get mad at it under similar terms. Ben Shapiro is far beyond an Israeli liberal. You know what I mean? Ben is a psychopath. He's a bloodthirsty monster. You have to know what neoliberal biases are and have your own from the left. It's media literacy. Read the news and understand what their perspective is and why they'd advocate for a particular issue. Yes. Was the interview with Peterson yesterday interesting? No, it wasn't. It was actually really fucking shitty. Ben is just like a straight up racist. And I think he just is in it for the straight up racism, right? Like there's not a bad position he won't jump on. I've actually, now that I think about it, as far as like his broader outlook on the world, I don't know if I agree with him on anything. Like, even with blast off meme, no, there is no blast off meme. I already blasted off. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with him on anything, really. Like, he even shat on like the Barbie movie. You know what I mean? Like, I have more that I can agree with like Fem Shapiro, Brett Cooper, the female version of Ben. Why are you hating on Jack Harlow? Ayo, what do you mean? Who am I hating on? What? I guess we agree that the earth is round. That's true. There is that. I'm an archaeologist of the Levant. One of my colleagues, calling herself a lifelong leftist, posted a letter that basically spread all of the IDF's talking points and called Palestinians brainwashed and beyond saving. Bro, that fucking tank guy that was on Twitter, he's a follower of mine. I looked through his fucking likes to see like if he was a hate follower or not. And like he just straight up is the IDF tank guy that may or may not have been killed. That was all over Twitter. like who just fucking loves tanks. He's like, I love Merkava tanks. That's why I'm like a tank autist, and I joined the reserves again specifically so that I could drive a tank again. So it's always really interesting seeing, like, obviously we have, you know, the likes of 17-year-old Khaled, who was martyred in Gaza. And then also on the other side, people who follow me who are just like, I like that you say healthcare should be free. You know what I mean? Who also are literally in the IDF and are actively engaging in ethnic cleansing, which I find very strange. You know what I mean? Jack Harlow, nail tech is fire. Do you agree? Okay, take a week off, dude. Come on. I think, like, if I was me, I would simply not do genocide. I agree. I think, like, it's a horrifying thing, right? But I guess people just, like, kind of shut off certain parts of their brain. I've been talking to Felix about this as well. It's just hard for me to believe that these folks really believe the nonsense they spew. You got Israelis hate watching you? No, I don't think so. I think, like, there's a number of Israelis that are in here right now. You see it in the geolocator, and that's like the entirety of the Israeli left. No, literally, like every single person. It's like usually in the 20s. Every single person that watches me from Israel is literally just like the only 25 people who are like, Palestinians are human beings who should not be ruthlessly slaughtered, and what you're doing is fascism. Please stop. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. I mean, they'll say it themselves. We had a representative from the Israeli Knesset, and then also there are obviously Palestinians who are you know, Palestinian citizens of Israel. So there's that too. I'm one of them. I think we are Israeli Arabs. Lamafayal. I see a lot of all the deaths, including the Palestine deaths, are on Hamas. Is Hamas who has blood on their hands? Yeah, they're Hamas did the Nakba. They've just been around. Always. It's always Hamas. Also, West Bank, also Hamas. Guys, you have to understand, okay? Hamas is the most violent expression of Palestinian emancipation. It's ruthless. It's brutal. It is a reaction to the ruthless and brutal apartheid, okay? So that's precisely the reason why everyone that wants to defend Israel's actions try to reduce all matter of Palestinians, or if you're fucking Amy Schumer, every single Arab, as a matter of fact, globally, to the most violent expressions, the ruthless slaughter of Israeli civilians. Like every single person, every single Arab, every single, Palestinian in Gaza, every single Palestinian in the West Bank, maybe even Palestinian citizens of Israel, they are all supporters of Hamas until disproven. Okay? And this is the only way that you can continue your ethnic cleansing campaign. The way to try and justify this indifference to human life, when the situation is not all that complicated. From a moral perspective, it is not complex at all. Israel's an apartheid state, and this apartheid regime must end. The maintenance of said apartheid state requires a tremendous amount of violence. Palestinians are the recipients of said violence. It is completely unjustifiable. It is completely unacceptable. When people say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free, they are not saying we are going to wipe out every single Israeli baby and kill them. They mean Palestine should be free for the Palestinians to be able to live in as well. Okay? That's all that means. You can try and desperately move that away to a genocidal ideation, which I will say is very blaring, very obvious on the Israeli side, which no one seems to care about. Okay? No one seems to care about it when you have like members of the Knesset being like, we need to wipe out Gaza. While they're currently wiping out Gaza, I showed you an actual motherfucking poll that said 83% of Israeli Jews, not Arabs, but 83% of Israeli Jews, which comprise 77% of the population, do not care about what happens to the Palestinians in this last siege that Israel is engaging in. Okay? That's an insane number. That is not a normal number. The only reason why that number is so fucking high, don't say no shit they were attacked. Suck my dick. What do you mean no shit they were attacked? They're saying this poll shows, do you care about what happens to Palestinian civilians? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth? Do you care about what happens to Palestinian civilian casualties? 83% say, no, I do not. That's worse than like America post 9/11, dog. What the fuck are you saying? The designation of Israeli Jew versus Israeli Arab is one that the Israeli government has, by the way. It's not mine. Like, I want to know. There's a brain trust in here. I would love for one of you guys to find polling done in apartheid South Africa. I would suspect that the only polling that is as similar, the only polling that could come across as similar to that would probably be in apartheid South Africa. Anyway, this conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians, or also every single Arab, is deliberate. It's by design. It's a way to, drive home the human shield narrative. It gives you like a secondary moral shield. Did Hassan mention anything about the recent comments about him going off on a chatter? What happened now? No, not the 1992 South African apartheid referendum, man. I'm trying to find like actual polling done in apartheid South Africa about like what the white population's perspective on black people was. Okay? In 1986, poll in South Africa shows a rise in whites' distaste for apartheid. By 1986, I guess, South African whites are increasingly happy with the apartheid system, and a majority now want the nationalist leader Nelson Mandela freed from prison, according to a new public opinion poll. In 1986, the survey conducted last month by the polling organization Mori for the Sunday Times of London shows that 45% of whites said they were unhappy with apartheid, up from 32% in a Mori poll last August. Moreover, 56% said Mr. Mandela should be freed, compared to 40% last August. The 1985 survey was conducted under a limited state of emergency before the latest poll. Emergency regulations have been extended nationwide. Interesting. Holy shit. Check the South African National Archives. This isn't true. Please link the 83% poll. I need to show it to my Jewish wife. Here. That's such a weird way to say that, dude. My Jewish wife. What the fuck? Anyway. Here, I'll find the poll real quick. Here. Some noteworthy findings in a poll released by last week by IDI Israel. It's the Israel Democracy Institute. Approximately 70% of Israelis and 83% of Jewish Israelis do not think Palestinian civilian suffering should be considered much or at all when planning the fight. Here you go. And I will take it one step further, okay, which is obvious, I hope, to everyone. This does not mean that all Israeli Jewish citizens deserve to fucking die. I hope that is clear, except I really don't even have to make that clear, as a matter of fact, because we see Israeli citizens as human beings. We don't see the Palestinian citizens as human beings, which is why there's actually a debate on the other side of the equation. Do all Palestinians deserve to die? Some of them voted for Hamas, even though most of them were fucking not even born back then, or could even vote, but it doesn't matter. What if they all voted for Hamas? Then do they all deserve to die? No. The answer is no. Okay? Jewish, my dad's a Zionist, and I'm pro-Palestine. Do you have any good videos to share? I've tried chatting with them. Just ask him if morally he's okay with civilian casualties, women and children. When is enough? Children, deaths alone, and past casualties of the surprise attack. When is enough? Start there. No, I'm afraid there are especially a lot of older people that you're not going to be able to win over. There's no amount of death and destruction that they will look at and go, no, this is actually, you're right. I don't think you'll be able to convince your dad. I'm going to be honest. Careful, man. You're going to get clipped. Saying what? On a slightly different tangent, I keep seeing the why can't they do Gandhi-style nonviolent demand for independence or just being ahistoric. There absolutely were revolutionary groups doing violence. One of them literally murdered a sitting MP of England in London for freedom of India. Yeah, there's never been in the history of successful emancipatory movements, successful anti-colonial movements that was entirely peaceful. As a matter of fact, in comparison, especially when you look at like the human toll of the apartheid structure and how long it's continued in Israel, the Palestinian revolutionary and violent actions pale in comparison to many of the other successful revolutions in the past, especially because it came with a renunciation of violence in general in order to get any kind of international recognition from the PLO specifically. So the idea, no, this is not a Marxist-Leninist Hassan moment. This is just like any historical. Anyone that looks at fucking history will tell you the exact same thing. This is just a historical fact. Anyone who says the opposite, anyone who says the opposite is actually ahistorical. I'm just giving you historically accurate information in a sea of misinformation. Okay? The fuck? I'm favoring a one-state solution more and more. I'm a one-stater. I've been a one-stater for many, many years at this point because I realized that the two-state solution was simply brought about as a way to continue building new settlements. Like building new settlements over and over again in the West Bank and continuing to push Palestinians out of their homes. Yeah, your clips are circulating with normies. My conservative sister, oh my God, did you hear Hasan said Israeli babies are settlers? How disgusting. Yes. No matter what you do, if you've been in here for the past 3 weeks, you know how fucking careful I am with the way I conduct myself because I know how this works. I know how quickly words can be weaponized against you. And, you know, it's just no matter what happens, you know, I've fucking started every goddamn conversation for the past 3 weeks by condemning Hamas, by condemning Hamas, by condemning Hamas. But it still doesn't matter. They still say, people still turn around and say, I fucking love executing, beheading like little babies, and I call them all settlers or whatever. When you cannot find like an actual decent clip, then you just fucking make it up as you go along. Violence is bad. I abhor violence. Okay, not to come across like Selena Gomez here, but I think violence is awful. And if you want to end the violence, you have to end the apartheid. Because the apartheid is violent. There is no way to peacefully ethnically cleanse people. There's no way to peacefully ethnically displace people. This is why many people who are now in support of Israel, who I remember from their old fucking debate lord days when they would debate Nazis, would ask them this very simple question. How can you peacefully ethnically displace millions of people? What do you do when they do not fucking leave? Well, we know what they do. We know what one does when people don't leave. Okay? Like, it's that simple. There's no amount of mainstream media massaging the circumstance for you to be able to come across as you are morally consistent on the matter. It is no different than looking at the Jim Crow South and going, well, everybody says it's separate but equal. I'm a dumbass. So I also believe it's separate but equal. Or looking at, here's a contemporary example, looking at the abortion, like the anti-abortion movement, okay, and going, well, they call themselves pro-life. They must be pro-life then, and not pro-forcing women to carry abortions the term. There's always a level of bias that is like, you know, playing a huge role in how motivated you are to believe certain narratives, okay? That's it. Or did I say carry abortion is the term? I meant carry pregnancy is the term. Forcibly carry pregnancy is the term. When asked if the IDF should not break international law and rules of war, 53% of the public agreed, but Jewish, Arab, Palestinian, Israelis answered very differently. 60% of Jewish Israelis were lukewarm. 71% of Palestinians strongly agreed. Do you agree or disagree that undertaking military operations the IDF should ensure that it is not breaking international laws and rules of war? Strongly agree, and some would agree. Arabs, 71% strongly agree. Also interesting that, according to this poll, more Jewish Israelis, 19.4, strongly agreed that the IDF should follow international law and rules of war than strongly strongly disagreed. A plurality of Jewish Israelis, 33% polled, somewhat agreed with this statement. The poll also shows the overwhelming majority, 90% of Jewish Israelis, opposed stopping the fight in return for a deal with Hamas that swaps Israeli hostages for Hamas prisoners. Results on this question are massively skewed, by the way. Jewish Israelis and Arab Palestinian Israeli minority. Yeah. The Arabs, according to the internal way of recognizing Palestinian citizens of Israel versus, actual citizens of Israel, I guess, who are Jewish, which are still comprised of Arab Jews. There's a reason for this specific designation. The Jews versus Arabs designation, while there are millions of Jewish Arabs in Israel, why are they called Jews instead of Arabs? Well, because it's a fucking apartheid state, okay? When they say Arabs, they do not mean Jewish Arabs. Like Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is an Arab Jew, is not a part of this, okay? He's on the other side. He's considered Jewish. He's Kurdish. He's not Arab. He's half Kurdish, half Arab. Shut the fuck up. They are Mizrahi Jews. Yes. This is a separate designation, but it just means Arab Jews, okay? Jews from Morocco, Jews from Lebanon, Jews from Syria, Iraq. These are people who are Arab. Internally, they don't consider themselves to be Arab because it's fucking racist. Like, what do you want? What do you mean? That designation in and of itself is one that you can only have in a fucking apartheid structure. That's the whole point. Israeli here, do you think Israel's continuously loosening gun laws will lead it to look a lot more like the U.S. in terms of gun violence, both inside and outside the West Bank? Yeah, I mean, as long as there are... Here, I'll tell you this much. First of all, yes, okay? Secondly, as long as there are people that are Arabs, right, in Israel, there's always like a target that you can release all of your hatred on. But in that process, all of these fucking psychopaths are going to start killing each other because of the distinction that I just gave you, which is that there are a shit ton of Arab Jews. If you're making a heat of the moment mass shooting decision, you're going to end up killing a lot of Arab Jews because you're going to think, well, they're also, they're Arab. I don't fucking know. This already happens sometimes. There's a reason why there has to be a massive checkpoint system inside of the West Bank. I've talked about this quite a bit. The whole like settler baby misquote comes from that. It's quite simple. The West Bank is internationally recognized as Palestinian territory. However, there are 400,000 settlers there. Those settlers are illegally there. They are violating the law. Okay? They are violating the law. They are not supposed to be there. They are immorally sitting on land that they have forcibly taken from Palestinians. Now, under international law, violently seizing back that land would be a just act. It is perfectly legal. Israel knows this, which is precisely why they maintain an occupation there. That is the reason why the IDF is the standing military that is occupying Palestinian territory and has for 56 fucking years. That's it. Because the Israeli occupying force has to maintain this unjust, illegal occupation, or else, if the Palestinians fought back, it would literally be legal in the West Bank. Israelis in where I live, where it's very far from Gaza and there wasn't rockets, but still have guns to protect themselves. Yes. It is a two-part project. They need to know who is and who is not, hence the apartheid. Also, long-term goal of whitening Israelis. Yes, there's also that part as well. Why do we expect the West to stand against this when they've done the same shit plenty of times in South Africa? Even the creation of the USA was based off killing Native Americans. One, because it's happening right now, and it's happening with one of our most important allies. One of our most important allies has been doing it for the past 75 years, and especially so for the past 55, right? So that's a little bit different. Doing it now is a little bit different than doing it like fucking 300 years ago. It was fucked up back then as well, and you're kind of getting an understanding as to how the world allowed it to happen. Specifically, the Holocaust was not that long ago, and you absolutely understand when you look at a situation like the ongoing apartheid and the violence of its maintenance in the West Bank, in Gaza, the ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza right now, and how the Western world not only offers logistical support, material support, bombs that they can use on those Palestinian children, but also collectively tries to change people's attitudes about this the situation and attack anyone and everyone, and maybe even take legal action against those who dare speak out against these atrocities that are happening with our money. Okay, you start developing a better understanding of how appeasement worked in the Western world. Anyway, this poll shows yes immediately, but don't stop the fighting. Not right now, only at the end of the fighting. Yes immediately, even if it means halting the fighting. No, don't stop the fighting at all. In your opinion, should the state of Israel conduct negotiations with Hamas for the release of kidnapped Israelis in return for the release of Hamas prisoners from Israeli prisons? Okay, only 9% of Israeli Jews said yes immediately, even if it means halting the fighting. 36.7% said yes immediately, negotiate, but don't stop the fighting. 15.6% said not right now, only at the end of the fighting. and 26.6% said no. So 90% of Jewish Israelis oppose stopping the fighting in return for a deal with Hamas that swaps Israeli hostages for Hamas's prisoners. Okay? For Hamas's hostages for Israeli hostages. The survey says Hamas, how biased? No, well, it is Hamas that has the Israeli hostages right now. Israeli society is very divided on whether its government has a clear plan for the next phase of the operation in Gaza. This is perhaps one of the most damning parts of this, is that everyone almost universally agrees that currently the Israeli administration has no idea what the fuck to do with Gaza. There are obviously competing interests, like the Smotriches of the world want to fucking raise Gaza and turn it into a parking lot for Israel, okay? There are right-wing think tanks close to Benjamin Netanyahu that are like early on just basically subtly releasing information as to how they will deal with Gaza, okay? This usually happens in all imperial conquest, okay? An annexation, a permanent annexation of Gaza, new walls being brought up, potentially. But ultimately, they do not know how they will be able to maintain this annexation. Like they're not even thinking about it, because an annexation of this sort would be incredibly difficult. Annexation is very difficult, especially when you're going into like neighboring regions, neighboring areas, especially when the people have developed a sense of militancy against it. Anyway, did you see they admitted they wanted to genocide Gaza? Yes, time and time again, they have. I don't know why people don't hear it when prominent Israeli ministers, officials openly say it. And yeah, Ben Shapiro, who is in America and does not live in Israel, is saying it, to Mohammed Hijab, which I, by the way, told you that this is what Israel would say in this circumstance. If a Hamas commander was hiding in an Israeli nursery with thousands of Jewish babies, would it be legitimate to blow up the entire nursery? You will not win this. This is not a logical conundrum for someone who is a rugged ultra-Zionist. A rugged ultra-Zionist will literally say, yes, you sometimes have to kill Israeli babies as well. What do you not understand? The moment that you recognize that the Israeli nation state as an ethno-state, the project lies on destroying all Palestinians, and those who believe in said ethno-nationalist ideals will always openly tell you that they care more about the death and destruction and ethnic displacement of Palestinians than they do about Israeli security, okay? The quicker you recognize that a lot of ultra-Zionists simply just want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from this land more than they care about defending Jews or defending Israelis in general, okay? The easier it is for you to comprehend what's going on. So Ben immediately responded. He said, Israel is literally bombing tunnels right now, despite the fact that Hamas could be hiding Jewish babies in there. Military necessity is the question. Question for you, Mohammed, since we're here. This would end if Hamas surrendered. Why aren't you calling on them to do so? First of all, it wouldn't. What a ridiculous take. He says, since you're responding to me on tweet, why don't you respond to me in person? If you fear security as you did at Oxford, we could do it through Peers Uncensored. Will you accept? That's why I told you guys, like, this is not a fucking, logical bind you can find. This is not a logical bind you can find. The most aggressive ultra-Zionists, they will openly say, yes, bomb the babies, bomb the Israeli babies, as long as you can kill enough Palestinians in the process. Okay? That's it. And what, in your opinion, what percentage of Israel is ultra-Zionist? Is that the majority? I don't know what percentage of Israelis are ultra-Zionists. I simply know that approximately 70% of Israelis and 83% of Jewish Israelis do not think Palestinian civilian suffering should be considered much or at all when planning the fight. To what extent do you think Israel should take into consideration the suffering of the civilian Palestinian population in Gaza when planning the next phases of fighting there? 47% of Israeli Jews said not at all, and 35.9% said not so much. The 5.2% of Israeli Jews and the 62% and the 21% of Palestinian citizens of Israel, designated as Arabs in this poll, those are they comprise the Israeli left, okay, to varying degrees. Like this group right here, is the Israeli left. So in the general public, the people that care about the civilian Palestinian population quite a lot or very much, this number reflects the overall population percentage that cares. Is it possible to be a jingoist Israeli? What do you mean? You mean the opposite is it possible? You must be asking me, is it possible to be a jingoist, an anti-Western chauvinist, anti-jingoist Israeli? In which case, the numbers are there. There you go. Don't forget, Palestinians are the ones who taught to hate Jews. Yeah. Here's the thing, okay? And this poll is important for a lot of you to understand. I have very carefully, and I'll admit, deliberately, not necessarily talked about the overarching attitudes in Israel towards the Palestinian plight, towards the Palestinian condition. Part of the reason why is because I do not believe that Israel actually represents the interests of Jews all around the world. I certainly do not believe that, no matter how hard some members of the IDF or some members of the Israeli government or defenders of Israel try to claim it does. Okay? I don't believe that. I think that is anti-Semitic. However, I also do understand that constantly and consistently showing you exactly how racist some Israelis get when discussing the issue of Palestine, I fear that people will inevitably make this leap and actually start developing anti-Semitic sentiment. This is part of the reason why, in an effort to combat anti-Semitism, I don't show you this, because it's not. It's not a thing. This does not represent Jews at all. That's why you see so many Jews in the United States of America and all around the world, as a matter of fact, at the forefront of anti-Zionism, at the forefront of anti-Zionist protests. Vivian knows more than you. I've heard many people use the argument that most Israelis are not in favor of Netanyahu's regime, but that poll seems to show that they are actually more aligned with him than more people say. I feel like that's important to note. Yes, people are not. I talked about this before. I talked about this during the protests, during the Supreme Court protests. Israel has two secular institutions, okay? The motherfucking Supreme Court and the motherfucking IDF. Both of them are still very violent towards Palestinians. You have to understand something. When people were protesting the Supreme Court, they were not protesting it on the basis of like cruelty towards Palestinians or the continuation of the apartheid. Okay? They were protesting, never do that for Muslims. That's insane that you think I never do that for Muslims. That's insane that you think that. First of all, I grew up in a fucking Muslim country. Shut the fuck up. I mean, I'm sick and tired of your fucking bullshit. If you think I don't sit around and engage in like the most Islamophobic, psychotic nonsense by showing like memory TV memes or whatever to be like, look, this is what every fucking Muslim believes. Is that what you're claiming that I'm doing here? I know how to fucking present an argument in a biased way. You might mean they never do that for Muslims. Yeah, well, Sufi Masoodi loves fucking shitting on me on my coverage and says I'm Islamophobic or something. Anyway, my point is, part of the reason why I don't like showing the Israeli opinion and how fucking violent and ruthless it is because the Israeli opinion on Palestinians is unironically the opinion of a colonial fascist movement. Of course it's going to be like that. It's pure projection when you see Israeli media or American Zionists turning around and going, look at how much they hate Jews. Look at these Palestinian children. Look at how much they hate Jews. They're learning to hate the Jews. When, in fact, it's not learning to hate the Jews. It's learning to hate Israel. And they're not learning it in fucking schools. They're learning it by living in it, okay? Ridiculous. On the other side, if you are actually the colonial power in this regard, the one who holds all the keys, the one who holds all the power in this regard, the state that is maintaining the apartheid, you do have to teach that fucking hatred. I'll give you an example from America. A lot of you are woke, right? You're woke. Black people don't learn to hate white people from the CRT and like woke schooling, okay? They learn to hate white supremacy by living in a white supremacist country. They live in it and they experience it. But the inverse of that is not true. You have to teach in a segregated society, you have to teach your children to personally hate and to turn a blind eye to oppression and cruelty that black and brown people are disproportionately subjected to. Okay? Anyway, one day when it's safe, when there's no personal downside to calling a thing what it is, when it's too late to hold anyone accountable, everyone will have always been against this. This is what Gaza looks like right now. What an insane circumstance that, like, reporting on this as it actually is deemed an anti-Semitic act by horrifyingly bad faith actors in this regard. You have to say unconditionally that this had to have happened. This had to happen. This must happen, and more of it must happen, or else we will just shamelessly say that you are anti-Semitic. We will talk over the many Jewish people here in America that look at this and say this is completely unacceptable. We will side with many actual open anti-Semites that look at this and demand more of it. Because do not forget, the American Jewish population is not that large. The American evangelical population, however, is. So when we look at the numbers and people try to say, well, anti-Zionist Jews are actually in the margins, they're a tiny population. Yeah, so are Zionist Jews, man. In comparison to the largest supporters in this fucking country, evangelical Christians who are in support of Zionism is a much larger constituency. Yeah, it's exactly what the former Israeli prime minister said. An unbiased view showing both sides is pro-Hamas. We have U.S. reps calling Palestinian civilians Nazis. Well, I mean, this guy is literally the perfect example of the absolute psychopath. This dumbass didn't know shit about Israel or Palestine in 2005. And then some campus protesters called him the devil. So he decided to ship his bitch ass out to the fucking IDF in Israel as a Christian, evangelical Christian. He went and he signed up for the IDF. But I believe at that point his legs were blown off already, so he couldn't actually fight on the front lines. So he just sat back and just fucking packed up med kits and shit. Motherfucker, he's just I'm so bloodthirsty, dog. You don't understand. You don't understand, motherfucker. I'm so bloodthirsty.
As a whole, I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying, though. The invocation of the Holocaust and Nazis is not one that will always favor Israel in this regard. When you look at a machine of cruelty, when you look at a machine of so much death and destruction, I don't think it's the fucking Palestinians that fit the bill when you think about the industrialized mechanisms of death. It's not. It's not the motherfuckers strapping on rocket-propelled grenades to fight against Merkava tanks with a trophy system, 2 at a fucking time. Not the dudes dropping fucking drone bombs, drone grenades, and shit like that. Piers Morgan on Bassam is live. All right, we'll get to it. I oppose reactionary right-wing sentiment. It does not matter what country holds reactionary right-wing sentiment. This is why, politically, I am opposed to Hamas. That is ultimately a right-wing, reactionary, fundamentalist operation. But I'm also not a fucking moron. I recognize, as one does, by looking at a century of conflict, not just in Israel, but in the Middle East in general. Video unavailable on my end. We need to find a way to get around this. I recognize that kind of right-wing reactionary sentiment takes root when you are constantly being bombarded, when you're constantly being owned, when you're constantly being humiliated, when you are living under an apartheid structure. I want to end the reactionary right-wing attitude, and the only way to do that is not by consistently bombing and consistently blowing up Palestinian children, but to actually engage in peace. And that very same Shift Control C, delete the block. Wait, what do you mean? How do you do that? Am I a script kiddie now? How do I delete it? I'm trying to fucking hack, dude. I'm trying to hack it. Welcome to the hacker zone. All right, whatever. We'll just won't do that. Okay, we'll figure out a different way, hopefully. Here's how. Go to share the YouTube vid, then go into embed and play the vid. It only lets me save right now at this point. It won't let me share the vid. Okay, I'm not gonna download a VPN. Everybody, chill out. Let me finish what I was trying to say. Let me finish what I was trying to fucking say. The same right-wing forces very much exist inside of Israel. And the same right-wing forces inside of Israel are currently dominating all aspects of Palestinian life. Okay? So if this is a battle between right-wingers versus right-wingers, ultimately, the side that has the military machine is the side that has all the power to reduce the flames. That's the side that can end the conflict.
And it was, yeah, and actually we agreed.
Anyway, let's watch Bassem Youssef versus Piers Morgan now.
I don't know about you, maybe you weren't surprised. I was completely staggered by the response globally to our interview several weeks ago. Were you taken aback by the
Bro, he's such a Klaus shark. He switched sides, bro. I swear to God. The only side that matters right now for you, though, is the top of the hour ad break avoidance side.
Been showing a certain point of view. I'm not
Third streamer doesn't know about DNS 222. Bitch, I've been in America for that reason.
Allow certain voices, certain voices from the other side to be heard, and that is why you see the frustration. Whenever you speak to people in the Middle East, they tell you the same thing. They're not very happy with the coverage of the Middle East because our voices are not heard. Now, I am the least qualified person ever to talk about this conflict, and yet just because I relate some of the talking points that we say and we hear the whole time, people felt heard. And when people have this feeling, they're happy. They have this response. They say, "Oh my God!" For the first time, the West are actually hearing our point of view.
He's so right.
Some of the points
of
view might not go well with other people, but at least we have a conversation. And I think that is the reason why people reacted that way. Yeah.
It's such an incendiary subject matter. I've never seen social media so ablaze with hostility on both sides. Did you actually, as well as enormous praise from the Arab world, did you also get criticized by some parts of the Arab world for not going perhaps hard enough?
Oh, you didn't do that, you didn't do that. The thing is, this is like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Right.
If you don't speak up, why don't you speak up? If you speak up, you didn't speak up enough. If you're done, why are you if you speak up too much,
I hope Piers doesn't just like fucking use Bassem's like media interest, like, because he's a media guy, to just like drive the conversation away to dumb shit
on social media. But yeah, there was a backlash, but there's also a backlash from the other side, which I mean here and other comedy clubs, I worked with people from all kinds of different backgrounds, Jewish, Christians, Muslims, Arabs, atheists, all kinds of people. And there are a lot of people who went to my socials like, oh, so you're a terrorist sympathizer now, you know? And I think it is important to have a nuanced, deep, interesting, intelligent conversation. A lot of people waiting for this are kind of like, yeah, Bassem, bury Piers, show him. And this is the problem with the news today. The problem is the news today, it's not about the news anymore. It's about the people giving you the news. So it becomes a show, a circus. Two gladiators in the Colosseum, two pigs fighting in the mud. And this is why people don't get anything out of it. It's a circus.
You know, one of the things I heard a lot was, who is this guy? And they weren't talking about me.
Sometimes I wonder.
Now, obviously, you're very, very well known in the Arab world. You're known as the kind of, they called you the Arab Jon Stewart, and you're well known in America, but you weren't that well known, for example, in the UK. And I think what this interview did, it made a lot of people think, wow, all right, this is incredible, but tell me more about Bassem Youssef. And I did a bit of research into your life, and it is a fascinating journey that you've gone on to get here to Los Angeles. And I think it's worth just taking a little beat here to talk about this, because you began in Cairo as a heart surgeon. I mean, that was your career path.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and you were a heart surgeon.
I was a heart surgeon until, I spent 19 years in that career, 7 years in medical school, 12 years as a practicing doctor. And 2011 happened, and the revolution happened, and I had my own show on YouTube. I did like small videos.
Well, I'm going to come to this because
Yeah.
by coincidence, I had just joined CNN to replace the great Larry
Yes.
King. And I hadn't actually done any live show. I'd done a few weeks since I joined of taped interviews with big names, Donald Trump, Oprah Winfrey, things like that. And I was flying back to Los Angeles when I got a message that Egypt was going up in the start of the Arab Spring. And I actually went to a studio very near here, about a mile down the road on Sunset, the CNN studio, the old Larry King studio. And I went live for the first time, and it was about the Arab Spring, and it was about what was happening in Egypt. And at the same time, you, in Egypt, were actually in Tahrir Square, helping wounded protesters, actually medically treating them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of movement that inspired a lot of Egyptians. At the time, I was in the hospital, and a lot of people just had volunteered, and the nurses were just like giving us like supplies, go, 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 and we were going there, and we were basically tending to the wounded because it is, and it kind of gives you a different perspective when you see helpless, defenseless people who are not armed. Who are being beaten by security forces, military forces, being shot, being, hurt. And all we can do is just like provide some medical attention. And it kind of gives you a perspective to see how humanity sometimes can show its most ugly face.
And the suppression of free speech, freedom
Yeah.
of expression,
Yeah.
the ability of people to say what they honestly feel about a situation,
Yes.
and the suppression of people's basic rights to freedom.
Absolutely, yeah. And that kind of like taught me a lot and inspired me to do the show. But
Well, you start, it's a crazy story, this, and I want to tell it because you just decide to do 5-minute stuff on YouTube,
Yeah.
and you are expecting a few people to watch
Yeah.
it. And then literally it just flies, and suddenly
Right.
you're getting millions of people watching this. And very quickly, one of the big networks comes in, and then you're suddenly doing this stuff for 30 to 40 million people.
Yeah.
Like a third of the entire population of Egypt
Yeah.
is tuning in to watch it. You're the biggest star of Egyptian television.
Oh, please,
But you were.
don't stop.
I mean, what an extraordinary thing, though, for a heart surgeon
Yeah.
to go from helping protesters medically in Tahrir Square at the start of the Arab Spring to within a year, you're the biggest star on Egyptian television. It's a crazy thing.
It doesn't sound as glamorous.
Stop, dude. Why? Dude, this is so dumb. Anyone who knows they have a fucking moment of opportunity in fucking Western media in front of such a large audience knows that the goal is to fucking talk about Palestinians, talk about Palestinians, talk about Palestinians. Stop glazing yourself up, man. Holy shit. I think he's very good. I think he's very good at talking about the situation on the ground. But it's like, I don't, fuck. Can you just explain how the media people become the highlight of the news and transition into glazing each other? Yeah, I know. I hate this.
Well, many, many reasons.
This is why I did not want to fucking have a conversation with Piers Morgan about like propaganda or who's a propagandist or whatever. Not because like, oh, it's an indefensible position. No, I love debating. No matter how much I fucking abhor debate purgatory, I debate for fucking hours. Okay? I'm stubborn as shit. I'm a stubborn motherfucker. It's just that right now, this is a idiotic fucking time to talk about it. It's selfish.
It was a warrant for my arrest, and then I turned myself in, and I was interrogated, and it was the funniest interrogation ever. And in my stand-up shows, I talk about that scene.
Because the guards were reading the stuff out and laughing, right?
Well, the guards were taking selfies with me, which is funny.
Right.
the exchange between me and the prosecutor, general prosecutor, was extremely funny. I mean, I don't like to victimize myself. I don't like, oh, look at that. I actually like to find humor.
But why were you arrested? What was the criteria?
Oh yeah, I think the list was insulting Islam, insulting the president, spreading false rumors, and disrupting the fabric of society. And it was, I think the people in the room didn't know what to do with me because they ended up discussing my jokes. So it turned into a writer's room. And I was kind of like, how do you think we make this funnier? And it was the funniest exchange ever. And after 6 hours, I was let go. And
was it scary though at the same time that suddenly the machinery was getting a grip of you? Because it was to get a lot scarier. But was it in that moment when you first got arrested, you thought, I'm being arrested for breaching my freedom of speech, right?
For some reason,
Oh my God.
I just like went with the flow. I went to the interrogation wearing the big hat. I went to the show. It was.
I don't want to talk about like internal Egyptian politics, okay? And I have stopped short of discussing like Bassem Youssef's own personal perspective on Egyptian politics in general. I hate that like there's a Israel at war ticker on the bottom of the fucking show and they're just like talking about this shit. Hassan, the interview is 2 hours. You got to chill. I know, but this is the most important part of the interview. This is the part that people watch. And the part that people watch is just like his background.
Interesting story, because the first episode that was aired after the removal in the Muslim Brotherhood, everybody was waiting to see what I would say. Because by that time,
well, now he's talking about it. Okay, never mind.
Like me and Islamic Child, like it's like they had 5 channels, and they were like me and them going like that. They had like 5 channels that have only 1 hour a week, and then they were removed. And then a lot of the other dissident voices were also being shut down. Now, people are waiting. What will Bassem say?
Yeah,
and
what will he say?
On the day that the show aired,
I know what
the
he
next
said.
day I went out, and everybody's like, good, at least somebody is speaking. It was a very controversial episode. Nobody liked it. And yet everybody liked it. Because people said, like, you're supporting the coup. No, you're the Muslim Brotherhood. Everybody accused me of something. All I did in that episode was just being a mirror of what is happening in the street and showing them how ridiculous it is.
You didn't take a fixed position.
Well, my position, depending on what's your position?
What did you intend your position to?
My position was to show the ridiculousness of how the people now was like, oh, we got rid of Islamic fascism, but we are heading towards another fascism. There was a song that I did that was very controversial. People, and it's very funny, the pro-Muslim Brotherhood thought that this is a disrespect to the people who died. And on the other side, the people said that this is a disrespect to the army. And when you manage to offend everybody, you know you're right.
Yes.
Oh
And
my
then the people in the
God.
middle, it's like, oh, you weren't tough enough. And I was told, it's like, why didn't you go after? The ceiling of freedom just went down, and I was just like, it was very difficult. It is very difficult to go against an authority that was very popular at the time.
And especially a military authority with
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of experience
Oh yeah.
of weaponizing these situations.
Yeah.
You had death threats.
People would always choose, most of the time, they will always choose the military form rather than the religious form, because they kind of like, at least they are not infringing on my personal freedom. Not yet. But
you had threats on your life, didn't you?
Oh, all the time. I don't talk about that because, like, I have been having death threats, like, never stopped since 2011. Never stopped.
Have they continued since our last interview?
Oh, yeah. They never stop.
People threatening to kill you?
All the time.
Why? For what reason?
Oh, for just saying something that they don't like. Oh, because you are against Egypt, you're against Islam, you're against our...
The problem is the guy that was fucking overthrown was a popularly elected Muslim Brotherhood guy. And the issue is that he was overthrown with a violent military coup, okay? And the violent military coup that took place, that also killed a shit ton of fucking protesters, as a matter of fact, was conducted by U.S.-aligned forces that were supposedly fucking liberal. Oh, what the fuck? What's going on? Is there an ad break? What? They just hit us with a commercial break? The problem always is that, and Sisi, who they now have, was a high-ranking official in the security forces. Yeah, the problem is always that your vote for Islamic Brotherhood. No way. No, the issue always when it comes to affairs in other countries is that it is more complex than the way you understand it. It doesn't matter. Like anything and everything that people do. If it does not serve America's interests, will always be used against them. So the people always are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Okay? Mostly was only popular amongst Muslim Brotherhood members, and people wanted him out, but didn't want another military piece of shit, but the revolution got hijacked. This has happened time and time again this has happened in Turkey as well. This happens everywhere. It also, it's a constant. It's a constant in places like Turkey as well. It's a constant in places like Iran as well. You have Western influence that creates a lot of anger and resentment in the population, a lot of death and destruction at the behest of Western-backed leadership that causes people to find emancipation in the most reactionary forces, in the most reactionary groups, in the most reactionary ideologies. Okay? Like Iran is right there. It is a perfect representation of this. It is seen as an anti-Western force. And of course, they are brutal. Of course, they are theocratic. Of course, they're awful. Not a single person, not a single leftist, for example, living in Iran will tell you otherwise. Like, nobody wants to live under a theocratic dictatorship, okay? Nobody. It's not great. But you can't have a democratic process if you're constantly fucking waging war against the most important, most powerful military machine on the planet.
With your lawyer said you got to get out of it. You got to get out of Egypt. It's getting too dangerous.
Yeah.
Something bad's going to happen. You're going to get arrested again and probably thrown in jail, or you're going to try and kill you. And you flee to Dubai, and then you end up here in America.
Yes.
Was that always the plan, to eventually come to America, or was it expediency because of what happened?
Well, it's funny that you said that, because I visited the United States after the first year of my show. And a doctor that's there, an Egyptian doctor, has been there for a while. I said, listen, Bassem, you are very visible in the media, and I think you can use that to apply for a green card as a special talent. And I did. And it's like, I have like a huge show in Egypt.
It's actually the criteria, because I have the same, is an alien of exceptional ability.
Yes.
Is what they call you.
Yes, we're
charmingly.
Yes, we're very
We're exceptionally able aliens.
We are, but we're still aliens.
Yeah, I know, it always makes me laugh. Like, you can come here, but you are an alien.
You're an alien, but you're exceptional.
Yeah.
And I just applied for it, and I got it. I got the time 100 that helped boost from my application. I said, maybe I'm not going to use it. And then when that happens, the green card came handy. So a lot of people think that I'm here on asylum. I'm not. It was just a strike of luck.
You now do stand-up, and you've done it for 5 years, and fascinatingly, you do some of it for an Arab audience.
You have a whole show in Arabic and
an English-speaking version.
Yes.
And they're probably very different, right?
Totally
because
different.
Different sensibilities, different humor, different crowds, different expectation.
Yes. Well, when the Arab audience come to my show, they expect that's going to be another version of my show that I did in Egypt. And I said, no, it's my personal story. Even then, this weekend, right before I met you, because of our interview, I sold out Arizona.
Really?
Yes. And I stood, and the first.
Oh my God, I don't like this. This shit gives me more respect for commentators like you. Didn't flinch from the topics and weeks. Yeah, I don't think that this is like. Do you want to know how little anyone cares about Egypt? Check this: the Rabaa massacre. Yeah, on August 14th, 2013, the Egyptian police, and to a lesser extent the armed forces under the command of then Defense Minister Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, dispersed 2 camps of protesters in Cairo, one at the Al-Nahda Square and a larger one at the Rabaa al-Adawiyah Square, the 2 sites that had been occupied by supporters of President Mohamed Morsi, who had been removed from office by a military little over a month earlier following mass protests against his rule. Okay? Initiatives to end the 6-week sit-ins by peaceful means had failed, and the camps were cleared out within hours. Human Rights Watch described the sit-in dispersals as crimes against humanity and called them one of the world's largest killings of demonstrators in a single day in recent history, in reference to the numerous deaths that occurred. The exact death toll during the incident is unclear, and multiple sources have given conflicting estimates. Human Rights Watch states that at least 904 protesters were killed, 817 in Rabaa Square and 87 in Al-Nahda Square, while strongly suggesting that at least 1,000 protesters died during the dispersal. The Egyptian Health Ministry announced that 593 protesters and 43 police officers were killed, and at least 3,994 individuals were injured. I will not be showing you the actual photos. Oh, they do have some of the casualty photos. Okay. The background is, following the 2011 Egyptian revolution, which ousted Hosni Mubarak, and subsequent instability, mass protests calling for the resignation of President Mohamed Morsi culminated in the 2013 Egyptian coup d'etat. Prior to the anti-Morsi uprising, supporters of the deposed president occupied two squares, Rabaa al-Adawiya in Nasser City in Cairo and Al-Nahda in Giza, originally to celebrate the one-year anniversary of his presidency, but from the 3rd of July onwards to protest his ouster, vowing to remain there until Morsi was reinstated. Authorities delayed clearing the two protest camps as internal and external reconciliation processes were established to attempt to resolve this crisis peacefully. According to the military, the sit-ins were flashpoints for outbreaks of violence and bloody confrontations among pro-Morsi and anti-Morsi demonstrators and security forces. Oh, they're on Palestine now? Okay, let's talk. All right, let's get back to this. We'll cover Egyptian politics and how important it is to Palestinian politics again.
Okay, this time I'm ready for the humor.
Oh, you're ready. Okay.
No, but it's interesting because last time I was very taken aback, and I remember thinking as you were doing this right off the top, I remember feeling very uncomfortable, unusually uncomfortable, and thinking I didn't know how to react to that. I didn't know whether I was supposed to laugh or be silent, and I sort of ended up sort of slightly grimacing.
Doesn't mean his takes on Palestine are wrong. They're not.
And I realized it was very powerful what you were doing. It was satirical, but it was savagely satirical and extremely effective. And that's why I think the interview did so well.
You know why? Because all I did was just take the talking points that's been in the media, not just for after October 7th, all through the conflict. It's always like, we need to kill it. All right. You need to kill 5? No, kill 10. You need to kill some? No, kill all. This is what satire does. It take reality, flip it on its head, exaggerate it, and then you can see how sometimes very uncomfortable and even sometimes stupid that sounds. Because I was just reacting to whatever the media is telling me. It's like, oh yeah, okay, let's do it. There's no pushback. So suddenly, the person who's proposing the most extreme measures is like, oh, we'll take it. Oh no, that's too much. So that was like a very simple technique. I just took the talking point and just exaggerated.
It was devastatingly effective, I thought. Yeah. First, before we go any further, how is your wife's family? Because she is half Palestinian.
Yeah.
Are they okay?
They're good. They're good. They are safe for now.
Yeah.
As like the last week, there was no internet, as you have.
Yes.
You know, I saw you tweet at the IDF. It's like, how can they know?
You know how many views that tweet's had? Nearly 40 million.
Yeah.
Me just saying, how are they going to see this message if you've cut the internet off?
Yeah.
Activists who led the revolution in 2011 protested again after Morsi insisted he had powers that the Constitution didn't give him. The rule of law wasn't honored, and this conflict led to the military taking advantage of the situation. There's a lot of context that the Wikipedia article can't give.
That tweet I did was enormous, as everything is in this thing. And I had a lot of people say, finally, Piers, you get it, right? Finally, you get it. And I wanted to say, listen, I'm trying to reach a place where I get this, but it's an incredibly complicated issue for someone who is not Arabic or Jewish to poke their head into. And I've had to cover it as a journalist for a long, long time. I think I said to you before that I was editor of the Daily Mirror in England when we opposed the Iraq War, for example. So, you know, I have taken stands on this thing. On this one, I find, and I'm going to be completely straight with you, I discussed this with Jordan Peterson.
I don't think the Israeli apartheid regime is complicated, but if you're going to talk about Egypt, it is certainly more complicated.
And he was actually very self-reflective about that in the interview we did this week, where he later issued a 20-minute video because he said sometimes a one-line tweet can be unnecessarily inflammatory to people. Much better to take time to explain it. Here's where I've got to with this conflict now. I viewed what happened on October the 7th as an absolutely appalling atrocity, a terror attack of unimaginable horror. And I absolutely think that Israel has a right to defend itself from the people who committed it, Hamas. And I've questioned for the last 3-4 weeks, what is a proportionate response? And I have said repeatedly, I don't know the answer. I want people who have a view to have a view about that. And I'll ask you again about where you think we are with this. I also acknowledge that Hamas live amongst civilian population in Gaza. And therefore, if you do what the Israelis are currently doing, which is a ground offensive into Gaza, a lot of civilians are going to get killed. And at what point does that become disproportionate or even illegal? And I don't know the answers to those questions. And I have a moral quandary because my instinct is to say that Israel has no choice but to respond to what happened in a very forceful manner. I understand why they want to eliminate Hamas altogether. I understand that if they feel they can, then perhaps we can move to a two-state solution or peace or whatever it may be, although I don't think Netanyahu will ever be the person to do that. But the moral question for me is, at what point does this become disproportionate? And when you see thousands of children being killed in Gaza, it fills me with utter horror. And then people say, well, do you condemn it? And I find it very easy to condemn Israel turning off the water, Israel turning off the power. I think it's terrible what's happening in the West Bank with the settlers. I think that the stuff there is completely easy to condemn. But can I, hand on heart, condemn Israel trying to destroy Hamas after what they did on October the 7th? That is where I'm struggling to find myself saying I condemn it, because I believe that they are right to try and destroy Hamas. Now, what do you feel about my moral quandary?
Well, there's a lot of points, very lot, and I think this will kind of like lay the ground rules for that interview. There is the whole thing about like Israel right to defend itself, the condemnation. First of all, let's start with condemnation.
Yes.
You want my opinion?
Yes.
Condemning Hamas or condemning Israel?
Yes.
Completely useless. Completely useless.
Why?
I condemn Hamas, you condemn Israel, interview is over. What happened? Nothing. It is just checkpoint, like morality checkpoints.
But I've interviewed a lot of pro-Palestinians, for example, some of whom will immediately say, I unreservedly condemn the terror attacks of October the 7th, and then go on to criticize Israel. And I think that's it's a position I can completely respect.
Yeah.
But I find it much harder to respect a pro-Palestinian guest on my show if they simply resolutely refuse to say that they can condemn the terror attacks.
Yes.
I find that less...
I like that he's just fucking turning around and using Bassem Youssef after glazing him to fucking shit on previous guests that he's had.
One thing that I have noticed, not just on the coverage of these events,
now they can get together and be like,
before, every time this starts, people say, we don't know what's happening. It's a very complicated situation.
Right.
What is happening now? And for me, as a viewer, if a conflict that's been there for 75 years and the media with all this technology has been covering it and we hear the same exact words, we don't know what's happening. It's complicated. It's a very complex. That is a failure of the media apparatus. That is the failure to themselves and for the audience, because why every time this happens, it seems like it is happening from point zero. And I think to help understand that, I will get to the October 7th. I will get to the condemnation. I will get to the self-defense. But I think maybe we can we have like all the time in the world, and we can discuss, this interview could be a bookmark, landmark for maybe looking at that conflict in a deeper way that nobody had gone there before. We have the views, we have people waiting.
Yes.
You know, as I said, I'm the least qualified to discuss that, but it's an opportunity to use it.
I'm not massively well qualified myself.
Yeah, both of us. Like,
I'm
look at us.
I'm an Irish Catholic,
I
right?
mean, look at us here. Two privileged people. One white, one white wannabe, discussing the most complex conflict of our history. But
Yusuf literally just called it moral grandstanding checkboxing. He isn't agreeing with them. Yeah, I mean, he isn't. I think it would be quite difficult for someone like Bassem Youssef to just like sit there and here's the thing. Even if you're an Arab liberal, even if you're an Egyptian liberal, okay, even if no matter what your perspective is, if there's one issue that unites everyone, it is that the bloodshed that Palestinians have withstood is completely and utterly unimaginable. Okay? Like, his wife directly is Palestinian. His wife's family are in Gaza. That gives him a point of personal connection to the atrocities. Okay? So no matter what happens, I don't know why there's like this fucking weird ad break that cut in the middle of this conversation. But that's what it is. It doesn't matter what his like own personal perspective is. It doesn't matter what he said in Egypt, for example. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what his perspective was on the coup that took place or how violent it was. This is no matter what happens on this issue, he's always going to have moral clarity. It's very difficult for him not to. Okay? I agree the glaze up is annoying, but it might just be only some way viewers can humanize Arabs and Palestinians for once. I don't know. I think it just basically it improves his like liberal credentials. That's what happened in that situation. Here's viewers dropped from 50K to 25K. Those first 10 minutes ruined it. It's so strange when Westerners talk about Arabs as if they are a singular culture, ethnicity, and language. Yes, it is by design. It is a way to, it is Islamophobia. If you think all Jews are a monolith, you are an anti-Semite. If you think all Arabs are a monolith, well, then you're just every other person in America, okay? All Arabs and all Muslims, as a matter of fact, are a monolith, okay? All members, all countries in the MENA region, they're all monolithic. They're all operating under the same under the same interests. They all fucking love one another, and they all are anti-Semitic and hate Israel, and that's it. What the fuck is happening here? What are these goddamn ads? Can we compare the 2011 Egyptian coup to the 2016 Turkish coup attempt, or do you think Erdogan can orchestrate such an event to gain more power? I highly think he agreed with Turkish military supremacists in Turkey after that and changed his politics the other way around. Do you think Egypt would be like Turkey now? I think you can compare the Egyptian coup to the 2016 attempt, but I mean, in the way that, I don't know. I don't want to get into this right now. We'll talk about it a little bit more. If you say us atheists are monolithic, I swear to God. Okay, good one. I don't know why there's still this many ads happening here. I can tell you lots of Egyptians have mixed feelings about him. Lots of people are angry with him, but applaud him for using his relative fame standing up to Palestine. We'll see where this goes. Like, as you guys know, I'm not a fan of Erdogan, but I've told you before.
Anti-Semitism.
Yes.
America's involvement in Turkey in the coup that happened, if it had actually succeeded, Turkey would be in a much worse position overall if Fethullah Gülen was able to seize power, an American puppet who's an Islamist himself, and maybe even a worse Islamist than Erdogan, as a matter of fact. If one could even imagine such a thing.
Feel that. And I think it is very important to agree on the language, because the word anti-Semite has been used and abused, and most of the time not for the good interest of the Jewish people. Because the first 2 days of the coverage, I watched the news, and there was a lot of protest that was led by Jewish Voice for Peace, and they were led by people who opposed the Israeli attack on the civilians. And I remember quite well, many of the Republican representatives in Congress came out and they were calling these the global intifada, the global jihad. I love it when they say jihad. They sound like a horse. Jihad. It's very funny. Or they say like, these are, and I quote, Iranian-backed jihadists. And I said, wait a minute, but most of those people are Jewish. Those people who took over the Capitol, the same people who took over Central Station in New York, which is known as the biggest civil disobedience event in America in the last 2 decades, they were all Jewish. And then I find Nikki Haley saying anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. And then I remember it's like, oh, Jewish people in America are saddled by the fact that they are not citizens of America or citizens of the world, but they are citizens of Israel, and they have to back Israel in whatever they do. And these are not my words. These are the words of Jon Stewart. He went down and he said it's very, very important to divide these two. And what is very, very interesting...
Would you compare that, on that specific point, to the way that people try and say all Palestinians are responsible and accountable for what Hamas do?
Yes, yeah.
In other words, I think you can be very critical of Israeli...
What is happening?
And their policies.
Yes. Is he understanding?
Netanyahu and the politicians.
What's going on?
But that doesn't mean that you have to take that criticism to innocent Israelis who may have exactly the same criticism.
Oh my God!
And this
Piers
is why
Morgan.
It's very important to have these kinds
He's
of
evolving. He's learning.
The funniest, not the funniest, the saddest thing that I saw is the people that were in so much support of Israel are anti-Semite themselves.
Yes.
MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, she said like, oh, I send my aides, and they took pictures of the protesters. Basically, she's surveilling protesters. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is very known for a very famous post in 2018 where she blamed the California wildfires on a Jewish space laser gun. you remember that? Do you remember that? It's just like, oh, they were burned because Jewish investors, Rothschild and Feinstein, anything that ends with Stein, because that's of course sounds Jewish, they put a satellite and shooting laser beams to. It's
possible.
And not just her. You have Steve Skoulas, thank you so much. He is now the Speaker of the House, and he has been invited before for an organization that was funded by David Duke, the founder of the KKK. You have Kevin McCarthy, who is the former minority speaker, leader of the Republican Party in the House, and he accused Jewish billionaires of rigging the midterm. So how come those people are accusing us of anti-Semites? So here's the thing. So let's go to the equation that Nikki Haley put on Twitter. Anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. No, it is true. People who hate Jews, they're also anti-Zionists. It is true. And you could be someone who hate Zionists, who don't like Zionism, and you are Semite. You could even be Jewish. And guess what? You could be a Zionist, like those people, supporting Israel, and at the same time you hate the Jews, because the chant "Jews will not replace us," these echoed in Charlottesville. It did not echo in Gaza. I mean, in Gaza they say worse stuff in between the bombing on their downtime. And these are the same people who are seen with Nick Fuentes, with
Donald Trump,
with Stephen Bannon. And you know what's most
Donald
interesting?
Trump had him for dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
And all of those people are buddies with Benjamin Netanyahu. So how does this work? How does this work? And you know the people who speak against this, like Jon Stewart, like Bernie Sanders, like Naomi Klein, what do they call these people? What do they call them?
Self-hating Jews.
Hating Jews. And you know what else now they call them? They call them capus. Capus. You know what's capus? Capus, basically these were the Jewish inmate in Auschwitz that were forced by the Nazis to stand as guards on their own inmates. You see how degrading this is. And this is the way to shut down conversation. Anti-Semite, Islamophobe, you hate America, you hate the military, you hate Egypt, war on Christmas. This is how you shut an environment that does not allow disagreement is not an environment made for growth. It's an environment made for control.
Let me ask you this. Say, take the student protests in America, at universities.
I think he would do he's doing a much better job than I would because he's liberal.
It's actually part of the DNA of being a student, right? But I do have a problem.
I think for as broad an audience as possible, liberalism, like tackling this issue from a liberal perspective is much better.
Hours, which were clearly, deeply, deliberately inflammatory and hurtful to Jewish people. Secondly, I have a real problem with the students who were beaming direct pro-Hamas slogans onto buildings on campuses in America. You know, I'm all for free speech, and I really am. The whole show is predicated on that. But not to the point where you see Jewish students barricaded into libraries because a mob is descending on them. There is a distinction to me between people who are obviously overtly, I mean, there was a professor at Cornell University who was literally seen in public shouting how exhilarated he felt by the attacks of October the 7th. He still hasn't been fired, that guy. I think that crosses a line. Do you?
Yeah, I do not like this way. I mean, I can understand why, but I don't condone it. I would never, because you have to understand these people, again, I'm not supporting them. I just want to make sure about two things. The reason that I started with anti-Semitism, because I wanted to make sure to clear any confusion that when I speak about Israel, I'm speaking about Israel.
Yes.
When I speak about Jewish people, I'm speaking about Jewish people.
Yes.
When I speak with my Zionists, I'm speaking about Zionists. It was very, because
I think it was very powerful that you did that.
Yeah, I have to be careful.
That's the first thing you did, because I think it's really important.
Yeah, but at the same time, when I tell you why does that happen, it doesn't mean that I condone it. There's a difference between explanation and justification. Those people who are exhilarated, the way that they see, this is the same reason why people were so happy about the interview. What do they see? They see Israel as a criminal state who is killing their people, and at the same time they are supported by the international community in America. They have no guns, they have no superpower backing them. All they have is just feeling of happiness, like, yes, our enemies that we cannot touch them has been hurt. All they can think about, that these are their enemies that have been hurt, right? I'm not condoning this, but again, like when people were celebrating terrorist attacks, you know, against Western targets, of course I don't condone that. But why? Because those people has been, from a very young age, what have they seen? They're not being heard by the media. the plight and the suffering of the brothers in Israel, in Palestine, in the Arab world are not being heard. People in Iraq, you know, like when America and Britain invaded Iraq, right? What the Arabs saw? It's like two superpowers are coming in on just regular people. So whenever there was like a bomb or like an attack on American troops, people would
Starving
celebrate.
refugee tents, they started digging Hamas tunnels through cement with
Emotions
bare
are
hands.
very inflammatory, and it is not
Good one,
right.
dude. You got
but
it.
Those people had nothing else. All they can is just like shout. All they say is like to rejoice. It is not right. Again, I'm explaining why is this happening, because it's like, yeah, if I cannot get you, I'm just gonna scratch your eyes. I'm gonna scratch your eyes because you've been beating me all the time, and you have the whole international community backing you up, and all I can do is scream. Is it right? No. But it is understandable. Again, it's not the right thing. But no, it's not like understandable. It's like, oh, no. But again, it is an explanation.
This is hard for people to understand. They don't get it. They don't get it. They will never get it. You run ads like a capitalist? Yes, I do. I am, dude. I am. I love capitalism. Yum, yum, yum. Yummy, yummy, yummy. What changed? Question I always ask people is, what changed? Okay, let's say I'm a capitalist and I advocate for the exact same things that I'm advocating for. Okay, do you have an argument to the things that I'm advocating for? Or now do you still just say, well, you're fucking bad at capitalism? Like, what are you going to say? This is why, like, hypocrisy baiting is so stupid when you try to, like, it's very effective as a rhetorical tool, but it's very stupid, okay? I can defend a position that I don't believe in as well, if you would like, and you would not be able to make this like, oh, well, you're hypocritical argument in that situation, right? It's also not... It's also not exactly hypocritical anyway, but it doesn't matter. You know, is this chatter now anti-capitalist because you got money? Yeah, you don't got no capital. Here you are defending capitalism. You ain't got no capital, motherfucker. So why are you defending capitalism then? You know what I mean? You got no capital and you got no bitches. Here you are, bitchless and devoid of any capital whatsoever. Anyway. Yeah, motherfuckers think they buy like some Tesla stock and think, oh shit, that's it. That's it, boys. Passive income time. Thinking that they fucking have any say whatsoever. Not the classiest point, but yeah, true, lol. That's my point. It's like, even if I myself am I don't know, even if you think I'm like a capitalist, sure, whatever, who cares? Yeah, I'm a capitalist. Just like most people in the Western world. Okay, what changed? What changed in my analysis? You know what I mean? Nothing. So address the actual points rather than just like looking for hypocrisy. Especially because, like, let's say I'm a capitalist and I'm actually engaging in anti-capitalist sentiment. Okay? Let's say I'm a capitalist and engaging in anti-capitalist sentiment. I'm a class traitor. Okay? Okay, well, I still have money. You, on the other hand, are advocating against your best interest and you don't have money. Advocate for your best interest.
Rejoicing for the death of innocent civilians in Israel. This is what have the Arabs seen for years on the Arab world. For example, if you look up Sidrot cinema, this is in 2014 when Israel was bombing Gaza.
Explain how racist some people are.
The Israelis in the Sidrot, the kibbutz or the settlement, they went on a hill and they had popcorn and they had drinks and they were like watching the show and they were cheering with every rocket coming down. This is what we see. Western people didn't see that.
Well, somebody found a tweet actually of mine from 2014 in which I said, at what point does what Israel is currently doing to the Palestinian people become terrorism? And because I've always said, you know, I've spoken about this a lot over the years, and I've always tried to be extremely fair-minded, albeit nobody really wants you to be fair-minded. They want you to take a side.
It's pretty funny that, like, having the most tepid criticism against, like, Israel's apartheid regime is seen as, like, a peace-loving dove.
I know what you mean.
That's how, that's what the standard is. The standard has already been set.
This is like a Jewish wedding.
Like, he's just such a normal, that's such a normal way to ask, like a normal ass question to ask.
To be clear, I've seen lots of videos.
No, but like, I'm not talking to you, Piers.
No, I know.
I'm talking to the Western audience because I want to see, like, I want to say, like, this is what they see. I mean, for example, there is a very famous video for Samuel Abu Za'anin, who is like a young kid that he was shot point blank by an Israeli soldier, and he was not allowed to have any medical attention. And as his dead body was being put into the ambulance, the Jewish settlers were cheering. So for an Arab audience, this is what we see every day.
Yep.
So when they say, oh, we heard them back, we heard their people like they heard back, it is not right. But this is what hate does. It escalates, it feeds each other. Radicalism feeds it. It is terrible, and it is just like a vicious circle. So I would like to do something that is very interesting tonight. When I invited Jon Stewart to my show, as much of like a reception that if you see on the YouTube, people just like, we had to cut the 5-minute standing ovation for broadcast. People were on their feet for 5 minutes. They could not believe it. I remember Jon Stewart telling me I could never imagine that a Jewish guy from New Jersey would have that kind of reception in Cairo.
That's so, okay, Jon Stewart, classic New Jersey mentality. That's anti-Arab sentiment baked into the minds of every single person, no matter how fucking woke they are. Why wouldn't they?
Do something very
Why wouldn't they celebrate you?
I want to give. I like telling stories, and I'm going to tell you a very nice story.
Tell
and
away.
This is the story, surprise, surprise, of the suffering and the plight of the Jewish people. And I want to say that because it is very interesting when you see the trauma and the suffering that the people on the other side went through. You might understand why they're coming so this is, see this? This is a map of all of the history of the expulsion of the Jews.
Yo! Okay, dude. Okay, I'm gonna say it. He watches the show.
And of course, this comes back to the whole idea about the original sin that you have.
Pull the map out.
Betrayed Jesus Christ.
Reframe it. Talk about the fucking anti-Semitism baked into Christianity.
At that time, Jewish people were not allowed to own land. They were just peasants. Even some of the professions were not even allowed to participate in. But they were allowed to do one thing.
Did my video on this come out already?
It was prohibited
I was
by
trying to get my
Catholic Church
editors to
engage
pump that out.
So what happens when you work in money? You get rich,
Not out yet. Never
right?
mind.
And those Jews lived in ghettos. Now, ghettos was not just like isolated neighborhoods in cities. Sometimes ghettos were outside the city. This is like how isolated they were. And in those ghettos, they have to pay gold to the mayor or the governor or the prince or the noble. So they would see, you're getting richer. I need more taxes. So they pay tax. What happens when you have a business and they increase your rent? You increase your service, increase the tax. So what happened? The Christians started to default. And suddenly, the image of the greedy Jew was created. Shylock, merchant of Venice. This was the kind of oppression that the Jewish people went through. Fast forward 19th century, there was like the Eastern Jew in Ukraine and Russia, and there was the Western Jews in Europe. Those people in the Eastern Jews had to immigrate because there were pogroms and they were like, kicked out. And at a certain point, the people in the West, especially in England, it's like, there are too many Jews. We need a solution. The solution for what? For the Jewish problem. So it's like we need to get rid of them. And you know what? Palestine was not even in the A list. Palestine was in the B list. Because England proposed 6,000 square miles in Uganda for the Jews, 1903. And the reason why Palestine was not on the list, that it was objected by a lot of rabbis that said, like, it's a promised land, but only when the Messiah comes. But there were other options, Argentina, South Africa, Uganda, Madagascar. And eventually they said, all right, let's do Palestine. So they went to Palestine in 1914. There was 700,000 people living in Palestine, 3% were Jewish. 1917, Balfour Declaration. Arthur Balfour, he called the Jewish people in England that they are alien and hostile race. And the thing is, the only Jewish member of the parliament, of the English parliament, Lord Montague, he objects, like, these are British citizens, we should not kick them out.
Yeah.
So they pushed him, but it was not going fast enough. Came the Nazis. And then it was not about the solution anymore. It was the end losing, the final solution by Hitler, because he needed an answer for the Jewish question, the Judefrage. And then, as you see, the Holocaust happened, the most orchestrated, industrialized, horrible genocide in our modern time. 6 million Jews died. So it accelerated, and they went. First of all, they left Eastern Europe, and they went to West Europe, and they went to America, and they were turned down, and they were pushed towards Palestine. So by 1948, right before the declaration of the State of Israel, there were 2 million people living there. Only 30% of them was Jews. So the whole idea of like a land without a people to a people without a land was a marketing thing. They were already Palestinians. So suddenly, overnight, 1948, There were 1.5 million Palestinians. Half of them, 3/4 of them, were overnight pushed into refugees.
Yeah.
And this is why it's called the Nakba, the catastrophe. So now we have all of this building up into the minds, and suddenly this was like a conflict, a hate, a problem that we didn't have to do anything with. This was basically pushed on us by the Europeans. You see, so this is why it is important to say that. And I'm not saying that just like, oh, let's wipe out the state of Israel, let's like push them in the sea. No, but it's important when you talk about the conflict that you talk about the root causes, right? No, there was like a vibrant Palestinian culture happening over there. And right now they are erasing this culture. Suddenly I'm thinking of like Israeli feta cheese. Israeli hummus. Oh, that's an insult. Israeli hummus. Come on. I mean, take the land, but leave the hummus, man. I mean, come on. I mean, that's not fair. You are someone who's always spoken against culture, cancel culture. Right now, a whole culture is canceled.
Yeah, Israeli hummus is one that strikes at the fucking heart of many people. It's like, are there Arab Jews? Of course there are, but hummus. But they don't love hummus because they're Jewish. They love hummus because they're Arab. It's crazy. Falafel too. What is this video about the Rabah massacre? Okay, we'll take a look at it. They love hummus because it's the bomb. I mean, it's the best. No, I will never condemn hummus. I love hummus. Dude actually converted Piers Morgan with that conversation. No, I think Piers Morgan is like over the course of many weeks now. I think like he's. I wouldn't say he's like an honest person by any means, okay? I think he's a clout guy. I think he knows that there's a lot of people in the Arab world that watch when he has on people who are pro-Palestine. It's an avenue that is not like very well represented, but I think in that process maybe he's just like changed his opinion a little bit. Like I feel weird handing it to him in under any circumstance. Okay, I feel weird handing it to him. It's like handing it to the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Comes at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see the 3-minute ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm gonna launch off of the ad break that they presented on Talk TV and give you mine. This man, a guy, has to be more well-versed in European history to explain problems in his part of the world while all those Western fuckers keep yapping without reading a single book about the Middle East. Yes, my friend, Schadenfreude, as you know, just as well as I do, that in order to actually fucking make a clear and coherent argument that cuts through the noise against the dominant media narratives, against the dominant cultural forces, you have to be, one, very careful. If you overstep or say something that can be misconstrued, they will immediately shove that down your fucking throat and belittle you. Think about how people have been saying that I am pro-Hamas and pro-baby killing and all this fucking nonsense, despite the fact that I have time and time again condemned it and have been very much anti-baby killing my entire media career, public media career. It does not matter. Two, in order to be able to like truly explain the developing attitudes, you also have to be at least relatively knowledgeable about the history of the region and what has happened throughout
Jewish
time.
Journalist for the Guardian newspaper. He wrote a very interesting column last week in which
That's why I always say it's fucking much easier to just like. It's much easier to basically say all Palestinians are terrorists, is Hamas. Some of these terrorists have to die. Sorry, sucks to suck, because a lot of people already have Islamophobia.
And he was
they already have that narrative.
Sides unless you really understand the history. Would you agree with that? Would you agree that both sides have legitimate just cause? Not with the methodology that's taken place, and you've given an extremely detailed analysis of the build-up to what happened in 48. To me, it's pretty clear 700, 800,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes, and it should never have happened. And that has been absolutely,
technically not overnight,
cause for so much resentment. But can you, at the heart of this debate, agree with Jonathan that you could argue there is just cause on both sides?
There is a cause on both sides, but I'm walking on a tightrope here because I'm not a Palestinian.
Yeah.
But from the Palestinian point of view, there's a lot of people. I mean, there are 2.2 million people.
Did you just say the
living there.
Nakba
There are
was a
3.5
just cause?
million
Can you
people
say it's
living
a
in the
just
West Bank.
cause?
There is 350,000 people living in East Jerusalem, and there's like 6 or 7 million people living outside. Those people, the Palestinians that were pushed out, they do not have the right to go back. Right now, if you meet Palestinians, you'll see them wearing a necklace with a key. That key is their house that they were kicked out from in Yafa and Haifa. You know, like my wife's family comes from Ramla, which is 50 miles from Gaza. And according to the law, those people have absolutely no right to go back. Even if you are a Palestinian with an American passport, they give you hell in order to go in. And yet, a Jewish person born anywhere in the world, born in Poland, born in Ukraine, no question asked, he can jump on a plane, land in Israel, and get the Israeli citizen and take a house that most probably belonged to a Palestinian. So it is not just like it is an ongoing injustice that has been happening. Now, I mean,
where would you criticize, if you're being fair-minded, where would you criticize from 48 onwards the behavior of the Arab side?
well, put yourself in the Arab side. At 1948, you constituted 70% of the population. Suddenly, the UN is giving you 48% of the land, right? Not just that. I mean, the Arab regimes, because they did terribly. And see, this is the thing. Like, Arab nationalism at the height of these people feed on each other. You know, because it's very, very important to have a problem. Oh, it's Israel, and then for Israel,
what did I miss?
It's a very good distraction. I mean, sometimes I feel that like the Palestinian cause is very useful for both sides to stay there as a tension.
Did he do the classic like, well, the Jews were expelled thing?
And this is a very important question because in the mind of the
No, I'm not going to go back. I'll watch it later.
They always thought of the Palestinian resistance or the Palestinian side as like Islamic, as militant. No. As a matter of fact, some of the early suicide bombers were female Christian Palestinians because they, like the RIA, you know, they were fighting for a land. The whole idea of Islamization of the whole cause came very later. As a matter of fact, you will find this very interesting because when I saw this, I did not believe
Speak on it, motherfucker!
You know, the Fatah movement, which is the PLO, the Fatah.
Of course.
This was their slogan. Can you see? You see there's a crescent, a cross, and a menorah. And they say unitary, democratic, non-sectarian. So basically in the 1960s, Fatah were basically marijuana smoking tree hugger hippies. And yet that didn't work, right? And the thing is, I always hear that like Arabs were giving so many chances for peace. That is not true.
Yes!
As a matter of fact,
Speak on it, motherfucker!
All along history, Israel didn't give an inch of land by peace.
And only took more land.
They gave back Sinai because Egypt initiated the war. 2006, they went out of south of Lebanon because of the resistance they have. Even the disengagement of Gaza, they didn't do it out of the goodness of their heart because they had too much casualties. And even the Oslo Accords, the peace treaty, the one that Isaac Rabin and got the Nobel Prize for, they did it because of the Intifada. So what is the message that Israel is giving to the Arabs? I will never give you anything with peaceful resolution. You will always have to fight for it.
Do you not think that, for example, I mean, Bill Clinton feels this very strongly? That
Fuck
there
Bill
was
Clinton.
A great deal to be
Bill
done
Clinton is suck my
Arafat
cock.
Just in the end.
Bitch ass
And he indicated the
motherfucker,
whole time
lion ass,
that if
donkey.
he got to this place, there would be a deal. Just walked away. That was the closest that everybody came, and that actually, I mean, could Clinton have done any more than he tried to do then?
I am not, again, that's why it's very important to have people who are much more qualified than me to talk about this. But two things I can say about that. Number one, the whole thing about the Oslo Accord, there was a video for Netanyahu who was talking to the settlement offer in 2001, and he was bragging about sabotaging. He was talking to us like, I sabotage. It's like there was going to be no peace. Yeah, you've seen that, right? Yeah. And in that video, if you remember, when he was saying like you have to hit them hard, 2001, no Hamas at the time. They were talking about the Palestinian Authority. We have to hit them, we have to kill them, we have to make them feel the pain. And then one of them says like Bibi, but wouldn't America kind of just like, so what? The American public is easily manipulated. 80% are with us. It is absurd. And as a new American, where I can have the privilege of being retrospectively angry, I said like, this guy is mocking the government and the people who have been with him all the time. It's like, oh, they can be easily manipulated. They can do
arrogance.
Even, by the way, even Isaac Rabin.
Arrogance.
Isaac Rabin, the one who actually did the peace accord. He was known famously, say, the way to actually beat those children is to break
their
bones with
fucking
the broken
hands.
bones policy.
Yes.
They will like get those kids and break their bones on the pavement. So this has the whole idea about like
no
Israel
peace-loving
wanted
dove.
peace and Arabs
That
also
motherfucker
wanted to
wasn't a
fight,
peace lover either.
is a very,
I
very
actually,
bad
I actually
And they
think
still
as
killed
it's
him.
gone on, the genuine will on both sides for peace has not existed.
No.
I think it's been a deceit to the world
No, I'm sorry.
and to the relative groups of people on both sides.
The official
And actually a betrayal of them.
the official stand of the Palestinian Authority, and again, I cannot speak, I mean, it is very difficult to do this. The official stand of the Palestinian Authority is that we are just happy with 22% of the land. Just give us like that. Yes, there are people that dissent, but the thing is, you cannot just say, okay, let's talk about peace. And then you take away my land. Let's talk about peace. And there's a kind of like passive aggressiveness happening. Oh, let's talk about it, but I'm going to build settlements. I'm going to suffocate your cities and your villages.
You see, I think that has been incredibly inflammatory.
Yes.
Worsening the situation. I think putting back the chance of peace. I mean, Netanyahu, I interviewed Netanyahu earlier this year in the middle of the big social protests in his own country. And I couldn't understand what he thought he was doing, except that it seemed to me political expediency, that he had to get power, again, he had put a bunch of right-wing headbangers into his cabinet who have incredibly bad records, speak in an incredibly incendiary way about Palestinians, for example, and that he did this for power, and then he launched, because they were pushing him to do it, a ridiculous assault on the integrity of the Supreme Court, the independence of the Supreme Court. And many Israelis rose up. So Netanyahu has become, to me, a big problem. Right? And the people, all the polling shows that. Israeli people are very unhappy with Netanyahu. I don't think he's ever going to actually want to forge peace. And in fact, I think he was
It's not just
instrumental with
Netanyahu.
Hamas
It's
in
not.
wanting to keep
This is
them.
Israel's official government
Because he felt
position.
that would create
Just
a
like
split
when
with
it
the
comes to
Palestinians. Yeah.
continuation of
The two
endless
groups,
war in the
and
Middle
that would be
East,
good for
it was
Israel.
America's
And it was
official
illegal,
government
illegal,
position until it was not.
in 2009
It did not
that
matter
we
if it was
bragged
Barack
about giving
Obama
Hamas
or
money
George
because this is
W.
a way
Bush.
that we can keep
Netanyahu
Palestinians
is no
divided.
different than other
And yet, so
leaders in
and
Israel
we'll never have
in
also-
that
this is a
regard.
guy who is-
But
This
look, we can
includes
agree about Netanyahu.
Yitzhak Rabin
No,
as
not
well.
just Netanyahu. There's a book.
And I would say most of his cabinet. right
There's
now.
a book called The Fear of Peace. It's by Moshe Zimmerman. And he's an Israeli historian, and he said, like, the average Israeli citizen does not have a vision of peace. Because for 70 years, this is a country that has been, the war has been going on for, they have been expanding because of war, the military is taking over, so the whole idea of peace is not even there. It's not just Netanyahu. Like,
What's your opinion of Patrick Dye situation at
I
Cornell
remember you
University?
have
Put him in jail,
interviewed,
bro. Put his
Naftali
bitch ass in
Bennett.
jail.
Yes.
And I think you tweeted that like that was like a very
Death threats.
Kind of reasonable
Anti-Semitic hate crime death
I don't
threats.
think that's
Put his bitch
unreasonable.
ass in jail.
Yeah, but like
Fuck you mean?
This
What's my
Naftali,
opinion?
he went after Queen Rania,
Smoking on
and
it.
you call up shame on Queen Rania.
No, I didn't say reasonable. I just said this. I did a fire emoji.
Yeah, yeah.
I just said that what he was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to ask you about Queen Rania, and let's ask about, since
Yeah.
you've raised it,
Yeah.
because Queen Rania accused the West
No,
of
this
a
is an issue
glaring
regarding
double standard.
singular Israeli
She
leaders.
says
It
the
might
first
have
time in
been all
modern
of them, but it has
history
nothing
there's
to do with
such
Israeli
human suffering,
state.
and the world is not even
Okay.
calling for a ceasefire. So the silence is deafening, and to many in our region, it makes the Western world complicit. Now, other people said, well, okay, if you feel that strongly, why aren't you taking in any Palestinians? Why is Egypt not taking Palestinians? Why does the Arab
The
world
grossest
want
fucking
to
take.
constantly attack Israel without actually offering any place to go for the
Yeah,
Palestinians?
imagine those fucking dogs in leadership are actually
that's
fucking
exactly
representative
what
of the people's
actually
opinion.
starts Third War III. This is the war solution. These are Palestinians. These are their lands, and then suddenly take them. Why? So they've been basically kicked around from their homes, and now another country should take them. You see what will happen? Imagine this. Now, and because Israeli official has been talking openly about this, it's like, why don't they just go in Sinai? Why they go? You know what will happen? Those people are going to be pushed in Sinai, and with any population, 2 million people, they are living in refugee camp. What do you think will happen? Unrest. Chaos, and then after a few years, the Western media will come with their cameras, like, oh, look at those Arabs. Oh, they're killing each other. Oh, Israel is good that they got rid of them. And then they will go to the West Bank. And suddenly those 3.5 million people push into Jordan. The whole idea, why does Jordan take them? Why does Egypt take them? The same question. Europe has 44 countries. Why don't they take Israel? America has 50 states. Why don't they give them Florida? I mean, we seem to complain about Florida the whole time. Why don't they just like give Israel? The whole idea was like, oh, you're Arabs, you're all the same. No, no, no. Because what will happen then? So Israel will move into Jordan? That's like, oh, Saudi, why don't you take the Jordan?
What do you mean this guy smokes?
So
He says the exact.
This is not a solution. This is not a
He's been
solution.
saying the same shit I've been
I'm
saying.
not taking a position
Yeah.
either way. Let me ask you directly.
But I want to say something about what Queen Radia said.
Okay.
The whole idea about like the West.
Yeah.
I think that in 3 weeks, Israel morally corrupted the West like no other. I think the West will have a lot of time to recover because for years, the West has been telling us, oh, look, we're liberal. We're all about human rights. All are equal. Adopt our values. And then suddenly, well, you don't want to even to cease. We don't want to even tell Israel to stop. And suddenly we wake up and we find McDonald's are giving free meals to the Israeli because like nothing will make you feel better after killing a bunch of Palestinian kids than a happy meal. You know?
Then Happy Meals. Yeah, Bassem Youssef is a great communicator. Obviously, he's a fucking long. I mean, bro, he's been in media for almost as long as I've been alive. You know that, right? So of course, even though we say the same exact things overall, he gonna be much better at saying it, I think. All right, here, you guys have been wanting me to watch this clip real bad. Let's
but
take a
I
look.
can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is cynically, but rather terrorists, of course. But I can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians.
I mean, it's fucking.
Hamas
She said it. It's so funny because like this is a minor slip, right? No, it's not mask hop. It's not. She fucked up. It's like when I accidentally say HasanAbi because I've heard it so many goddamn times. Except the reality for her is that is basically what they're fucking doing. It is. It is what they're doing. So of course, it's just like a moment of honesty.
but I
here.
can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is cynically, but rather.
He's like, I could tell you with the certainty, we're not targeting anyone in Gaza except for the civilians. We're only killing civilians, dog.
But I can tell you that
Straight
we
up.
are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is.
Yeah, there it is. This happened with a former foreign minister too. I saw it today. Yes, bro. When you listen, there's two different voices. Okay. Now, when you are on the foreign minister's office, your job is to communicate the Israeli position in like liberal terms, right, to a broader audience. In the West, when you are speaking in Hebrew, that message is usually to an Israeli audience. Okay, when you're speaking in English, that message is to the Western world. What ended up happening is you crossed your wires a little bit. Okay, I mean, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a fucking example. I'll give you a great one. Like the former like deputy or whatever of the Interior Ministry, she came out and very openly said it. She straight up came out and was like, yesterday was like, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Wait, hold on one second. Jordan Uni follows you? What do you mean Jordan Uni? This is Jordan Ewell. I'm trying to figure out if I can find the fucking, oh, here it is. Here. Israel's former public diplomacy minister erase all of Gaza from the face of the earth, that the Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Egyptian territory or they will die, and their death will be evil. Gaza should be erased. Minister Galit Distel Atbaryan continues. And fire and smoke on the heads of the Nazis in the West Bank. A vengeful and cruel IDF is needed here. Anything less is immoral, just unethical. Atbaryan is from Netanyahu's Likud party. Okay? Remember, like, she's saying it in Hebrew, so, you know, it's...
Living in Gaza amongst the civilian population. If Israel has decided to eliminate a terror group, Hamas, as the world did with ISIS, for example, and I think there are a lot of parallels given the way they behaved on October the 7th to ISIS. How do you do it? How do you do it if you don't do it the way Israel is currently trying to do it.
Exactly not the way that Israel does it, because if you have one of the most advanced military powers in the world, and it takes you 3 weeks, 9,000 Palestinian civilian death, 21,000 injured. As we are talking right now, Israel just bombed Jabalia, which is a known refugee camp. It is a very...
It was wild seeing
this is not
Americans.
self-defense. You
It was
know,
wild
like,
seeing
one of the
Americans
most
be like, "What?
questions
It
that
doesn't
does
look like a
Israel have
refugee
the right
camp.
to
It's got
defend
buildings.
itself?" This is a no-value question.
There's no tents."
This is a no-value question.
Well, I would ask a different point. I would say not only do they have a right to defend themselves, which every country would after a terror attack, right? But they actually have a duty and responsibility to their population to try and stop that happening again to them.
They've been doing...
And I do understand, and I agree with that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If it takes you all of that time, all of these civilians, to take out a few hundred guerrilla fighters...
We don't know how many of the people who died. We don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but Bassem, you don't know and I don't know.
We don't know, but
right?
like...
We don't even know if the casualty numbers are correct because they're all coming from Hamas.
And we
the
should,
health authority,
and we should believe Israel?
No, not necessarily, no. I don't believe either side.
But here's my problem with
But
Israel.
here's my point. I don't think we should assume that we know these statistics are correct.
That's
I don't think we should
crazy.
assume we know exactly
Come on.
how many
Kick his
children have
ass.
been killed.
Fucking
We do know a lot have been killed.
dude, kick
So
his
the
ass.
moral
Get
argument
the fuck
remains
out of
the
here.
same.
Bro's
We don't know how
denying
many Hamas
what you can see with your
terrorists
fucking eyes.
have been killed in the last 3 weeks. We just don't know, do we?
So basically, we're dealing with a very incompetent military force that has been sucking America dry for years, and then they cannot do the job.
But how else do they get rid of Hamas?
Not like that.
How do they do it?
I don't know, but not like that, because they've been.
I
trying
know.
to say-
have another-
Peace.
They have- first of
Peace.
all, I'm not a military
Peace. Look at the
expert.
history. Look at the history of the conflict. Peace.
trying the
That's
same
the only
thing
way to
for
starve
years.
out any kind of reactionary force. Through peace.
This is not an eye for an eye anymore. This is an eye, a limb, a life, a house, a
But they don't-
neighborhood,
they
a whole
don't see-
population for an eye.
But
That
they
is-
don't see. I mean, your friend Ben Shapiro that you particularly despise.
Oh, I love Ben Shapiro. He's very smart.
I know, but you've been very critical of him, and that's fair enough. I'm sure he would be of you. But when I asked him about proportion, he said I don't care about a proportionate response.
So let's kill civilians as
Hamas did this, so we are going to get rid of
Yeah,
Hamas.
but
it's not in his eyes. It wasn't eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It was this group of terrorists did this, and we are now going to rid the world of these terrorists.
And this is very important to look at things in context. When you see how Israelis talk inside their community, there was a very famous post by Uriel Eritzol. He is the speechwriter of Netanyahu. He said, "What is so horrific about understanding that the whole Palestinian people are our enemies? All of them are enemy combatants. We should kill them, kill their mother, destroy their homes, the homes that they raised those snakes, so no snakes will be raised in this house anymore." And this was reposted by Ali Chaket, which is the Minister of, wait for it, Justice. It's not about Hamas anymore. It is not about Hamas. They can tell you it's about Hamas, but it's not about Hamas. It is basically, they have said it many times, Piers. This is a way to kind of push them into Sinai. This is not about eradicating Hamas. This ship has sailed. I am sorry, but like, anybody who
was
still
never
believes that this is
about
about Hamas
Hamas.
is stupid.
Why did they
Because
do it
I
before
don't
Hamas?
agree with that.
Really?
No, because I think.
But why there?
I tell you what, I don't agree.
There are like 100 people.
I think
killed in
any
Gaza
country,
and
any
West Bank.
country that suffered the kind of terror attack that Israel suffered, with the kind of death toll that occurred that day, 1,500 plus people.
Okay, then if fucking
grandmothers,
Gaza has a nuke,
kids,
then they can
young
just
women being
deploy it
raped,
on Israel
kidnapped,
then?
beheaded,
Would you have the
being
same
reported.
perspective? Would you say the same thing, Piers?
Bro, I mean, they found a young woman's skull, right?
But
Somehow it had
what
been
about the,
somehow it had been
but
severed
what about
from-
the babies that were beheaded?
Well, there was a report, and you and I had this discussion on there. You falsely quoted me, and I wanted to clarify that with you in person. You thought I'd said that 40 babies had been beheaded.
what did you say?
I never said that.
What did you say?
I said it's been reported that 40 babies were killed, some of whom had been beheaded. That's what I said.
Yeah, totally,
there's a-
totally different. Yeah.
There's a very different. Well, it is different.
Yes.
Do you accept it?
English as a second language, so.
So they're
things
different
might-
things.
Of course, yes.
Between
sure.
saying 40 babies have been beheaded and 40 babies have been
All right, this
reported to
motherfucker
be
even hit
killed,
the ESL.
including
So where are
some
those
who
beheaded
were beheaded.
babies?
Well, apparently journalists are being shown utterly horrific
Okay,
footage.
this comes to a very important question about credibility. Again, I'm not condoning what happened in October 7th, but I'm not a journalist. But as a journalist, wouldn't you take anything that an authority would say with a grain of thought?
Yes.
Especially if this authority have a long history of lying. And I'm just going to give a few examples. 1996, they bombed Kana. It's a refugee camp. They killed 106 people. Despite that they knew it's a refugee camp. They said, oh, maybe it's a one-time off. 2006, they bombed Kana again. 2014, they killed 2 teenagers at a checkpoint. They denied, as usual, but CNN was there. So they said, we have to say it. 2018, they killed a medic, a Palestinian medic, and they fabricated a video showing that it's someone else, that he was a human shield. And then
I would say,
can I just finish?
Yeah, but I do want to respond.
And then 2010, they killed Ahmed Oraikat, denied it, then said it's okay, it's us. 2021, they bombed the media office in Hamas. It's not us, but no, I'm sorry. And then 11th May 2022, Shireen Abu Akleh, a reporter, your colleague, she's Palestinian, American citizen, she was shot in the head. And they provided forensic evidence and even a doctor's video that it was not them, it was Islamic Jihad. How can I expect to believe this regime, especially if the president of Israel comes down with this ridiculous thing? Have you seen him there?
No.
He said, okay. This was reported by Sky News, and it was the funniest thing I've seen in so much. This was a Colin Powell moment, but like the cheap edition. Mr. Herzog said, like Isaac Herzog, it's like, we have found evidence on one of the terrorists, a manual to create chemical bombs. And then he showed this. And he showed.
That's the thing. Like their counter isn't even good. They're just like fucking freestyling at this point because it doesn't matter because the American media, Western media will eat it up no matter how fucking silly it is.
And what he like have like local ingredients to make, and then this is like, this is a manual of Al-Qaeda, of course, convenient state in Qaeda. And let me read it to you in Arabic because this is funny. So النشرة الدولية المعنية بالتطوير الذاتي والمعرفي للمجاهدين, which basically say. This is basically like a catalog for self-improvement for mujahideen. I didn't know that they have life coaches. So this, and you know what Sky News said? It's like, we cannot confirm or any of this, but we will show it anyway.
So let me respond.
This is like this is a lying government.
So let me respond. I do think the Israeli government has lied.
All the time.
Right? I do think they've lied. I'm not going to dispute that. I do think they've been caught lying. I do think they've said things that turned out not to be true. I also think that 2 weeks ago, a hospital was bombed, and it was immediately.
Who do you think did it?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think. Hamas immediately tell the world it was an Israeli airstrike, and that 500 people were killed, and that the hospital had been destroyed. And then, as the next couple of days go by, the hospital is relatively undamaged. The car park was obliterated. Many fewer people than 500 were killed.
How many people died?
Well, we don't know. Because actually we're reliant on the Palestinian Health Authority, which is Hamas in Gaza, for the figures. So we don't know the number. But a lot fewer people died, it would appear, than the 500. We don't know.
50?
Either way, it's appalling, but it may not have been anywhere near as appalling as was first said by Hamas. But here's the point. Most independent studies of what happened have concluded that it was almost certainly a militant stroke terror group inside Gaza, and they fired a rocket which landed in the hospital car park.
We still do not have any evidence for this, by the way.
So I have an issue with that.
We don't have any physical evidence.
The priest and the patriarch of the hospital, because it's called the Baptist hospital, said that they have received multiple warning from Israel that they're going to hit the hospital.
It blows my fucking mind.
One of the
like, I'm telling you, it blows my mind, especially because
basically
the reality is it could still very well be an Islamic Jihad rocket.
New York Times
okay, it could. The problem is
shot from Israel, and the thing is,
no, they didn't.
Anyway, let's just listen to them.
Numbers.
That's not true.
Okay.
The New York Times has not reported that it was Israel.
No, they said
they haven't.
Okay.
That's not true.
Over 10 years, Hamas launched 35,000 rockets into Israel.
And many failed.
They killed 69 people. And 25% military, only part of them were civilians. So over 10 years of 35,000 rockets, they killed 69 people. But in one strike, you want to tell me that these glorified firecrackers caused that kind of damage?
Yes, it looks like they did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a very good way to dismiss this. So my original and immediate reaction to it was incredibly justified. Anyone who tells you otherwise is wrong. I will go to bat. I will fucking argue against them. And not only that, but also my immediate assumption still stands. I said on the first day, given the fact that Israel had bombed this hospital before, given the fact that Israel immediately lied and said that they weren't doing a fucking military, an Israeli Air Force campaign in the area while they actually were doing it. We saw it with our own two eyes using the same Al Jazeera live stream coverage that Israel tried to use falsely to create a new narrative. Okay? And knowing what I know about Israel routinely lying about bombing attacks and then trying to blame it on Islamic Jihad or Hamas, that of course, all of the circumstantial evidence on top of the only verified footage that we had at the time being consistent with an airstrike, okay, with the audio cues at the very least, being consistent with an airstrike, made me understandably say there's is very likely to be Israel. It's definitely Israel. And also, the only way that I will say it's not Israel, considering that they had dropped 7,000 bombs thus far and had hit that very same hospital with an artillery shell in the past, 2 days prior, okay, 2 days prior, is that as long as if there is a third-party independent investigation that does soil testing, that shows, that finds fragments, one way or another, there's always fragments, okay? What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Why does no one ever talk about all the goddamn airstrikes around the hospital? I did. I talked about it. Anyway, my point is this. I was wrong on my assertion that that it was a Mark 84 rocket. The damage was not consistent with that. The crater was not consistent with that. The damage from the human casualty was, but the on-the-ground damage showed that that wasn't the case. That much is true. Okay? Since then, Israel has also bombed around a hospital heavily multiple times, multiple other hospitals. They blew up the church structure in a Christian church. Anyway, that's besides the point. But what I'm trying to explain here is all of the circumstantial evidence abso-fucking-lutely points to this being Israel. Unless there is actual conclusive evidence that it is not Israel, why the fuck would you ever assume, especially going just off of what Israel has said, which has been completely countered, completely and utterly discredited by the New York Times, by the BBC, and every other fucking outlet now at this point, with forensic journalists that looked into Israel's claims and immediately said, no, this is not true. This is completely unverified, unsubstantiated. Why the fuck would you ever go, yeah, no, although Israel has killed 8,000 Palestinians so far, 3,000 children so far, this one, it's not them. And also, not only that, but the idea, and it makes me go fucking crazy, especially when I think about this, okay? Especially when I think about this. The idea that, like, it's only bad when Islamic Jihad accidentally blows up their own people. Like, that's the only condemnable action. Every other fucking explosion that has killed a Palestinian child is good, but the one time, like, even if we are to assume that what Israel is saying is correct, even if we are to assume what Israel is saying is correct, then what is the argument here? That it's only bad if Islamic Jihad accidentally fucking blows up their own people, but when Israel is deliberately destroying the entirety of the fucking Gaza Strip and killing 3,000 plus children, then that's good? Those are all good kills? Those are all good confirmed kills? If you ask the Israeli television channel that shows the death toll, by the way, they believe the Gaza Health Ministry. They use the Gaza Health Ministry's casualty numbers to say 8,000 plus civilians have died, including the fucking children. That's what they say. So they believe the Gaza Health Ministry, and they say all of those Palestinians are terrorists. They call them terrorists in Israel. That's what they say on the fucking television. You cannot listen to what Israel says and then refuse to hear what they say when they're being fucking bloodthirsty. Lil head bro just can't accept he was wrong and jump the gun. You can fucking cry and complain all day, every day. The truth is not on your side. I've said since day fucking one. By the way, thank you for the $3 donation, dumbass. Said it from the first day. I said this to Ethan as well, and I said it in general.
Think about killing Jews the first thing in the morning. He thinks about being there at 5 o'clock at the first 50 people in the line for bread, because if he doesn't, he will miss the food for his family. And he goes back and he finds a message saying that we are going to bomb your house. He comes back, he loses his whole family. Now tell me, what is a proportionate response for that?
I don't know. I don't know.
You cannot create terrorism and then you...
I don't know.
They have created this.
I don't know is the answer. But Bassam, let me ask you this. Hamas will have known when they perpetrated what they did on October the 7th, what the scale of response was likely to be. How does that help the Palestinian people
I don't know.
that they are supposed to serve?
I don't know. The wheels are already set in motion.
But it doesn't, does it?
I do not, I feel sometimes that Hamas is with us in the room, that we are bringing Hamas. Who has the power in this equation? Who has the fourth largest and strongest military power? The whole idea about Israel, it's like, oh my God, the Arabs are going to destroy us. Look at the map.
Hamas, hang on. Hamas's stated goal is the eradication of Israel and the Jewish people.
Yes.
They make no pretense about it. They've made no attempt, unlike the Nazis.
Well, that's not even true anymore, but it doesn't matter.
They've made no attempt to try and deny what they brazenly boasted about it.
Yes.
They are proud of what they did. Right? And they will have known, again, the scale of what they did on October the 7th would have prompted this kind of response, which would have led to thousands of innocent Palestinians getting killed. And my question for you...
I wish the 7th of October never happened.
Right, but
every time something happened.
You say Hamas is everywhere. Well, yeah, actually all roads on this particular part of the crisis, and I accept it's been going on for 75 years, this conflict, but all roads in this crisis lead to Hamas and what they did.
And not necessarily. Because all roads goes to the condition that created Hamas. If the Jewish people were expelled from Europe and went to Argentina or South Africa and Uganda and went in and took the land, you would have Hamas in all of these places.
You and I can agree that the conditions Palestinian people have had to endure in Gaza for a very long time are completely unacceptable. I think it's completely unacceptable that Israel has wielded such control over the people of Gaza, working out who can come in and who can go out, turning on and off water and power on a whim, turning off the internet on and off at a whim, all that kind of stuff. I can completely agree.
Oh, that's really fucked up. And Palestinians,
I think we agree, Hamas
understandably can't get mad at
Let me finish my question. Given that we agree that Hamas is a terror organization who have a publicly stated position of annihilating not just Israel, but Jewish people, and as we saw on October the 7th, they mean it. If you are Israel, what do you do to get rid of those people who have shown the world that's exactly what they will actually do if they get the chance?
You know what I would do? I would give the Palestinians what they deserve. Terrorism is a virus.
Yes?
It's a virus.
I agree.
If a patient with a flu came to you and you're a doctor, how can you treat that patient? How do you treat it as a doctor? How do you do?
Well, you're the doctor.
You give them nutrition, fluids, and rest. So the immunity of the body gets rid of the virus on its own. If I received that patient with a flu and I took a sledgehammer, it's like, why are you not getting better? Do you think that patient will get better? No. You are weakening him. You are making him worse.
I think if you have two groups of people who are ideologically wedded to your destruction as a state and as a populace, and you're constantly firing rockets, as Hamas have done for over a decade now.
This radicalizing only goes in one direction, Piers, for you. That's the problem.
These are terrorists who've now shown on October...
Like he says Israelis are fucking radicalized by Hamas rockets, which literally are nothing in comparison to what Israel does. Like, straight up, statistically, objectively. And then he goes, Israel is radicalized. They have to do something. They have to do terrorism. Much worse terrorism in comparison to fucking Hamas.
I think on both sides is inevitable and should happen as a consequence of what they did. The big question is, how do you do that? And I don't know.
The answer is simple. It's so simple. It's not that hard. It is not.
Hence my personal...
The application and the practice of said answer might be difficult, but the answer from a moral quandary perspective is simple.
That is not even a question. Well, that was not even a question because that would be ridiculous.
You talk about the normalization of the region. I mean, the theory that I most buy into, supported by recent, I think, Wall Street Journal reporting, that hundreds of Hamas terrorists had gone to Iran for training before this attack. It had obviously been very carefully organized, and so that is, I think, highly likely. But if you're Iran and you're looking at all this normalization and you're looking at Saudi Arabia being next, this is your worst nightmare. So
What?
a perfect time to commit an atrocity like this through your proxy of Hamas.
Again, I'm not a political expert to know what is the background, but let me tell you.
It's a likely theory.
Is Hamas justified? Is all of the horrible conditions that Palestinians are living in, is that a justification for Hamas doing what they did in October
No.
7th? Good.
Do you think so?
Of course not.
Right. So we're agreed.
No, of course.
And it may well be here, by the way,
Wait, keep
as
going.
I said, that if Israel
So then
pursues-
ask, is Israel's fucking response to
backfires
justification?
horribly, it leads to a much wider conflict involving many other people, possibly including Iran directly, and it could be a horrendous escalation and a massive war raging through the whole region.
Did they
and
cut
that
that
is my
part?
fear about it. But I come back to the central point of justification, and I'm really struggling to see what else Israel is supposed to do to get rid of Hamas. And if you've got an alternative, let's hear it.
I do. Pierce, this is never about Hamas.
It's a llama.
Believe me, it is never about Hamas. If somebody tells you who they are, listen. Israel has been telling the world all the time, they need to clear the Gaza Strip into Egypt.
You think that's always been the plan?
Always there. I mean, they have said it.
Why did they
have said
settle
many
it?
times.
Why did they settle
why
Gaza in
does
the same way that they
Egypt
settled the West Bank? Of course.
take- And do you think when Egypt takes them, do you think they'll go back? No, never. And then when they're done with Gaza, they will go back to the West Bank. They will kind of like build the settlements around them, and then until they push them into Jordan, because that is the plan. They have talked, not just Benjamin Netanyahu, everybody said like, there's no state, two states. It is one state, and it's for the Jewish
I don't
people.
think he believes in a two-state solution.
Nobody believes in a two-state solution.
Okay. Couple things. Having this conversation like, what, do you agree Hamas needs to go though? Of course. But the reality is, the only way to do that is doing the exact opposite of what you've done so far. The conditions you've created made Hamas. The conditions you created Hamas. That's it. It's it. There is no violent force. There is no surgical strike that removes Hamas from power. If you wanted to fucking do a surgical strike, I mean, you know where the leaders are. There's two conflicting thoughts inside of the Hamas organization that you can hear from. You have one guy in Lebanon and you have another guy in Doha. Okay? They both have, like, to varying degrees, have said the same thing. You also have other foreign ministers and things of that nature, like other members of Hamas all around the fucking world. Okay? If you wanted to, you could arrest them and then and have an international tribunal, an international criminal court would be put together, and it wouldn't be just them, by the way, it would be Israeli officials as well. This is what I mean when I say international law. If we're going to live in a fucking international rule-based order, we have to do that. We have to do exactly that. We have to do, and this will require military action. Military action from the international community. If you want to do globalism, and if you want to talk about international law, you have to follow international law. It can't just be America that just violates it whenever the fuck they see fit, and America's allies or in America's expression of imperialism in the Middle East, Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Palestinians pled for the rule of international law and never once have a chance neither to be judged by it or use it for their own defense. So skewed and it sucks. Yes. Nobody gives a shit. Why? Because they don't have any material wealth. They have nothing. They're fucking broke boys. They're poor. They don't have like a robust industry. They have nothing. So why the fuck would anybody care about them? That's the real shit. The only reason why America even had like something that is remotely similar or remotely sympathetic to like Palestinians was because of the Gulf leadership and the Gulf leadership at the time saying they fucking care about Palestinians, or at the very least claiming that they care about Palestinians in an effort to undermine Israeli influence in the region. So that's the only reason why historically American leadership had ever given a single fuck about Palestinians.
Assume somehow we get to a place, possibly at the instigation of countries like Saudi Arabia and others getting directly involved, where you get to a place where Hamas are removed, and I don't quite see how that happens without enormous further bloodshed, but let's assume they get removed. Let's assume that Netanyahu is removed from office, which I think is highly likely just from the fury of his own people about what they see as the defensive and security failings, plus his attack on the Supreme Court already causing huge polarization. Let's assume we get new leadership in both places. Could there still be peace? Could there still be a two-state solution?
No.
It can never happen.
No, because Israel have already shown it's not about Netanyahu. It is the policy of Israel not to give the Palestinians their seat. It has always been there.
But what if you find leadership that understands?
You will not.
But why are you so...
You will not.
Do you not see there's any chance of doing that here?
No, not with Israel. Obama, after he left office, he wrote in his book, the problem with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is that one side is extremely powerful and one side is extremely weak. There is absolutely nothing to oblige that strong side to give anything. All over the years, Israel showed you many times that they are not interested in peace. Leave Gaza. Forget Hamas for a second. The West Bank. What have they been doing in the West Bank? The illegal settlements did not stop a single day.
No, and it's completely wrong.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's wrong. I agree with you.
But you see what they're doing in the West Bank right now? They are creating little Gazas. They are creating little Gazas.
Yeah.
And until they are like squeeze them.
It's completely wrong.
There is a hilarious documentary called The Wanted 18. It is like an Israeli-Palestinian co-production. And it tells about the incredible story about the residents of Beit Sahur. It's a Palestinian town next to the Nazareth. And they said they don't want to depend on the milk coming from the kibbutz. So they bought 18 cows. 18 cows. And they didn't know how to milk the cows or have a cow farm. So they were like engineers and doctors. So they sent people to kind of like to learn how to do the farm. So they bought the cows and they started to produce milk and they started to sell the milk to the villages. The Israeli authorities were not very comfortable. So one day the military government came in and said, like, those cows, and I quote, constitutes an existential threat to the national security of the state of Israel. You need to get rid of them. And the movie goes about like the hilarious attempts of hiding those cows between the butchers and the houses. And in one scene, a cow is actually running and the Israeli soldiers are like running behind it and they corner it and they corner it and they're about to kill it. And you know what did the cow say? You didn't fall for this, cows don't speak. Yeah! But you know, it actually said something. You know what did it say? It said Hamas. But anyways. But you see, this is the ideology of the Israeli ruling party. They are not interested. They're not even allowing you to get your own cows.
But this comes back to what you were saying at the start, which is about the hate on both sides.
No, I'm not talking about the hate.
It's not hate on both sides.
About
Shut the fuck up. It's not hate on both sides. One side.
That we are like the Western world. We are secular. I don't know if you know this, but they're not just like secular, like Christians against their own Arab. I'm talking about like Arabs with Palestinian, with Israeli identity. I'm talking about them being even racist against their own people. 1950, Yemenis immigrants that came from Yemen and they were in the transition camp waiting to be transferred into Israel. Their kids were taken away from them and given to white Ashkenazi Jews because they were not white enough.
But Bassem, what would
He's
happen?
talking about Jews, Arab Jews.
Went to Gaza.
He's talking about how fucking racist Israel is. It's
Israel?
true.
Exactly.
Even I wouldn't go to Gaza.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, it's a dystopia. Who would? But like, but I'm just.
So it's not just. It's, you're raising points about Israel, making out that somehow they're as bad or worse.
No. But
what's going on there? Hamas has ruled over the Palestinians in the most oppressive way imaginable.
Absolutely, but you know what? Hamas never claimed that they are the only democracy in the region. They never claimed that they are secular. They never said that they adopt Western tradition. And they definitely, they did not use that lie in order to carpet bomb a whole country.
Okay.
Now here, I want to say one example. And I'm going to leave you.
All right.
Israel, you think that Israel will like, by the way, the whole thing about the Yemeni children, you can find it in New York Times. It's called like the lost children of Israel, the forgotten. But even when Ethiopian people were immigrated to Israel, Ethiopian Jews, women then report, 2013, that's not like 50 years ago. They reported that they were given against their consent and without their knowledge contraceptive shots so they wouldn't reproduce because they are the wrong color. Israel is
Speak on it, motherfucker. Speak on it. Holy fuck.
Apartheid country that is projecting this shiny example of secularism and democracy for the people so people can accept whatever they do because they look at Palestinians as lesser people. This is the whole point.
100%.
This is the whole point. And I would like to quote Winston Churchill. He had a quote that say, I don't believe that we have made a great wrong to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia because they were replaced by a higher race, a stronger race, a more world-wisely race. This is why Queen Rania is criticizing the West. This is why we here said, like, Where are your values? Because this is the crux of the problem. It's not Hamas. It's not Palestine. It is people looking at us as lesser human beings.
Bassem, I don't dispute the characterization that a lot of the Israel administration look upon Palestinians as lesser people. Otherwise, they wouldn't.
They even look at the Ethiopian Jews and Yemeni Jews like less.
I wouldn't dispute that. I want to quote you to end this.
No, why would you end this? Don't end this.
We'll be talking for 2 hours.
Why not?
At some point,
we're
we have to
having
end
an
this.
amazing time.
We can do another interview. Well, this one goes big. I think this is a neat way to end it. He said, I actually believe there is a middle ground between everybody and they can meet. I direct my criticism for the extreme of each one of them. That was you, Bassem Youssef. I agree with that.
Fucking liberals.
I don't share
liberals,
your
man.
view.
Liberals. Liberalism is a mental disorder.
I think they can't be with the current leadership structures in both countries or both places. But I definitely think you've got to be optimistic about peace. You just need to find people
I
who can
hope so.
forge it.
I hope so. But the reason, listen, I refused to come on your show when your producer first called me for the first interview because I was scared. I was afraid. For me, that was a career suicide. Because I'm talking. This is even important because you are someone who's always talked about like against cancel culture, about like speaking your mind out, speaking your mind out. I left Egypt and I came to America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. But I didn't know that there was a fine print said that you cannot speak about Israel. I have issue with that. Israel is a foreign country. They're allies. Good.
But you can speak about Israel.
How many people lost their jobs? Even Bella Hadid. Bella Hadid.
Bella Hadid.
By the way,
She hasn't lost her job.
No, but she's talked about death threats. She's talking about like being silenced.
Sure.
By the way, Bella Hadid is she's Palestinian. And you know who else? Gigi Hadid, sisters.
I love the Hadid.
They are with us.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
I know them both. They're very nice people.
yeah, but the thing is, if you are that high and you cannot speak about it, and it's not about. It's
Well,
like,
you can. You just have to.
You can, but you'll get
I
fucking
mean, I've spoken out about these
silence.
issues, and you get shot at, not literally, but metaphorically, all day long on social media. But that shouldn't stop people from doing it.
I'm just like wondering, as an
You
American,
do?
as an American, yeah. But like, I'm doing now because like the first interview went well.
Right.
I'm doing that because I want people to see that you can really speak up and not just get canceled, but get rewarded. My career is going fine.
Yeah.
It's great because I want people to have the courage. There should be no limits.
I agree with
I'm
that.
kind of like so confused as an American citizen why every American presidential candidate have to go and kiss the hand and bend the knees to AIPAC. This is a lobby that works for a foreign country interest. Why don't we have like a lobby for Saudi Arabia? It is they're giving us more money.
You know the great thing? You can say that here.
Yes,
You couldn't say it in Egypt. That's why you're living here.
yes. But again, a lot of people feel the burn, the heat
But if
whenever they come
if
down.
I was an American, I'd be going, oh, all right, Bassem, all right, we'll take the criticism because you can do that in this country.
And I'm happy.
When you criticize the government in your own country,
Yeah.
they drove you out.
Yes, and that's why I came to America, to play the white man's game, to actually to pass this acquired white privilege to my children. But the problem
it's not just a country of white people.
But here's the problem.
And the white man's game, the game in America is not a white man's game. It's a game that actually has a democracy and believes in freedom
but there
of speech.
are dog whistles everywhere.
You're not going to be put in jail for this interview.
Or I can lose my career and I can lose jobs, and you know that.
You could
know that.
in Egypt, you could.
No, here you can.
In Egypt, they arrested you.
Here you can.
And they threatened you, and you would have probably ended up in prison or dead.
Here, a lot of people lost their jobs because they spoke up.
It depends what they say.
Of course, but again,
If you're Kanye West and you spew anti-Semitic garbage,
I'm not.
you're going to lose. You're going to lose what you have.
I will never adopt that kind of point of view. But the thing is, there is dog whistles everywhere. As I told you at the beginning, you cannot just say it's like anti-Semites. Like, I mean, now, how come that the Palestinian flag is outlawed? By the way, it's outlawed in Israel. If you raise the Palestinian, you go to jail. And now they're saying like the Palestinian flag is a pro-Hamas. No, it's not a pro-Hamas. You know, I was doing a comedy show in Arizona, and a guy was like wearing like a kufiyah, like a scarf, and I took it, and I'm not like in hyperbole and like wearing symbols, but I just took it because like, why are we gonna outlaw colors and flags? That is absurd. That is not right.
I agree. I don't think you should, but you should certainly outlaw Hamas.
They're already outlaw. I mean, I'm not supporting them.
Because they're a terror group.
Okay. But the people with the power, the people who supposedly have the...
And you should, by the way, I will say this, you should be able to criticize the Israeli government without being accused of being anti-Semitic.
But
I have in this interview repeatedly, and I'm not anti-Semitic. I just have a problem with all of what the Israeli government's been doing.
And I have a problem with how any criticism.
If he keeps doing this, he will be, though. Because Piers has been cooking too long.
Yeah, but a lot of the people doing it are actually anti-Semitic.
Yes, but also a lot of Zionists are against Israel, that they hate the Jews. You know,
We've discussed that. I want to end on a happy.
But before that, I want to just like say 2 words about the media, which is, please.
Sure.
Mr. Zomlot, the Palestinian ambassador that you have, this guy lost 6 members of his family in an Israeli strike. And when he went on like some British news thing, he sat down and the lady told him,
no,
like,
Piers does deserve credit. I gave him this credit.
I'm sure you don't condemn the killing of Israeli civilians. What? In the same moment, there's another girl like called Yara Eid. She was like on Sky News. And the girl was like crying, like, I lost 30 members of my family, 17 of them are children, I lost my best friend. And then, what did you think would happen forget about empathy.
I think a lot of people...
What about manners?
Well, I think you have to start... I've said this repeatedly. You have to start from a place of humanity. You have to look at what happened on October the 7th and feel utterly outraged and disgusted for the loss of human life.
Yeah.
And you also have to feel that for what's happening in Gaza to innocent people. But if you don't, if you can't feel for both sets of people, both sets of innocent people being killed, if you can't feel a sense of despair and horror over their deaths, you don't have any humanity.
Believe me, Piers, it's not really about that. There's a deep sentiment in the Middle East, in Arabs, that the West do not look at us as equals.
Well, you know what?
So what I did, I went to the machines.
Yeah.
And I asked ChatGPT simple questions.
Oh, my God.
Do Israelis deserve to be free? And you know what they tell me? Yes. Israelis deserve the right like any other people. And then I asked the same question, do Palestinians deserve to be free? And you know what they tell me? It is complex. It is a sensitive issue.
Well, it's not complex. It's not sensitive. The Palestinian people should be free.
Yeah, but even the machines have...
And they should have exactly the same
anti-Semite
rights
alert.
to freedom, freedom of expression and a way to lead their lives and to water and to power and to internet that Israelis have and we have here in America and we have back in my home country of the UK. And I want that for the Palestinian people. We've got to end it there.
Okay.
Mainly because I've worked up a hell of a hunger in 2 hours of interview and you have brought your wife's cooking. Hala, so tell me again how I do this.
Okay, so basically...
Take a piece of this,
you
put it in the olive oil.
Yes.
Which is from the West Bank.
Yeah, from the West Bank.
And then a little bit of this.
Yes.
Like that?
Yes, yes. This is like amazing oil coming from the olive tree. This has come from the West Bank.
Bro, he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve such delicious...
800,000 olive tree, just to...
That is absolutely delicious.
I know.
Please thank your wife for me.
Thank you.
Wish her all the best and her family, particularly those who are obviously in Gaza. It's been great to see you.
Thank you so much.
In America. Let's do it again.
I understand what you're saying correctly. Basically, that you said the conditions set by Israeli policies enacted on Palestinians have created Hamas. Do you have an opinion on what should be done differently? What do you think will bring a genuine change? Doing the exact opposite of what they've done thus far will literally, legitimately destroy any kind of reactionary force dead in its tracks. I'll tell you, there have been numerous touch points, numerous hinge points within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, if you want to call it that, even though I call it an apartheid state, I call it ethnic cleansing. At every single instance, damn near every single instance, okay, Israel had an opportunity to move in a peaceful trajectory and refused to do so, and actually purposefully utilized the developed pathway to peace that America was, quote unquote, forcing their hand into considering as an opportunity to take more land. The contemporary example of this is the Palestinian Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you do not still understand. Maybe you guys do, but a lot of those at home do not understand the difference between the West Bank and Gaza. While people living in the Gaza Strip are Palestinian, and so are people living in West Bank, these two areas are controlled by different forces that have actually been at war with one another historically. The Palestinian Authority has been brought under the Israeli security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority, run by Fatah, secular forces, was basically neutered, okay? Completely neutered. Israel had an opportunity to show the Palestinians, the 2.5 million living in the West Bank and the 2.2 million living in the Gaza Strip, what Israel will do if you collaborate with them, if you actually are earnest about a path towards peace. Because those people never did anything. And yet all they have experienced is death and destruction, losing their homes, losing the opportunity to get back into the West Bank if they ever leave, having their freedom of movement restricted, having their lives be completely controlled by an occupying force. Okay? Even in the last 20 years, Israel could have very easily said, guys, look, we have a secular group here and we're working with them and we are going to ensure that because this secular group operates this area, we're gonna follow through on conditions that third-party negotiators have set forth for us. Okay? But they did not do that. They didn't do that. They did the exact opposite. As a matter of fact, time and time again, both in practice but also in theory, Netanyahu has said, we will always negotiate with Hamas. We will always use Hamas. If you want to destroy, if you want to thwart any attempt of Palestinian statehood, then you have to prop up Hamas, and everyone already considers them to be terrorists. Therefore, you have to say they are the voice of the Palestinians. We control how high the fires go. These are the words of Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? Pierce forgot his interview with Jimmy Carter where he said Hamas accepts that Israel exists and that they agree on a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. This is also true. Not that it fucking matters. Hamas's updated charter is much more liberalized in their effort in 2017 to try to become a global representative of the Palestinian people. Of course, it doesn't really matter. You've mentioned that Israel funded Hamas through Qatar. Can you explain more? Benjamin Netanyahu has sent direct money to Hamas leadership by way of Qatar in the past. The Israeli government, or at least its security forces, Mossad, specifically also beefed up Hamas early on, knowing full well that there could be an adequate counterweight within the Palestinian movement that was Islamist fundamentalist against the much more popular secular forces within the Palestinian liberation. Now, when that first happened, of course, much like America's massive fuck-ups every single time, they were simply a fucking charity front. But Israel's actions in the last 20, 30 years have basically created an incredible opportunity for Hamas to seize more and more influence as they radicalize Palestinians by killing them, by taking their homes, by burning their homes, by engaging in pogroms in the West Bank, by not letting them practice their religion freely, just basically maintaining an apartheid regime. This is what happened, okay? For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our faces. This is an op-ed from the Times of Israel from the 8th of October. This literally came up like the day after. There were still Palestinian forces inside of the boundaries of Israel proper, okay? And they were writing these articles on the Times of Israel op-ed. Now, saying this in the United States of America, especially if you are a Muslim man, holy fuck. I mean, everyone will rush to go, dude, you fucking love Hamas, you love beheaded babies, you call all Israeli settlers and not specifically the settler terrorists in the West Bank. Like, I'm just, you know, that's my perspective. No matter what happens, I'm just going to go along with it because hopefully I can just like ridicule your perspective while I simultaneously justify ethnic cleansing campaigns happening in the hands of Israel with our weapons because nobody will ever question me if I say those things. Never forget, I told you, if you say America deserved 9/11, absolutely every single person is going to be like, get the fuck out of here. You'll get banned for it. But if you say Iraq deserved the invasion of the United States of America, people will go, that's a little fucked up. But no one's going to get you fucking banned over it. You can even go so far as to say Iran deserves to be nuked right now. And not a single fucking person will turn around and go, how dare you say that, you genocidal fucking freak? And I mean people in positions of power. How do I know this? Because John McCain said that on the campaign trail. He said, bomb, bomb, bomb Iran. And not a single person thought that's unacceptable. It goes in one direction only. There is no both sides in this situation. Liberals love using the both sides argument while simultaneously propping up one side, the side with power. It's all might is right politics. That's it. Not a single person. I don't know about that. Okay, I'm sure people were critical of him saying that. But the point is, one message is deemed unacceptable. The other is a part of someone's political campaign. Like, you cannot sit here and tell me that this is equivalent. You can't. That is the reason why everyone who has been at this game for a very long time, advocating for the Palestinian plight, recognizing their humanity, okay, knows full well that you can never demonstrate a callous indifference that you will see from Christians and Jews that are Zionists every single fucking day as they defend Israel. You cannot do that. People are out there waiting for you to slip up so they can use your words against you to make it seem like you said something that you do not mean, so they can claim that with the wave of Islamophobia spreading through the fucking lands, that you are a supporter of terrorism. You love terrorism. You love violence. I said this with my conversation with Ethan on Leftovers as well, the last episode that we did. What Mia Khalifa said is morally abhorrent. Celebrating wanton death and destruction is never appropriate. Morally repugnant. It's callous as well. Not only is it morally repugnant, but it's also fucking callous. You cannot be callous if you are speaking out against atrocities, or if you are speaking out against atrocities Israel commits. You cannot be callous in your celebration of Israeli civilians being slaughtered, but you absolutely can and always are callous and bloodthirsty when talking about the plight of Palestinians. You're defending Palestinians and you say whatever the fuck you want, like they're subhuman animals, they're Nazis that all deserve to die, all the Nazi babies deserve to die. You can say all of that. Bloodthirsty congresspersons came out and said that on October 7th and October 8th. Okay? And they haven't stopped saying it. We've also supplied Israel with the bombs to kill these children. Okay? This double standard exists. This double standard will always exist. I highly doubt. Here, I'll give you another example. Second thought. JT said things that I do not agree with. I said this at the time. I said this when I was talking to Ethan on Leftovers. Love JT. Love Second Thought. I think he's very thoughtful. I think he makes great videos. Okay? What he said on October 7th was not something that I agree with. He also took a callous position, and one that I do not agree with. I will say it over and over again. What happened? Nebula dropped him. Nebula, which is very, very thoughtful for the most part, dropped him. They dropped him. Now listen, you do agree with them. He was mischaracterized as settlers are not civilians, not that Israelis are not civilians. You have to be very careful with your sentiment, is what I'm saying. Okay? Now, Nebula dropped him for those takes. Okay? I thought he said they voluntarily parted. Okay, that's not what happened with Nebula. I don't know the exact details. I thought he was dropped by Nebula. My point is this. I doubt that in the aftermath of October 7th or right now, if people were fucking saying things that are infinitely more callous about Israel's continued bombing campaign and how it is a necessity to keep killing these children, that they would get the same recourse. They would get the same kind of backlash. It does not exist. So I ask you, as someone whose position is very clear on this, no matter how much people try to bastardize it, okay? I ask you, I do not value a Palestinian life over an Israeli one. You know that I do not value an Israeli life over a Palestinian one, especially when it comes to children, but certainly across the board. A life is a life. It's a precious thing. These are human beings, okay? So as someone who has maintained this position this entire time, do you think that there is a sea of support and understanding from members outside of this immediate community to what I have to say? Or do you think most people are desperately trying to find anything and everything they can to try to make it seem as though everything I'm saying is in support of Hamas, everything I'm saying is in support of like killing Jewish people, killing everyone in Israel? Oftentimes, conquests led by those who have said the exact opposite towards Palestinians, who have shown, who have demonstrated that they do not give a single fuck about a Palestinian life, and that they will always defend Israel's actions against the Palestinians. Maybe every now and then they'll like go, oh, you went a little too far. Some channels are clip chimping the chat and the Discord because they can't clip you as easily. Yeah, you love Hamas, you America bad, tanky, CCP, Ukrainian hater. Exactly. For weeks on end, motherfuckers were like, well, we can't catch him saying something that we think he believes, even though he probably doesn't, but it doesn't matter. So we'll just clip random people in his chat and be like, this is the community he's fostered. It's so disgusting. This happened with Ethan as well. I said time and time again, and I even told the moderators once I found out that people were saying fucked up shit about Ethan and about Hila. Okay? Told them to regulate it. Ridiculous. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. And I think that he's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shat on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama. Okay? I don't care. And neither should you. Okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it. He's in a unique circumstance at this moment with having family members in Israel. This does not justify the things he's saying, by the way. You can have an issue with what he is saying. Okay? But I think that you literally just criticized JT Lamau. Exactly. I can have disagreements with people without thinking it's over, it's done. Especially if I know their perspective or where they're coming from or what other forces are at play. So no, I don't care. And I think it's ridiculous and counterproductive to try to be like, well, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. You should get mad at him. Okay? You should get mad at him. You should fight him. You should fucking own him. Okay. So what do we do? What do I do in that situation? I get mad at him, we fight. Like, how is that in any way, shape, or form productive? He's engaging in leftist infighting in a concept that we all rail against constantly. Why should we not care about that to some extent? I'll tell you why. Because ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. If you say free Palestine, it means you are a terrorist. You have to fucking go to jail. Ethan has said similar things as well in his emotional moments, but ultimately I do believe that he has a better position overall. Anyway, my point is pick better battles. You might have a different threshold, but I don't give a shit. Ethan's community itself internally, in my opinion, is way more divided on this issue because a lot of you forget that like Ethan has a broad reach of normies. Okay? Ethan has an incredibly broad reach of normies, which I've tried to explain to Ethan himself. Normies who might not even be fans of mine, but are Arab, Muslim, or fans of his. There are always going to be people in that community that fucking find that to be completely unacceptable. Like find the things that he's saying and criticize him from the perspective of infinite more passion than anyone in my community would. You guys love when I talk about not Benjamin, sorry. You guys love when I talk about things that Michael Brooks has said, like analysis is not justification. Well, here's another one. Be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. Okay? I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. At the top of the hour, he will watch a 3-minute ad break, and he'll come around. Now, you might not want to watch that ad break at all, to which I say, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. I do not believe that Second Thought should have been taken down from Nebula. I will say it. I believe that he should have had an opportunity to describe his position. I think it's sad. I know that no matter what I fucking say, now that people will be like, because they've been doing this already, they can't be like, Hasan himself agrees with these things, or Hasan himself has said these things. They can't find that, so they'll be like, oh, he agrees with these things, though. He agrees with people who have said these things. I don't. I can have a disagreement with someone and still believe that ultimately they make great content overall. Okay? To what point does your empathy extend, however? Will you house and feed us if we agree with you, or if we're intelligent enough? What? At what point does your empathy extend, however? The fuck do you mean? Like, will you house us and feed us? No, dog, you can't come and squat in my fucking house where I live with my family, okay? Like, I don't know why people... You know what this always reminds me of? It reminds me of fucking people being like, you say you don't like walls, and yet here you are in the bathroom where there are walls around the toilet. You like walls when they, offer you privacy, it seems. It's like, do you think these two things are equivalent? Like, what the fuck do you mean? No, dog. I like my fucking privacy. I don't even want my friends to fucking be here for an extended period of time. You're over here being like, will you bathe me and wash my fucking feet if I agree with you? I don't give a fuck if you agree with me or not. At one point, does it seem like you're just being a punching bag when leading with empathy? I don't know, but I don't care because it doesn't change my perspective, okay? That's what you need to pay attention to. It does not change my analysis. It does not change my perspective. I think Ethan's biggest issue thus far has been forgetting that you can never, ever in a fucking million years, like, look at what people are saying towards you online and, like, continue fucking feeding that cycle. It's the worst thing you can do. Okay? That's it. It's the worst fucking thing you can do. I ran the ads. And he just kept doing it over and over. Oh, I did not run the ads. You're right, actually. Thank you for reminding me. You can't do that. I'll take it one step further. There's a fucking psycho online right now that has been on the receiving end of this, okay? Your boy Khaled, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. There's a psycho online by the name of Amy Schumer, okay? Now, Amy Schumer, kind of like Piers Morgan, I think, is like secretly on board with the Palestinian plight. Because, by God, she is doing such tremendous counter-propaganda against the state of Israel. Now, obviously, there's more to that counter-propaganda against the state of Israel. Israel itself is its own worst enemy if they want to come across as empathetic because they just can't stop murdering children. Let's be fucking real. Let's be for fucking real. Where is it? Here, I'll show you. I said earlier today, Amy Schumer must be a sleeper cell for Palestinians the way she makes defense of Israel look so unhinged. She's been DMing Asia Jackson. I don't know who Asia Jackson is, but she's been DMing Asia Jackson some fucking psycho shit about how, like, she, like, out of nowhere was like, oh, you must hate me. Wait, what did she say? She's probably in your DMs too? No, I haven't seen it. Did something I post about my people being massacred upset you? Now, I have seen this exact same fucking message, okay? I'm going to keep it $1.50. I have had this message relayed to me in person, okay? In private. Like, it's one that I'm very familiar with, okay? It is so, like, it's so loaded. I don't know how else to describe it. It's so insanely loaded. And then she replied, the Islamophobia and generalization of Gazan people did, because she literally posted about, like, she did the Arab question about, like, how colleges have gotten $8 billion from the Arab world. Okay? Like, that was insane. And then she posted another thing about how, like, you know, every Gazan loves when Jewish women get raped or something. It was like such unhinged stuff at a time when 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Israeli state. Actions that she is trying to defend as an American. Okay? She speed ran through Hamas to Gazans to all Arabs. Yeah. To which she replied, people all over the world are in the streets yelling for the murder of my people. No, they're not. No, they are not. Okay? They are not yelling for the murder of your people, Amy Schumer. Unless you think that 500,000 people are on the streets being like, every hack comedian deserves a death penalty or something. Okay? Like, nobody wants bad comics to be executed. All right? They don't. I will, of course, never understand the veracity in which some people so, like, excitedly go, the country that is currently engaging in an open ethnic cleansing campaign that is an apartheid state, that country doesn't just represent me, but it represents all Jews around the world. I will never understand that, okay? Like, it makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. Why? Why? If I were to say that, I would be wrong and anti-Semitic. If I was like, all Jews around the world love Israel, it represents their best interests, it is their homeland, and they love killing Palestinian children. All Jews love that. If I said that, that would be anti-Semitic. Because it is. It is anti-Semitic to say that. This is an anti-Semitic thing to say. It's incorrect. And it's anti-Semitic. So I don't understand why Amy Schumer is like championing this cause for some fucking weird reason. She's looking at Jews who are at the forefront of these anti-apartheid protests, anti-ethnic cleansing protests, demonstrating the long Jewish tradition of fighting against injustice, being at the fucking forefront of fighting against injustice, and going, those people, alongside everybody else, want to murder me. That is psychotic. Thanks for expressing what you were upset about. I'd like to express that I think you are anti-Semitic. Do you have any Jewish friends? The fuck? The fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? If you do, they are all scared right now, frightened for their children, for their lives. Is there a good Wendy clip for that? Also, that story about that person thinking you were so young. That's so funny. You must have been so annoyed they thought you looked so young. What a cool video to post while I'm hoping someone doesn't slit my son's throat at school like they've been threatening to do and posting pictures of my house. But I deserve that, right? One day, when you realize how you acted in this moment, I will accept your apology. All the best. And when you use this exchange to try to raise your profile and shine, you are showing yourself. So one thing I got to say is this. As a recipient of threats that are damn near identical to what Amy Schumer just posted there, okay? I'll say it. I'll fucking say it. That is, one, most likely anti-Semitic, like the anti-Semitic people are doing it. But two, perhaps more importantly, is a byproduct of being extremely online and having the absolute worst fucking psychopaths come after you. Most of them being actual white supremacist Nazis. They don't have to be white, but they still love that Groyper 4chan bullshit. Okay? Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, I get the same exact fucking threats. The same exact threats. But I'm on the other side of the political spectrum, especially on this issue. How? Well, because I'm a fucking dumbass e-celebrity who cannot stop defending his own position over and over again. It's impossible for me to not respond to the backlash. She, however, for the longest time could, because she's a real celebrity. And real celebrities could just fucking click, turn off the social media, and never think about it ever again. If she had just done that, instead of fucking like zealously defending some of the most psychopathic fucking Israel defenses I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, okay, then perhaps this would not have happened. It's completely unacceptable that it is happening to her, okay? It's unacceptable when it happens to anyone. And I say this as someone who is victim of exactly the type of harassment that she's talking about every fucking day of my life for the past 10 years. In a lot of instances because of my diligent criticisms of anti-Semites. I said, it's so funny to me that she's been able to be a real celebrity and never respond to online backlash in the way that shitty online e-celebs like myself can't avoid. Not realizing the more she responds, the worse it will get. It transcends beyond politics or ideology, which is true. Do you have any Jewish friends, Hasan? It's such a funny take. New popular front footage of IDF soldiers beating the shit out of anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Shaking my head. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. They all unfriended him? No, they didn't. What is wrong with you? What the fuck, you fucking freaks? No, of course not. What do you mean? Just exercise a little bit of critical thinking. Think about what I've said so far. Think about what organizations I promote regularly. Think about who I've had in my group of friends so far throughout this entire fucking incursion, throughout this ethnic cleansing campaign. What the fuck? Fucking Alex was just in my house for 2 days. What the fuck are you guys talking about, you dumb bitches? Jesus Christ. I can excuse ethnic cleansing, but I draw the line at soft anti-Zionism. How is I have a Jewish friend actually any different than I have a black friend actually in this context? No, literally, it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. What a stupid thing to fucking demand of a person. Which is why I rarely ever entertain it. I think it's so psychotic to just like, psychotic to be like, you must not know any Jews then. Or you must not have any Jewish friends. Like, get the fuck out of here. Jewish thinkers, scholars, and activists have been incredibly formative in my understanding of not only Israel, but fucking global conflicts, okay? Shut the fuck up. Gross. Speaking of gross, let's watch something really funny. One thing I want to mention, I did not know this existed, but apparently, you dumb cracker bitch, the legitimizing of white supremacy during a Twitch ban of HasanAbi. Someone wrote a fucking scholarly article and it's published on Sage Journals about my cracker ban on Twitch. The abstract goes, despite newer media technologies alleviating barriers of entry for marginalized groups, media still fails to address white supremacy at large. The live streaming service Twitch banned one of its top streamers, Hasan Piker, in December 2021 for using the word cracker during a stream. Despite the myriad of complaints from women, people of color, LGBT+, and people with physical disabilities about targeted harassment they received on the platform, Twitch has taken little to no action to ban those attacks. That part is not entirely true. That is just like much more difficult to work with. Utilizing critical whiteness and white framing theory, this study reviewed the discourse of Twitch influencers who created YouTube reactions videos about the ban. All three of the influencers used rhetoric that sustained white supremacy, like downplaying the impact of systemic racism, victimizing white men, and calling for freedom of hate speech. The implications of the study outline how policing hate speech can facilitate white supremacy on platforms. Fucking, that's crazy. Anyway, now, I think that we are very selfish, okay? We're very selfish people in the United States of America and in the West. We are very, very selfish people. What is this? Yo, should I watch this Shattered Dreams of Peace, Israeli-Palestinian Relations After Oslo, full documentary by Frontline? Maybe. I feel like there's going to be a lot of fucking violence in this. But you recently just talked about being a completely failed comic. What is this? A couple things. What I want is every hostage back. I want safety and freedom for Hamas, for Palestinians, from Palestinians and Israelis. I want safety for Jewish people and Muslims as well. Everyone, just like you, I want peace. You will never see me wishing harm on anyone. Saying I'm Islamophobic or that I like genocide is crazy. So here you go, by popular demand. Comments on. Please keep the below in mind. Wait. Hold up. We saw what you tweeted and what you've been saying. Like, you had the audacity to invoke the cardinal white sin, utilizing MLK's legacy to make a political point that he 100% in contemporary society would not be making and would go against. That's the cardinal white sin. That is literally the big Monty. You can't be out here being like, it's so fucked up. Are you kidding me? So much so, the MLK's own daughter had to correct your ass. Are you fucking joking? You know how many fucking times here in this community alone we've heard from like some psychopathic Republican dog shit fucking politician who's like, well, MLK said I have a dream, and his dream was that white people are should be hailed as the superheroes, and that famously he wanted equality, not black supremacy, like as though that exists currently. People fucking love invoking MLK. The very same people that would have absolutely fit comfortably in that fucking 67% that in his death thought that he was a bad guy. Shut the fuck up. People that absolutely would fall in the white moderate category. Amy Schumer is not even a white moderate, I think, in this situation, though. Here's what Bernice King said. Here's what Amy Schumer, who had the gall, the audacity to fucking post. Now, MLK died before, was assassinated before he could see what Israel had become. So to point to him as like the guy on this matter is like literally asking, I don't know, like an indigenous leader from the past, like what they would have thought about a land for Jews. You know what I mean? They don't know. They don't know what it was like, and they didn't get to see it.
That Israel must exist and has a right to exist and is one of the great outposts of democracy in the world.
My Jewish brothers and sisters said to me amid anti-Semitism anywhere, we don't need your support. We have enough Jewish power to deal with this problem ourselves. I would still take a stand against anti-Semitism because it's wrong, it's unjust, and it's evil. If my Catholic brothers and sisters said to me, amid bigotry toward Catholics, we don't need your support in this because we have enough Catholic power to deal with it, I would still take a stand against bigotry toward Catholics because it is wrong, it is evil, and it is unjust.
Must see.
I love notice how he's saying anti-Semitism, not anti-Zionism. No, but he had said positive things about, Israel as well. But it is really gross. The way that people portray this is like really fucking weird. I didn't even know about it until recently. I did not know that MLK even like had a thought about Israel. I will admit. I did know that he was, of course, anti-Semitism. Of course he would be. You are not a fucking social justice movement leader if you think that like anti-Semitism is excusable. Not. But the idea that MLK would be fucking pro-Israel right now is so crazy. Like, it's so crazy. Come on, he was against militarism. Like, that was his main fucking point. He was pro-Viet Cong. You think a motherfucker who was pro-Vietnamese liberation would turn around and be like, but you know, the Palestinians, they're fucking Arab dogs, actually, and that's why the apartheid must remain? Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to just like to have the audacity to be like, no, actually, he'd be so fucking fired up on the apartheid, you know? Oh no, it's Jover. It's not allowed to disagree with MLK about anything ever. No, I mean, it's just crazy to fucking use his perspective. Yeah, we have to remember he died the day after the 6-Day War. He missed the past 55 years of the most brutal occupation. Dr. Cornel West said King did support the Zionist cause, but he also did not live long enough to see the genocide committed by the Israeli state. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So it was ridiculous to ask what his perspective would be. What about 1948? That's a great question, because movement leaders at the time who were incredibly supportive of Palestinians and the Palestinian plight did exist, right? They did, of course. Malcolm X. But two people's standards could be entirely different. Their standards could be entirely different on what they consider to be unacceptable. I do not think the Nakba was acceptable. Yeah, Malcolm X wrote an entire essay on Zionism, yes. Anyway, Bernice King says, certainly my father was against anti-Semitism, as am I. He also believed militarism, along with racism and poverty, to be among the interconnected triple evils. I am certain he would have called for Israel's bombing of Palestinians to cease, for hostages to be released, and for us to work for true peace, which includes justice. He said justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. We have much to correct. There's a clip of my father talking about withdrawing from the Vietnam War and moral power.
Because
this is like also still it's going to be a relatively liberal take about Vietnam. He he would be called by all of the fucking little kids online, little groiped up former alt-right kids online. He would be called a tanky right now for his position on conflicts. If he had that same perspective, you know, he's such a tanky. He's such a tanky.
But Dr. King, that the war in Vietnam could be stopped now without harm to this country?
Well, there are two ways to deal with it. One is a unilateral withdrawal. I don't oppose that because I feel that this is a possibility. After all, France withdrew unilaterally.
MLK, I think the Groybers would just call him the N-word. No, I'm talking about they would. I'm talking about dudes who are like, I'm a liberal social democrat. That's why I believe that, like, you know, Joe Biden has never done anything wrong and that Israel's bombing campaign must continue. Like those kinds of dudes.
From Algeria, it withdrew without a military victory. And this did not lessen France's prestige or influence in the world. If anything, it increased its prestige in the world.
France is not the power that this country is.
Well, I think that's an even greater reason why we should restrain our power. There's always the danger that any nation will abuse its power. And I think our power must be much more than military power. We don't need to prove to the world or anybody our military power. I think we've got to prove our moral power.
Do you feel that this nation has abused, as you say, their power?
Oh, I certainly do in the war and peace.
I encourage you to read Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community. I mourn with all who are mourning. I know that we cannot afford to diminish and dehumanize each other. We are truly committed to ridding humanity of the triple evils, to freedom and from oppression for all. So yeah. All right, let's see what else she was upset about. When you say I'm rich, please add in self-made. I come being dirt poor. Senator Chuck Schumer is my dad's second cousin once removed. I didn't meet him until I was 25. I've never been given any money to support a cause other than tampons. I've never stolen a joke. People calling me a failed comic. I'm the most successful female comedian of all time. I'm ugly/fat, okay? Sorry you aren't attracted to me. I found someone who is. I hope you find someone too. Damn, bro. She's going through it. She's just fucking posting through it. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even remotely kidding. If she didn't just like entertain people that were shitting on her, and I don't agree with her at all, right? But if she didn't entertain any of these people, and if she didn't like try to consistently double down, triple down, quadruple down, if she posted like a Selena Gomez type shit, you know what I mean? If she was just like really sad for the violence, guys, I hate violence in general, and just like threw her fucking phone away, nobody would give a shit. People would probably celebrate her because there'd be some other unhinged person that people would be yelling at. It's just nuts. It's nuts to me. I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm ugly, fat. We are all in a lot of pain. What hurts me most is that we all actually love each other. You hate Jews. You don't know why. I still love you. Anti-Semitism is fucking evil. Okay? So just dropping the anti-Semitism bomb on someone just because they say free Palestine is psychotic. It's just crazy. She thinks she's saving Jews, HasanAbi. Yeah, I mean, it's delusion. It's delusion. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who share these delusions. Okay? There are a lot of people. Here's another one. The way well-off white Jews in the West have managed to monopolize claims to anti-Semitism, grief, victimhood, while black and other non-white, including Palestinian Jewish persons, are rendered entirely invisible from public memory has been fascinating to witness recently. Well, it's not that fascinating. I mean, that's like, you know, the whiteness being like a core part of white supremacist purity exists in Israel as well. Every public sentiment. Have you seen any of Michael Rappaport's unhinged rants? Yes. Michael Rappaport is engaging in one of my favorite types of commentary. It is the Christian Zionist that literally is more fucking aggro. It is the Christian Zionist that is more aggro than a Jewish Zionist. Is the Christian Zionist phenomena. The Meghan McCains of the world, the Chelsea Clintons of the world. Like, it is a classic certified banger in the United States of America. If you're unfamiliar with this stuff, people that overstep their fucking boundaries nonstop. Michael Rappaport's not Jewish, is he? I don't think he is. Not hilarious, funny, by the way. No, it's fucking hilarious. Oh, he is Jewish? I thought he was. Oh my God, he's so Boston coded. I didn't even realize that he was Jewish. I was about to say he's like Meghan McCain. He's so Boston coded. I didn't even realize. My bad. Well, regardless, He's Boston coded. He's from New York. Yeah, but he's Boston coded. You know what I mean. Anyway, but yeah, I was going to talk about Meghan McCain, like, who participated in this as well. So this is some fire, okay? This is some fire flame shit right here. Let's take a look.
Social media, so I figured I would try to explain what it means.
You're going to start seeing this image. Would you hide me all over social media?
You're going to start seeing this image all over social media, so I figured I would try to explain what it means. Would you hide me? It means that Jewish people all over the world are under attack, and we are so scared that another Holocaust is going to happen. During the Holocaust, Jews were torn out of their homes and had no safe place to go unless one of their neighbors who wasn't Jewish would take them in and hide them. The Nazis were a terrorist organization similar to Hamas, and like those right now who support Hamas, were brainwashed into thinking there should be no more Jews.
Oh, I mean, oh my God. You know how sometimes I debate people and I'm like, dude, I'm not, like, remember that one time I was debating train wrecks and I just broke? And I literally was like, dude, at a certain point, we have to realize that, like, I'm not debating you as a person. I'm debating your demons in your head, right? Like, I feel the same way here where it's like, I can't talk and explain a situation to you if, like, I'm trying to go against your internal delusions, okay? And this isn't by any means to just, like, say anti-Semitism isn't real, okay? Or it's not a problem at all. I'm not saying that at all. But, like, but you have tied Israel's actions unconditionally to your existence as a Jewish person in the Western world, so much so that you inadvertently always feel like anytime someone says something about Israel, you go, oh, dude, they want to do the Holocaust to me, like, to me personally. And I think some people are just, like, riding the clout train or whatever, okay? But I do think that there is a legitimate mania, okay? A legitimate hysteria, a mass psychosis. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
6 million Jewish people were murdered during the Holocaust. And the fact is, the Nazis did not just stop at Jews. They wanted to kill black people, gay people, disabled people. Millions of these groups were murdered. So right now in the world, when you're seeing anti-Israel rallies, chanting and parading the streets saying to end all Jews, we truly are so scared.
Oh my God. Israel's on the toxic gossip train. No, it's just like, I think this is intentional project and meant to distract people from the genocide in Gaza. What, just like to laugh at her or something? Like every moment that you're laughing at her, she posted a fit check 10 minutes after this. I mean, it's like that one girl in New York, the fashion influencer who's like sitting in the back of an Uber looking sexy, and on her Instagram story she's like, real dangerous time to be alive in New York City right now, you know? Like, what are you saying? Like, what? New York City has the largest population of Jewish people outside of Israel, okay? This does not mean that there isn't anti-Semitism in New York City, but anti-Semitism will always be dealt with in New York City, okay? Always. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know how to describe how I'm feeling. Like, I don't have the words for it because it's just like, I feel like I want to take this seriously. Like, I want to take the fear seriously. But if I take this fear seriously, I have to say it's still coming out of a place of delusion. Like, if I don't think that she's cynically saying this, which I don't, okay, it still doesn't mean it's valid or real. The fear then is coming from a place of delusion. But it blows my mind. Like, do you legitimately think that like 500,000 people in England were just saying like, we have to kill every Jewish person? Like, is that what you legitimately thought? I know there's generational trauma. I know that. Come on. I mean, I'm very familiar with Jewish history. I've talked about it quite a bit, especially because it's important to understand it, specifically when combating anti-Semitism, right? I've said time and time again, anti-Semitism is one of the greatest indications in the Western world, especially of someone who is a fascist, like Holocaust denial, Holocaust revisionism, and almost every single conspiracy in perpetuity always ends up looking for if you are anti-materialist, it always ends up looking for a perfect villain. And those villains are always Jewish people. Okay? It's at the heart of every fucking conspiracy. Bro, you go far enough in every conspiracy theory, you go far enough down the rabbit hole, you're going to arrive at Jews being responsible for it. Okay? It's always. Fucking flat earth conspiracy theories that are laughable and otherwise completely just unserious, not even problematic, really. If you go far enough in the flat earth conspiracy, NASA, Jews. Straight up, every time. So it's perfectly valid to be fearful. It's perfectly valid to have that fear, especially when anti-Semitism does increase in times like this, because of the fact that both bad faith actors who are anti-Semitic and also bad faith actors who are Jewish themselves or Christian themselves who happen to be Zionists, ultra-Zionists, tie Israel to the international Jewish community. You got fucking literally Nazis and Benjamin Netanyahu saying the same shit. Nazis are like, oh yeah, Jews control everything and all Jews are one-track minded and they love Israel and they love supporting Israel no matter what. And then you got Benjamin Netanyahu saying, all Jews love Israel. Israel is the Jewish land. It's the only way to fucking go about it. We got to do whatever we can. They're saying the same shit. So yeah, anti-Semitism does abso-fucking-lutely increase in times like this. And there are anti-Semites, both who don't have like a diligent anti-Zionist position or whatever, but are simply opportunists that try to get an in anti-Zionist protests. Okay, where is it? There's a Vice article that just came out on this as well. Not this one, but the other Vice article that just came out. Neo-Nazis are trying to infiltrate anti-Zionist protests. Okay, I'll show you this in a second. Hold on. But then there are also anti-Zionists who do have anti-Semitic sentiment. Both of these opinions must be squashed. Okay, anti-Semitism is never acceptable. It's never ever acceptable. Having said that, however, the notion that the broad movement for Palestinian emancipation is one born out of anti-Semitism is a disgusting strategy by the Israeli government and those who defend it. That's it. Absolutely zero people would call you Islamophobic if you criticized the Saudi government. Okay? You can criticize the Saudi government from an Islamophobic perspective. Many do. Someone tell Hassan I've been watching him for 4 years and wearing chains on stream is still not cool to do. Okay, Econ is never ethical. A name I haven't seen in this fucking goddamn chat in years. Anyway, however, another dangerous bigotry born out of racialized hatred also grows in times like this, and that is, of course, Islamophobia. Okay? That's it. And Islamophobia is not punished in the way that anti-Semitism is punished. It certainly is not. Okay? If you come in here and tell me it's punished, you're out of your fucking mind. Most people don't even recognize they're engaging in it. That's how baked into our identity it is. Okay? Woo. There is no college campus doxing project for Islamophobes in the same way that it's like it operates for anti-Semitic sentiment, or, and I'll take it one step further, those who are not anti-Semitic but anti-Zionist, because anti-Semitism is very real. However, there are organizations out there who absolutely weaponize a very real bigotry that does harm Jewish people at the behest of the Israeli state. And it's fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Come on. Come on now. Review some Dr. Norman Finkelstein, please. After hiding from Nazis at Meghan McCain's for 30 minutes, over here, come take me, please. Anyway, let's finish this video real quick, and then we'll talk about Meghan McCain in a second.
That another Holocaust is going to happen. Jewish people right now are asking if we're not safe in public or on campuses, at some point are we not going to be safe in our own homes? Jewish people are looking around right now wondering if our non-Jewish friends and neighbors would take us in if we were unsafe. We're wondering right now that if the families we grew up with that are non-Jewish in our neighborhoods would take us in or turn their backs on us. So when you see this image and wonder what it means, I am asking you, would you hide me?
Like, there are valid parts of like intergenerational trauma here, okay? And then there is this kind of sentiment that you're expressing at a time when like it's what you're saying and who you're saying it against that makes me feel like makes me feel like you're, doing this deliberately. It's just like, who doesn't feel safe in their fucking homes? Palestinians who don't even have a fucking home. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Palestinians in the West Bank, Palestinians in Gaza. Those are people dying right now, I feel as though, I don't know. I feel like it's a disservice to the memory of the atrocities committed against Jewish people during the Holocaust and even before, to just like invoke it in this way at a time when it is pretty clear who's dishing out the pain. And it is additionally ridiculous when you consider that the person dishing out the pain, or the people dishing out the pain, are not Jews. It's a totally whole ass different government. Like, so why do you take on that injustice and ride for it? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Yes, I did, Julian. Haas, big man. Have you gotten to the Bassem Youssef stuff yet, chat? I did. I watched it earlier. Here is Eli Valley, who's goated. He's a wonderful artist, shitting on Meghan McCain all the way back in 2019. Here's Meghan McCain, Shabbat Shalom, he says. Now, his art is, his art style is very specific. Like, he does this on purpose. He's Jewish himself, and his art style resembles the look of like anti-Semitic drawings on purpose. Like, it's like supposed to be like anti-Semitic propaganda. Like, it's supposed to be Nazi style, But here she is making fun of one of my favorite psychopathic Christian Zionists. The thing she said about the Holy Land, that refugee girl wants to exterminate us Jews. Okay? This was, of course, when Meghan McCain was like ruthlessly screeching about fucking Ilhan Omar, I believe. Okay? The Matis Yahoo. Anyway. Apparently Meghan McCain called Eli anti-Semitic for this, which is now something that you've probably heard a lot more recently. He posted about it recently. Yeah, a lot more. Just a reminder, this hideous cartoon went viral 4 years ago in response to my warning and sharing alarm at the rise of anti-Semitism 4 years ago. And then she deleted it. It's so funny that at the time she was trying to say that a Jewish man who makes a lot of anti-Zionist cartoons was anti-Semitic for criticizing a Christian Zionist. Yes, Mango JPEG, you are correct. There is nothing more reflective of the current state of pro-Israel rhetoric than a Christian Zionist consistently calling a Jewish man anti-Semitic. It is happening all the time. Richie Torres did it. Like, this is an internal force within the American Jewish community. This is something that isn't new to many anti-Zionist American Jews. If you know any anti-Zionist American Jews, they will tell you they've always been called bad Jews over and over again. It's just like a historic thing. But at least in my lifetime, I had never seen the gall, the audacity of Christian Zionists with so much glee taking on this mantle and being like, you're a bad Jew. You don't fucking know what you're talking about. You're fucking anti-Semitic. Yeah, the caucasity of the Christian Zionist to claim what it means to be Jewish, to claim that they understand it better than a Jewish anti-Zionist does. That's crazy, dog. The fuck you mean? What are you saying? Like, who the fuck? What? That's nuts. Yeah, they're out here calling rabbis anti-Semitic. It's over. It's Jover. Can you explain this not being a religious war? Because I hear this all the time. They say BB is a devout Jew, yada, yada, because it also helps negate that criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitism. I'm also confused the Jews versus Zionism definition because they say it's the same, which makes no sense. No, this is not a religious war, dude. It's about fucking land, okay? It's ridiculous. Religion is simply a justification that people have used time and time again to claim that, like, there is a real... Dude, don't fucking send me Ryan Dawson. What the fuck? Bro, these are like Nazis, man. A lot of you motherfuckers literally don't realize, like, you see something, okay? You see someone post some shit and you don't even realize, like, who the fuck's posting it. And you just, like, go along with it. What the fuck's wrong with you? I know, there's a lot of, like, random fucking Nazi figureheads on Twitter because of Apartheid Boy, okay? Allowing all Nazis to come back on fucking Twitter because Chad agrees with them. No, the video that the video that he sent is like not a video that has anything to do with like the dude being a fucking Nazi. It's like that one Marine guy, the one former Marine guy, Luke Cage or whatever. He's like literally a fucking white supremacist, anti-Semite. Yeah, if only there was a way to fucking, I don't know, not unban the fucking white supremacist neo-Nazi anti-Semites, but oh, we can't do that. We gotta have free speech for those guys. Not Marvel, man. Lucas Cage or something. What's his fucking name? I don't know. The political cartoonist attacked by Chelsea Clinton and Meghan McCain.
My name is Ellie Valley, and I'm a political satirical comic artist. My art of Trump, it sort of evolved, sort of like the flesh, you know, consuming itself and sort of like metastasizing upon itself. It's sort of, to me, a visual representation of his relationship to truth. I think that Jews, because of our collective historical memory, because of our experience, and because of our tradition, are uniquely positioned to be witness. They're a really great Yiddish cartoonists, if you want to see.
Like, I'm sorry. There's nothing funnier to me. There's nothing funnier to me than Meghan McCain being like, I'm a rugged Zionist, so I'm more Jewish than you. To like Ellie Valley, dude. What the fuck?
Classic comic on showing Jewish sweatshop owners as Pharaoh. It's nice for the Passover holiday coming up. I learned a lot from just looking at these images. I actually wanted to move beyond politics and, you know, start doing more maybe memoir type stuff, but then Trump came along. I want my comics to be a testament to the horror that is happening because the news cycle has become so accelerated. I prefer to do like single panels now, more postcards from dystopia.
I'm astonished and distressed by the anti-Semitism I've seen proliferating on the left. Adolf Hitler. Oh, it's so good.
I don't even consider my comics to be funny at this point. They're just like snapshots. All of them engender a certain amount of backlash by people who are either in the Trump cult or don't like the vulgar form of my comics. I guess the Meghan McCain one got a lot of backlash. Meghan McCain was attacking Ilhan Omar for comments that Omar had made about monolithic support for Israel and AIPAC.
What Ilhan Omar is saying is very scary to me, and it's very scary to a lot of people, and I don't think you have to be Jewish to recognize that.
So she clearly...
Bro, she was crying. She was crying because Ilhan Omar correctly said AIPAC has incredible influence in American Congress, sorry. That's so funny, man. It's just like, it doesn't get better than that. You know what I mean? It doesn't get fucking better than that, dude. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Absolutely unimaginable, dude. Except I can't imagine it. It happens all the fucking time.
I really didn't understand the comic. She called it anti-Semitic. She said it was the most anti-Semitic thing she'd ever seen, which, you know, I joke that she obviously was in a coma during Charlottesville and Pittsburgh, you know. I did one comic called The Ilhan We'd Accept. You know, she starts off by saying things that she didn't say, by the way, but saying something like, you know, Jews are greedy, money-grubbing, villainous creatures. And then you look at the bottom quote, and it's like, who were given the entire land of Israel from the river to the sea by Jesus, hallelujah. And basically evangelical Christians, which we accept their anti-Semitism because they're pro-Israel.
Yep.
Trump, he's increasingly saying that the Democrats are anti-Semites, when in fact, Trump incited the most horrific pogrom in our history. So I drew him with an assault rifle outside the Tree of Life synagogue. And then one comic in which, you know, Trump, he has a swastika on his arm and Netanyahu is in the air hugging him. Netanyahu has made alliances with movements that have historically sought the extermination of the world's Jews. And this is Netanyahu's BFFs. I did one in which Nazis are about to shoot a...
Did you hear? A leftist made a remark that could possibly in certain contexts overlap with the vernacular of anti-Semitism. Are you serious? That is a moral outrage. When will the bird learn?
Jew in the head, and they say, wait, hold on. There's some reports that someone on the left made a remark that could possibly, in certain circumstances, overlap with the vernacular of anti-Semitism, And even the Jews saying, this is an outrage. But it's sort of putting this slightly distorted, or maybe even very distorted, mirror up to reality to show the preposterousness of trying to both.
By the way, what's crazy about this? By the way, it was crazy about that is like, dude, that's literally what is going on right now in the German police force. There are Jews leading protests of Palestinian emancipation. What an incredible shield the Israel lobby enjoys by perfectly mirroring an offensive Jewish stereotype of shadily controlling politics. I mean, it's just like, it's just every fucking foreign country does this, okay? Every foreign country does this. Like, they all do it. It's just that with Israel, it aligns so perfectly with our interest. So they get to do it way more, okay? They get to do it way more aggressively. And then they can fucking turn around and be like, oh, dude, if you... excuse me, you mean to tell me that our outsized influence that is like allowed 36 states to literally fucking write legislation that we wrote at the behest of Israel that makes it so that you can't fucking boycott Israel? Ha! I can't believe you're saying that. That's so anti-Semitic. It's like, but you did that. But you did that. That's insane. It's insane.
Slightly distorted, or maybe even very distorted, mirror up to reality to show the preposterousness of trying to both sides what's going on. My comics are not intended to convince the other side. Some people think, shouldn't your comics be an argument? What my comics are trying to do is galvanize our side and to remind our side we are not the evil ones. And also to, say fuck you to the other side.
Blink twice if you're stuck in a time loop. I am. I'm so stuck that I forgot that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime. That's how stuck in a time loop I am. But if you want to get out of that time loop of not seeing the ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe or get gifted a sub. There's a 3-minute ad break now. This is something Ellie drew. I think this was during the protest. Y'all hurry up. I'm late for the Democracy March in Tel Aviv. The IDF soldiers fucking... excitedly hurrying another pogrom happening in the West Bank, in Jenin specifically, before they go to the democracy protest, which was, of course, this was literally what was going on. And at the time, many people, myself included, made this criticism that like Israel does not recognize that a big part of the reason as to why this is happening, and a big part of the reason as to why like incredibly far-right forces have been able to take over the government and like implement domestic policy and change domestic policy in a way that is like incredibly religious, that marginalizes secular Jews and takes away some of their treats, is a consequence of the maintenance of the apartheid regime. Like your hatred for Palestinians, or the fears, the unfounded fears you have of the Palestinians, is the reason why more and more right-wing forces are able to take control. And yes, I used treats, okay? Because, let me tell you why I said treats. Civil society, or rather civil liberties, are never treats, except for when you have an apartheid state. Do you understand? Because if right over the fucking border wall you have... Look at the cam, please. What? Why are people saying dumb shit in the chat? If right over that fucking border wall you have people that you are destroying, okay, and you do not think about them, then yes, in that process, like fighting for gay rights does come across as marginal. This is why I say Palestinians can't fight for gay rights, because they are fighting to survive right now. Why does the audio sound bad? There's always one guy that comes in here and is just like, the audio sounds bad. And then it just like bricks my stream.
I'm also upset that since October the 7th, the focus at the moment is on the other side. People are trying to suggest that there is some sort of moral equivalence. There is no moral equivalence. We are not the victims. Sorry, we are the victims.
Bro, what's happening? Everybody's slipping up today. What's going on? This is the...
We are not the aggressor. Sorry.
Everybody's slipping up today. Ambassador of Israel to Australia. Serious question. Is this getting tiring? How have you been doing this without a mental breakdown? Brothers and sisters, okay? My mental sanity is secondary in this situation. I sit in a fucking comfortable house, okay? I'm surrounded by my loved ones. I have amenities that no Palestinian has in the fucking world, okay? It's just like the way I think about it is just like it's nothing. Like my situation is so good. My situation is so fucking good. And the death and destruction that I see every fucking day on my timeline is so horrifying that I feel like I feel like it's ridiculous. Like, that's part of the reason why I get so mad when I see those posts about people being like, I'm terrified for my life right now, that, like, you know, Hamas is going to come kill me or some shit, right? Like, when people say that in America, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, the fuck are you saying? Living in a fucking gated community in Hollywood, you know what I mean? I get fucking death threats every goddamn day. And I have for 10 fucking years, mostly by anti-Semites, as a matter of fact. And it's like, as someone who is the recipient of a tremendous amount of, like, doxing operations, swatting operations, and fucking death threats in general, and cyber stalking all the fucking time, it's just like, why? You're not Jew? Yeah, dude. I wonder why anti-Semitic neo-Nazis would hate someone like myself. You know what I mean? I wonder, let's think about it real quick. First of all, brother, my name is Hasan. I'm white as fuck, but, like, that's, you know, right off the bat, something that a lot of people end up forgetting is that the same forces that fucking are leading in the cause of anti-Semitism in this country also aren't exactly too fond of motherfuckers named Hasan, okay? But that's not the real reason, okay? The real reason is because I am an avowed anti-Nazi who shits on anti-Semites on a regular fucking basis. Anyway, I typed this, but I don't think it went through. I commented on you saying that this is not a religious war, but it's hard to not see religion as a reason of this genocide when Netanyahu brings up the prophecy of Isaiah. While I agree with you that this genocide is about land, religion is a part of it. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, not even a little bit, okay? Not even a little bit. The IDF is an incredibly secular force. The people of Israel that are 83% in line with not caring or considering Palestinian lives in this military operation, which I call ethnic cleansing, are also 80% secular. Religion is just a tool to, you know, add additional seasoning on top of your endless conquest for land. Oh, this land was given to us by God. Let me tell you, the idea that this land was given to the Jews by God is completely and utterly ahistorical nonsense. It is myth-making that the very same Zionist founding fathers did not even fucking believe in personally, but thought would be a good way to mobilize Jews all around the fucking world. That's it. Yeah, Bush said God told him to invade Iraq. Do I think that it was a religious war? Fuck no. There were generals that literally said that this was a holy Christian conquest and that we must bathe our bullets with pig blood when we kill the Muslim scourge. Did I think that it was a religious conquest then? No, it's for material reasons, okay? The same principle exists on the other side too. When someone wages war, for example, when someone engages in the act of suicide, many of you probably don't know this because you're American or you're in the West, but under Islam, suicide is the worst sin, okay? It is the worst sin. Not like a religious justification for suicide bombings. There is none. It's a relatively new interpretation. The biggest haram thing that you could do. Why does Hasan only come at this from the Palestinian side? Very unfortunate, says Iron Boot Live. I wonder why I look at an apartheid state and analyze it from the perspective of those who are living under the apartheid state. I mean, I look at the Jewish side and I look at the Israeli side and I talk about everything, okay? I talk about Jews in America. I just talked about Jews in America and Zionist Christians in America, Zionist Jews in America, and anti-Zionist Jews in America. Just now. Was that only the Palestinian side? No. I talk about the Israeli perspective as well. You probably missed it, Or maybe you don't like it. Calling it an apartheid is not exactly factual, especially if they're separate states. Yes, you are no different than a denier of other atrocities. You're engaging in genocide denial at this point. When you say calling it an apartheid is not exactly factual, you do not find yourself against some dumb fucking himbo Twitch streamer. You find yourself at odds with the Human Rights Watch. You find yourself at odds with Amnesty International. You find yourself at odds with Holocaust and genocide scholars. You find yourself at odds with historians. You find yourself at odds with the UN. You find yourself at odds. Big up Israel boys laters. Okay, got it. He did it. He came in, said calling it an apartheid is not exactly factual, and fucked off. It's an apartheid as it stands in the West Bank. It's ethnic cleansing in Gaza, inside of a open air prison at concentration camps. You're also at odds with people who have fought and won against their own apartheid conditions, like Nelson Mandela. You will not be looked at fondly. Israeli historian Inam Pape on Gaza war hostages and the context behind the current violence.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
We'll do this in a second. There's other stuff that I wanted to watch. Here it is by Evan Hill. The Post determined that the scale of the damage in Jabalia spanned roughly 50,000 square feet, nearly the size of a football field. And that strike toppled or scarred more than a dozen buildings. The entire area was wiped out, Kamal Massoud said. More than 110 people were killed and hundreds more wounded in the attack, according to doctors at 2 nearby hospitals, in what appeared to be the deadliest aerial assault by Israel since the war began. The final toll was unclear because the victims were trapped under the rubble. I am reminded of what George W. Bush said in 2002 when Israel struck a refugee camp and killed 14 people to hit a military commander, they said, a high priority target. At that point, that was considered to be a reprehensible war crime. Hundreds now have been ruthlessly slaughtered in a refugee camp. And for those of you who don't know, not all refugee camps are just tent cities, okay? When you are a refugee, a multi-generational refugee, an internal refugee, your refugee camps will inevitably have concrete, okay? Not the most reliable infrastructure, but concrete nonetheless. I know that a lot of people living in fucking Idaho looked at that and thought it was an own because it wasn't a fucking tent that was bombed. It was actually concrete that turned to rubble. I mean, how gross. Yeah. It's fucking so disgusting. Yeah.
This is Democracy Now!
Craig Mokhiber, who literally worked worked with Palestinians in the UN, one of the top UN officials, resigned yesterday. And in his resignation letter, he denounced the Israeli assault on Gaza and said that it was a genocide. And he said he felt powerless.
Textbook case of genocide unfolding in Gaza. Craig Mokhiber is a longtime international human rights lawyer who served as director of the New York office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. He'd worked at the United Nations since 1992 and lived in Gaza in the 1990s. In a letter addressed to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, Craig Mokhiber wrote, "In Gaza, civilian homes, schools, churches, mosques, and medical institutions are wantonly attacked as thousands of civilians are massacred. In the West Bank, including occupied Jerusalem, homes are seized and reassigned based entirely on race, and violent settler pogroms are accompanied by Israeli military units. Across the land, apartheid rules." Craig Mokhiber went on to write, "What's more, the governments of the United States, the United Kingdom, and much of Europe are wholly complicit in the horrific assault. Not only are these governments refusing to meet their
Yes, pogroms is the right way to say it.
treaty obligations to ensure respect for the Geneva Conventions, but they're in fact actively arming the assault, providing economic and intelligence support, and giving political and diplomatic cover for Israel's atrocities," unquote. On Tuesday, the UN released a statement about Mokhiber's resignation, saying, quote, "I can confirm he's retiring today." He informed the UN in March of his upcoming retirement, which takes effect tomorrow. The views in his letter made public today are his personal views. the UN said. Craig McIver joins us now in New York, the first day he's not working for the United Nations. Welcome to Democracy Now!
Thank you, Amy. Good to be here.
So talk about why you left.
Well, I originally registered my concern.
I think it's only fair at this point to hear any talking points or explanations from pro-Israel chatters until they condemn the bombing of the refugee camp. I mean, that's never going to happen. Also, I don't think we have any pro-Israel chatters at this point because I've probably banned most of them because they said like the most unhinged shit to me for the past fucking 3 weeks.
In writing to the High Commissioner in March, as you heard from that statement, in the wake of a wave of human rights violations on the West Bank, including the pogrom in Hawara at that time. And at that time, I complained really about what I saw as a trepidatious response by many in the United Nations and an effort to try to silence some of the human rights critique of UN officials, including myself. I admit to feeling a great deal of frustration, and at that moment indicating that I would be resigning from the UN effective this month. So, of course, the situation got much worse since then, which is why I was, particularly the events in Gaza, which is why I was compelled to write this latest letter to the High Commissioner to put on record my very serious concerns about how we were failing to address the unfolding events in the occupied territories.
What do you think the United Nations, the United States, the West, UK should be doing right now?
Well, I think there is an obligation on the part of all member states of the United Nations, including those states in the West, to respond in accordance with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. My central point in the most recent letter was that we had effectively left international law behind when the international community embraced the Oslo process, which sort of raised up notions of political expediency above the requirements of international law. And that was a real loss for human rights in Palestine. I think there is an obligation on the part of all states, not just to respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law, but under the Geneva Conventions to ensure respect. And it's clear that many states, including the United States itself, have are not only in breach of their obligation to ensure respect vis-a-vis those states over which they have influence, in this case Israel, but have been actively complicit, actively engaged in arming and diplomatic cover.
Yeah, speaking of which, Rashida Tlaib's censure vote from, famed anti-Semite MTG Marjorie Taylor Greene was defeated with at least 21 Republicans joining the Democrats in opposition to the measure. Yeah, the Jabalia, the Jabalia refugee camp was struck again and again, for the record. So something to consider. We're still receiving more casualties, including amputees and internal bleeding in the brain, Marwan Sultan told the Washington Post in a phone interview. There is no God, dude. There is no honor. There's no justice. There's nothing in the fucking world. Trudeau said ceasefire. No, they're saying humanitarian pauses so aid can be delivered. No, the cowardly leadership in the West can't even fucking call for a ceasefire. They keep saying humanitarian pauses. Wait until 10,000 more Palestinians are killed so that they can fucking say a humanitarian pause. They can upgrade a humanitarian pause to a fucking actual full-blown ceasefire. Yeah. Genocide, ? A minister in the Israeli government, Amichai Eliyahu, North Gaza, more beautiful than ever, blow up and flatten everything, delightful, adding, after we are done, we allocate the lands of Gaza to the soldiers fighting and the settlers who lived in Gush Katif. I love that, basically virtually every poll shows Israelis are just, fucking baying for blood by insane margins. There are so many fucking Israeli politicians who are directly saying, members of the Knesset, ministers in high-ranking positions, comms guys, openly saying, it's time to fucking do what we must do. Blood and soil, okay? Blood and soil. This is a living room for our people. We have a godly duty here to fucking ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians. And dumb motherfuckers in America still are it's complicated. It's complicated. Do these stupid fucks think nobody can translate Hebrew to English? No, they don't give a shit. I don't think you understand. Why would they? When will you see a CNN? Have you seen a single fucking mainstream media reporter report on the thousands of fucking comments that former and current Israeli officials have said about how they want to do an ethnic cleansing. The one time that they covered it was when Yoav Gallant, or I think that's his name, right? The defense minister actually said, we are killing human animals, and therefore we have to shut off their food, water, and electricity. They covered that, they reported it, and then no one since has talked about the fact that water, electricity, and food was shut off in a fucking medieval-style siege on a mostly civilian population. It's fucking unimaginable. Why the fuck would they? Why would they scale it back? What is this?
A large number. Let's show you these pictures at Liverpool Street Station. A large number, I have to say, I don't know how many, but thousands, in a sit-in at Liverpool Street Station. They're calling for a ceasefire, but many in the Jewish community, or the Jewish community maybe as a whole, feels very intimidated by this sort of crowd chanting ceasefire, or in other marches, Free Palestine. Do they go too far? Let's show you these pictures at Liverpool Street Station.
There's a lot of talk in Israel that if you haven't woken up or red-pilled after October 7, you're insane. More moderate views will have you ostracized right now, let alone arrested if you're Arab. Yeah, 100%. I mean, but the craziest part about it is that the Western media is also championing this perspective rather than fucking like looking at that and going, hey guys, something really devastating is happening in internal Israeli politics right now. Like, we have gotten to the final solution stage. Yes, Volodymyr Zelensky is one of the 10 anti-apartheid Israelis that exists in Israel proper currently. All 10 of them are in here. Bro, Israel is so fucking far right. Communist is like a slur. It's like worse than America, okay? With respect to like how anti-socialist and like how anti-fucking, like Bro, they expelled the one socialist Knesset member for literally saying identical things to the motherfucking Haaretz editorial board, okay? In the same way that the idea of foot soldiers coward, the idea of fighting people with guns instead of people in wheelchairs, the Israeli propagandists would absolutely fall apart without the concentrated efforts of the West to launder their rhetoric. I mean, yeah, if it wasn't for this level of support from the West, like, it wouldn't get this far. It would never get this far. There is 0% chance. Like, the West is also responsible, just as responsible as the Israeli government, for letting the Israeli government behave like this for so long without any kind of fucking, like, any kind of temperament, any kind of attachment to, like, the unconditional aid that Israel receives. It's fucking nuts. Not true. They still have the Maki, Marxist-Leninist Party, with 3 seats in the Knesset, so technically still not as bad as America in terms of ML reps and politics, not the violent genocide, but we're not far behind there either. Okay. There are more open socialists in positions of power, technically, but their perspective is not represented across the board in the Israeli population. And the sum total is literally, like I said, like in the Knesset, it's marginal. But then also on top of that, within the population, it's even more disproportionate. Absolutely disempowered party that gets suspended for saying anything pro-Palestinian. I mean, yeah, like, and this is, of course... Like, the thing is, this is born out of the internal messaging that you have to consistently pump if you want to maintain an apartheid structure. Because guess what? As I've said time and time again, people don't want to be violent. It is not in our inherent nature, no matter how hard some fucking freaks try to claim it is. People want to live in peace, okay? That's our natural position, is collective action, working alongside one another, not fucking being at each other's throats and killing each other, okay? So you have to do everything you can to condition your population over and over and over again into despising your enemies. That's why dehumanizing rhetoric is so fucking devastating, because the reality is, without that, very difficult. It's very difficult to get people to just like fucking despise someone that looks identical to them, especially. People love to say that tribalism is inherent. Tribalism is inherent. It's not. It's not a natural disposition that we have at all. I mean, the greatest example I can give you, is the reality of Europe, the contemporary reality of Europe, European Union, open borders, free travel, you can go from place to place with ease. Those fucking Angloids and those fucking barbarians have been at each other's throats. Those cousin fuckers have been killing one another mercilessly, ruthlessly slaughtering one another for a significantly longer time than they have collaborated. But right now, you can't even fucking think like of a universe where they would be at each other's throats in a similar fashion. Dude, World War II. Think about fucking World War II. Like, that shit wasn't that long ago. You look at Germany now, you're like, oh, this is crazy. Well, not right now, because right now Germany is pretty fucking getting real fascist with it, but come on. Defense minister is in a huge fight with Ben-Gvir right now and Smotrich about funding the Palestinian Authority, Fatah. Yeah, because, oh God, I talked about this before. Donald Trump made it illegal to fund the Palestinian Authority and to give aid to Gaza, okay? You know who was the biggest critic of that move? I talked about this like early on, a couple weeks ago, so you might have forgotten. It was Israel. You know why they were the biggest critic? Because they also, at a certain point, recognize that if they don't get this fucking aid, it is going to be a ground for radicalization, that it's going to create a security threat. So while the defense minister is a psychotic racist piece of shit who has literally said we're fighting human animals, he also still recognizes the self-interest of like ensuring that Palestinians get some kind of support so they don't go too far. Because the reality is you cannot back an animal into a corner and have them recognize. If you push a dog into a corner, at a certain point, they're going to bite back. And the same goes for humans too. You can't starve them so much that they recognize that they're being starved. You have to put them on a diet, like Israeli officials have said in the past about Gaza, so much so that they still have food, but not so much that it's plentiful and they're strong. Enough food that they're still weak, but not so little that they recognize they're being starved. Not a song calling the Palestinians dogs? Man, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean. Stupid. Yeah, dude. I famously am in the business of dehumanizing Palestinians. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking. I saw people saying it could be an IED or a VBIED, but why the fuck is he doing a U-turn then? Any more attentive chatters? Yeah, it's a lie, dude. What are you fucking... You think every goddamn stupid moron that comes up with a fucking another reason why Israel is engaging in ethnic cleansing in this time around is different? No. It's just... Guys, you have to understand. It's bullshit, okay? That tank shot that fucking car... which one of the people survived, by the way. The lady in the car survived. They are, yeah, a fucking vehicular, what is it, VBEID? Like, a vehicle IED driver is not going to fucking drive away from a tank. They're going to drive towards the tank. It's just so stupid. VBIED, yes. A lot of people want me to watch Rathbone's response. So if you have it, I'll watch it. Minneapolis, Biden calls for humanitarian pause in Israel-Hamas war. Time to get prisoners out. Still calling it Israel-Hamas war, man. Vehicular-borne IED, thank you. Israel announced on Sunday that 12 licenses have been awarded to 6 companies, including British multinational oil and gas firm BP, PLC, and Italian energy ENI, to explore and discover additional offshore natural gas fields. What the fuck? BP, ENI, Ratio Energies, Dana Petroleum, Newman Strategy, State Oil Company of Azerbaijan Republic. Oh, nice. I wonder who else would lay claim to those shores. Maybe, potentially. I mean, I don't know where it is, so. The discoveries will strengthen Israel's energy security, international ties, lower the cost of living, and provide energy support to accelerate the transition of the economy to renewable energies. All right, send me the fucking link to the Rathbone thing. But send it. But you have to be a subscriber to be able to send it to me. You can't. If you send it to me and you're not a subscriber, you'll get stopped. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and subscribers get some benefits. One of that is being able to send links. Another benefit is avoiding the ads at the top of the hour, sometimes coming at 4:50. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Raid Gaza and kill Palestinians. For no reason, they're just raiding Gaza, just for fun. Just raid Gaza. To do what exactly? To steal their nothing?
Gee, you know, I really wonder what could be the overall goal of raiding the Gaza Strip periodically over time. Surely the answer just evades me. It's such a mystery. I'm sure it has nothing to do with Israeli finance minister and self-described fascist homophobe Bezalel Smotrich donning a map of Greater Israel at a press conference.
What would the raid entail? What would be the purpose of such a raid? Can you explain?
Happy to explain, but I can just let Israeli government officials do it for me. The purpose of operations like Cast Lead and Protective Edge are part of what former military commander and Prime Minister Ariel Sharon called Israel's main weapon, its deterrence capacity. It's a direct quote. Israel's deterrence strategy, spelled out formally by the IDF in what they refer to as their Dahia Doctrine, which I encourage people to research, centered on waging preemptive asymmetrical warfare against a civilian population and its infrastructure in order to instill fear in Israel's rivals within the region. In 2006, before these three operations that I cited in my previous video, although there are many others, two important things happened. One, Israel lost a war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Facing humiliation, the IDF, in accordance with their Dahia Doctrine, once again needed a punching bag to remind everyone within the region that Israel was not to be messed with. And predictably, they turned to defenseless Gaza. As one former Israeli foreign minister put it, Israel's real foe is not Hamas, it is the memory of 2006. Or, as other Israeli government officials put it at the time, Gaza is to Lebanon what a second sitting for an exam is to the first. A second chance to get it right. The second important thing that happened in 2006 was that Hamas did what the US had been urging it to do. It participated in an election. Hamas just made one grave mistake. It actually won the election in what President Jimmy Carter, who was there at the time, described as a completely fair and honest election. That's a direct quote. And the international community...
This part is 100% facts. I mean, this guy is cooking pretty fucking hard. Yeah. So there were obviously other considerations, the other reasons, like the secular groups had urged George GWB to not fucking hold this election, but they didn't listen. And they were like, no, don't worry. You guys will win. And then they were spread out, and some of the secular vote was split between multiple groups, whereas Hamas would end up winning. Hamas also ran an anti-corruption campaign. So, you know, there was that aspect of it.
Aside from the United States and Israel, of course, agreed. This was, of course, unacceptable to the United States and Israel. Why? Because Israel and the United States could not afford having Hamas look as if it is a legitimate democratic governing body. Hamas had also signaled that it was in support of the world consensus, implementing a two-state solution. Of course, the only countries that are...
Which, by the way, Hamas's position has changed. But also on top of that, like people always use the 1988 charter. They've tried to legitimize themselves while still maintaining the position that they will engage in violent action against Israel in retaliation to curb what they deem is unjustifiable actions against Palestinians in the West Bank. HasanAbi defending Hamas just like Big GW? No, fuck no, of course not. Suck my dick. You just got unbanned, you fucking idiot. You got unbanned after literally being banned for years. For fucking years, dipshit. Are you trying to get banned again? Okay, let's see. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. It's so frustrating. I'm starting to get fucking sick of the HasanAbi shit, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ. I can't even fucking... Everywhere I go...
that are against a two-state solution in the world are Israel and the United States. So, in order to oust Hamas as the governing body in Palestine, Israel, along with the United States, planned a military coup against the government. Hamas sniffed it out and stopped it. After Hamas successfully warded off the coup, Israel began planning its Operation Cast Lead, which was, as the UN's fact-finding investigative report concluded in 2009, designed to humiliate, punish, and terrorize the civilian population in order to break their support for Hamas and fracture Gaza once again.
Yep. He is, wow, fucking all facts. This dude is great. Holy shit. This dude is a swagged out white boy. Through and through. Holy moly. I'm legitimately shocked, especially because like there's a lot of dumb shit on TikTok, okay? There's a lot of stupid shit on TikTok, I did not expect someone to be this well read. That's pretty cool. Is there a part 2?
Yeah, let's go back to 1967 when Israel started.
Wait. Oh, he put my fucking React
let's see
video
what
too.
Rathbone had to say.
Actually, Hamas started this whole thing. Remember October 7th? Actually, that's wrong. Before.
All right. Well, we already watched that. Well, or rather, we already lived it.
Yeah, let's go back to 1967 when Israel started a preemptive war.
Egypt was mobilizing its air force.
Syria. Yes, Egypt mobilized its military within its borders, which last time I checked is not a violation of international law. But do you know what is a violation of international law? Firing first strike missiles.
Blowing up their fucking Air Force because you felt like it. 90% of them.
Into Egypt from Israel. That's why I said Israel started a preemptive war against Egypt. You can read a book on this matter, or you could simply just go to the Wikipedia page to find the most basic information, such as who started the war in 1967. And back up for a second. Do you even know why Egypt mobilized its military in the Sinai? Because a month earlier, in May 1967, before the war broke out, Israel threatened Syria and made plans to attack. Legally occupied the Gaza Strip and the West Bank in what has been formally condemned ever since 1967 as an illegal occupation in violation of international law, unilaterally condemned by the world court.
About the world.
Dude, this was my favorite part. He's just so, like, he did not have to post this TikTok, man. Ben, you could have found any number of other TikToks. Why did you post this motherfucker's TikTok? He just destroyed you. Wrong! Who gives a shit about international courts? It's like, yeah, dude, you are really the fucking arbiter of truth and justice when you literally look at one of the most toothless institutions that simply symbolically will tell you when you're wrong without any sort of real backing behind it since World War II. So, like, it's wild. It's wild when it's the same energy, and I said this when I was watching the video the first time, it's the same energy as, like, the Israeli account shitting, like, quote tweeting the fucking Geneva Convention or the UN account being like, war crimes are needed. It's like, come on, dude. The fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? This is why it's funny. Yo, what the fuck? Not fun fact. Ben Gvir stole Yitzhak Rabin's Cadillac hood ornament before he was assassinated. Strangest find of the day. Yeah, he did. I mean, we're in here for the past 3 weeks. I've talked about this quite a bit. He said, today we get his car. Tomorrow we get him. So, yeah, I mean, they make no mistake. Both Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party and also Ben Gvir, Itamar Ben Gvir, were very openly calling for the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, and so much so that the Israeli government had to tell Benny boy, okay, to fucking tone it down because Rabin was getting a shit ton of assassination threats, like death threats, credible death threats. and Benjamin Netanyahu was like, no. And then after he died, the most, like, out of control, disgusting thing, Bibi Netanyahu in the most Philadelphia way turned around and said, I hate that he died and he was martyred because I was going to beat his ass in the election anyway, which was true. But it's like a fucking gross thing to say about a dude who was assassinated. Okay? Go Birds.
World Court.
Nobody gives a shit about the World Court is what he just said. This man is completely off the rails in his rapacious defense of the current bloodletting in Gaza. This is actually a very revealing moment for Ben. The World Court, aka the International Court of Justice, is an arm of the United Nations. The United Nations is largely a creation of the United States. It is certainly controlled by the United States. No institution is more sympathetic, cowering, absolving of Israel and the United States than the United Nations. That is why some in the media expressed shock last week when they heard the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres cast the slightest bit of shade to Israel when he said,
"It is important to also recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation."
Crazy. It's crazy to me, dog. I can't believe every single motherfucker is now. There's two reasons why this is crazy. Okay. One, it's crazy because holy shit, it took 56 years for these fucking assholes. Okay. I mean, I guess like the UN always is been critical of Israel. It's just like doesn't even really matter. But I do feel like the dam is breaking a little bit. In all of the past 10 years that I've been advocating for Palestinians, I've never seen this many like powerful people in positions of power genuinely openly state what is going on and even take steps to just like leave their fucking jobs in protest, to be like, this is unacceptable. Like, I recognize my powerlessness in the face of like America's State Department interests, but I just simply want to wash my hands of it. You know what I mean? Like, if I can't do anything about it, at least like I don't want to, my name should not appear next to these fucking animals in the history books. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's going on. It's really, really, that part is actually at least a little bit different than like what you normally see. Not that it fucking matters, because the media is still absolutely full-throating, just throat-goading, unimaginably throat-goading Israel as best as they can. Like, they still almost exclusively have like IDF people on whose entire job is to literally speak to an English-speaking audience and tell them that like, no, this has to happen, right? No, Palestinian children have to die. I'm sorry. They have to die. And watch Aussie Journal let Israel ex-prime minister say insane things to deny genocide. Oh yeah, I wanted to fucking watch this as well. But it's still happening. It's still happening in the Western media. But having said that, that sort of stuff never happened even back in 2018 during the March of Return. Yeah, like think about the hubris, like the arrogance in 2018 when Benjamin Netanyahu could go on American TV and say that all of the fucking children and all the fucking medics and all the pregnant lady, people in wheelchairs, like everyone that the IDF personally sniped, knowing full well that they were sniping them, right? On their peaceful demonstration at that Gaza border wall, Benjamin Netanyahu had the audacity to go on American television and say these are telegenically dead babies, okay? Palestine has telegenically dead babies. That's what he said. Think about that, the gall. And nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. People were like, yeah, that's right, I guess. I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Not trying to sound annoying, but I'm a normie. Is there any days where you don't watch the news and just watch regular stuff? I apologize. This is like an issue that I'm very passionate about. So for the past week, for the past 3 weeks, I haven't stopped with my coverage. Eventually, I will try to get the greener pastures. I want to, but it is hard when, you know, you hear about doctors having to perform C-sections without anesthetics, doctors having to perform surgeries on children without anesthetics. Like, this is, you know, there's an active genocide going on. It's just, I'm entirely too stubborn to stop constantly and consistently talking about it, especially as there's new developments, because I want people to know, I want people to learn, I want people to know what to say to others, especially when the overwhelming mainstream media. Chatter doesn't realize that in May 2021, you covered Palestine for a whole week too. Yeah. But back then it was incredibly violent, but it was not as violent. It has never been as violent. So on the one hand, I for my own mental sanity, I want to move away from this stuff. But on the other hand, it's just like I go to sleep and I wake up in the middle of the night and I fucking check Twitter to see if there's any new updates. It's like there's just children being ruthlessly slaughtered every single moment. There's a new kid being killed every 10 fucking minutes in Gaza right now. It's impossible for me to look away from that. You know? It's hard. Anyway, let's continue.
They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlements and plagued by violence, their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. Their hopes for a political solution to their plight have been vanishing.
You mean organizations staffed by people who hate Israel and the UN and the Red Cross?
It is truly wild to hear such a pro-capitalist Western neoliberal decry the very global institutions which have been brought to us by Western capitalism.
And like literally designed Israel, you know what I mean? And like defended Israel in its inception. One thing that I will say is there are the violence and the structural violence of poverty is endless under a capitalist organization of the economy. but even liberals find it distasteful to enact violent action on racial and ethnic boundaries. This is why the apartheid is unjustifiable, but the current conditions in South Africa, which resemble an apartheid, not as aggressive, not as awful, but the material conditions still resemble the historic atrocities of apartheid South Africa, are seen as permissible, right? Because you can turn a blind eye to that kind of violence as long as it's being doled out as class violence. Liberal capitalists will be fine with class violence, but some liberal capitalists cannot also on top of that allow violence to happen on the basis of ethnicity. Most people recognize that that's like fucked up. That's not appropriate. Israel's gone way too far.
And who serve the interests of Western capitalism. But just as a democratic government, corrupt as it is, still remains the one political avenue by which people can have agency over their lives, so does the UN remain the one political avenue by which countries can have their voices heard and a world consensus be formulated. In other words, there's much obviously wrong with the UN, but I don't think that the principles expressed in the articles of its charter are necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a good thing that we have international laws and diplomatic mechanisms in place to resolve conflicts between countries, to prevent war crimes. Ben's obvious disdain for international laws, standards, and practices reveals to me what is commonly understood as American exceptionalism. Rules for thee, not for me. The United States gives orders, it is under no obligation to follow them.
Geneva Conventions.
Scoffing at the Geneva Conventions is truly wild, if for no other reason than for the simple fact that it was expressly created in the wake of World War II, primarily forged by the United States, in order to prevent another mass atrocity like the Holocaust.
Yeah, let's go back to 19...
Yeah. Shitting on the Geneva Conventions is wild, you know what I mean? A bird is very close to flying out of homie's hair. Yeah, his hair is crazy. I mean, the reality is that the Geneva Suggestions, of course, are created with the express purpose of, like, America using it against its foreign adversaries. What is this?
You put over 1 million kids in a concentration camp? Hey, comparing anything to the Holocaust is denying the Holocaust. Nothing compares to the Holocaust. Okay, well, on October 7th, Hamas is trying to exterminate us. It's like the Holocaust all over again. But you just said, we must protect ourselves. We are the victims here. You proclaiming virginal innocence and equating yourself to be the same as the victims of the Holocaust, while you indiscriminately and systematically genocide people who have been living in what has been likened to an open-air concentration camp. And furthermore, the fact that you've been doing this for decades is in and of itself a denial of the Holocaust. Hamas targeted civilians. Israel is targeting civilians right now. No, Israel is at war. Well, if that's the case...
Yeah, there's no standard. Once you recognize that the standard is Palestinians are not human and Israelis are human, then you understand this double standard.
Then Israel is committing war crimes. Under the principle of the international humanitarian law and summarily expressed by Israeli scholar and former president of Tel Aviv University, Yoram Dinstein, there is no genuine difference between a premeditated attack and a reckless disregard for the principle of distinction. What's the principle of distinction? Parties to an armed conflict must at all times distinguish between civilians and combatants, and between civilian objects and military objectives.
By the way, this is the reason why October 7, in my opinion, was unjustifiable and also inherently violent and was a slaughter. Like that's it. It's the same thing that I've said before. It's just like when you target a force and you engage in violent actions against civilians, it's just like, yeah, it's over. It's a war crime. Like,
you put over 1 million kids.
Except, of course, Israel is the king at war crimes. So, speaking of October 7th and the dual interest inside of Hamas, the conflict brewing inside of Hamas, let's take a look at that. Here's Ryan Grimm, who said some interesting things. He said, Hamas says it didn't want to harm civilians, suggesting they were surprised by the music festival. But if that's true, they could turn over the perpetrators of that massacre and release those civilian hostages. Of course, that's not the case. They're saying that they wanted to get hostages They're just not. They were completely oblivious to how many hostages they'd be able to get.
إسرائيل دولة لا مقام لها على أرضنا. إحنا الدولة لابد أن نزيلها. لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر.
This is Memory TV. Are there? I hate this. I want to watch the original one because Memory TV is known for its mistranslations. Like, it's funny if we're looking at like memes, right? But Memory TV is literally the reason why people were afraid of a global day of jihad, and I don't trust them. Like, I mean, it's funny when we're talking about like Allah and anime or whatever, right? Like the fake Memory TV translations, but I don't like it when we're, conducting serious political analysis off of it. So I don't know if the translation is correct, but also there's a lot of cuts in it, so I don't know what's going on there.
إسرائيل دولة لا مقام لها على أرضنا. إحنا الدولة لابد أن نزيلها.
He says Israel is a country that has no place on our land. We must remove that country because it constitutes a security, military, and political catastrophe to the Arab and Islamic nation and must be finished. We are not ashamed to say this with full force. And then it cuts. Memory TV headquarters in Washington, D.C., no joke. Yeah, I mean, it's an intelligence. Okay, so the translation is correct, but I want to watch the full video if possible. Defending Hamas said Palestinian civilians are just brain dead. Hope chatters understand this. There is no defending Hamas, okay? We are currently, however, looking at the two internal forces within Hamas and the two different perspectives shared by two conflicting forces within Hamas that's been ongoing. We must teach Israel a lesson. Al-Aqsa flood is just the first time. There will be a second, a third, a fourth. Because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight. Well, we have to pay a price. Yes, and we are ready to pay for it. Says we're a nation of martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. We did not want to harm civilians. There were complications on the ground, and there was a party in that area with a civilian population. It was a large area across 40 kilometers. The occupation must come to an end. Occupation where? In the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all the Palestinian lands. Says the annihilation of Israel. He goes, yes, of course. Says the existence of Israel is illogical. The existence of Israel is what causes all that pain, blood, and tears. It is Israel, not us. We are the victims of the occupation, period. Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7, on October 10, October, 1 million, everything is justified.
It is justified. مبررة.
Oh, wow, he said it in English. It is justified. Are you reading the translation or translating yourself? Palestinians endure 75 years of savagery by Israel, and their outside saviors never came. Most Gaza support whatever militant group is willing to fight for the liberation. Even higher, the coverage has shown that Hamas primarily targeted a military installation. It doesn't matter. I've talked about this quite a bit. It is my understanding that their goal was very specific, but it was far more successful than they ever could have imagined. And ultimately, that is the reason why when you have a bunch of fucking 18-year-olds with GoPros strapped to their fucking heads with guns for the first time ever in their entire lives, like some of them seeing anything outside of the boundaries of even the Gaza Strip, yeah, they went and they fucking killed a bunch of people. Like, that's why you saw so many fucking Palestinian militants like running around in fucking pickup trucks, going around and just like opening up fire at bus stops and shit like that. Okay? Ultimately, this does not justify the actions, but it does certainly explain the actions. And you need to understand where these kinds of violent actions come from, because the occupier always sets the standard of violence. This is precisely the reason why in the 90s, the first intifada was fought with strikes, fought with stones, okay? And then in the 2000s, the second intifada was fought with suicide bombs. Like, this didn't happen literally overnight. It was a sequence of events with Israel slowly but surely increasing the violence every single time. And in every single intifada, the retaliation was asymmetrical. And not only was the retaliation asymmetrical, but also in moments where there was no intifada, Israel was still being oppressive and cruel and humiliating and ruthless. They never stopped building settlements in the West Bank. Habibi, I absolutely hate Hamas, but don't you think that the extension of Hamas and more control over the Gaza Strip would just lead to another Hamas? Yeah, of course. This is why you cannot defeat this problem. If your goal is to end Hamas, if your goal is to end Hamas control over Gaza, or just end Hamas's influence amongst the Palestinians, well, then you have to do the exact opposite of what you've done so far. That's it. Because if Hamas ends today, then tomorrow there's going to be Hamas too. You can't fight fire with fire. The most surefire way, the irony is that you eradicate Hamas by resolving the entire problem. Yes, if you want to stop militant reaction, militancy, and violence that your people are subjected to, you must starve out Hamas, not directly with an occupation, but by starving it of its power, starving the people of its willingness to genuinely engage in violent retaliation. Don't give them an opportunity. Don't give them a reason to fucking hate you. There's never been a singular instance, no matter how much people try to fucking whitewash the end of other, the end of other colonial occupations. There's never been a fucking end to a colonial occupation that has happened through hugs and kisses, okay? That's just never happened. If you end the occupation and if you show the people of Palestine that, yes, they do have a right to live a dignified existence, to pursue meaningful goals, to like sleep comfortably at night, knowing full well that like the Israeli occupying force is not going to fucking break through their goddamn door and harass them and humiliate them, strip search them and their family members, as they do time and time again every single fucking night in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, where it's controlled by the Palestinian Authority, which is a opposing faction to Hamas. Like, without that, what the fuck are you doing? And it doesn't even matter. They are doing this deliberately. The Israeli government has done this deliberately. Make no mistake. They know exactly what they're doing. This is by design, okay? It's by design. This cycle of violence, you think they don't know? You think they don't know that this kind of violence and economic destitution is not going to cause further radicalization? Well, they certainly didn't listen to their own internal security apparatus, Shin Bet, when they were like, hey, you have to stop ruthlessly slaughtering Palestinians in the fucking West Bank. You have to stop doing this. It is creating a national security concern. And Netanyahu called them fucking woke. That's what he did. On Saturday, Lala Ryan and I published an article revealing the U.S. officials privately relayed warnings to the White House regarding Israel's actions in Gaza. This thread will reveal more details, including recommendations made by the Office of Palestinian Affairs in Jerusalem. The unclassified cable called for immediate action to be taken in order to save tens of thousands of lives. It puts on record that President Biden remains steadfast in his support of Israel, despite being warned of the consequences by his own officials. These are direct quotes. The water shortage is threatening lives. Nitrates from Gaza's groundwater are spreading waterborne disease right now that will likely poison many, according to a senior World Health Organization contact. In addition, an estimated 31,000 infants under 6 months old and 52,000 pregnant women are at risk of serious complications or death because they are drinking brackish water. Gaza needs fuel right now to provide water access, including running desalination plants and pumping water coming from Israel. They need fuel. Gaza currently has desalination, like small desalination plants, and a large one that was in a state of disrepair. But the desalination pumps that they have need fuel to run. And Israel refuses to let them have fuel, claiming that they're using the fuel for rockets. Run hospitals and power Gaza's limping communication and transportation networks, including vital UNRWA humanitarian vehicles. Recommendations. The United States should press for several straightforward measures for immediate implementation to alleviate human suffering and save the lives of tens of thousands of people inside of Gaza. 1. Following successful U.S. advocacy on October 24th to increase the southern Mekorot water line from Israel to its full capacity of 600 cubic meters per hour, the U.S. should press Israel to immediately restore water service to the middle Bani Said Gaza connection point. provide a consistent maximum supply of water to the Bani Sohaila connection point and permit trucks inside of Gaza to supply the required fuel needed to operate both. 2. Egypt has an existing electricity line active until 2018, connecting Gaza to Egypt that can provide between 17 and 27 megawatts to power Gaza's water infrastructure. This line can and should be activated right away for as little as $5 million. 3. Humanitarian aid convoys must be permitted to begin to include fuel to power Gaza's water pumps. Wells desalination plants, transportation, and UNRWA vehicles. 4. Per the Palestinian authorities, water authorities' recommendation, the United States and UNRWA can work with Israel to allow trucks to siphon some of the diesel from Gaza's petrol stations to provide critical fuel supply to Gaza's desalination plants. 5. Finally, people in Gaza, including UN workers and our local staff seeking to evacuate, need functional cell phone networks. The United States should press Israel to guarantee the safety of Paltel operators to refuel the generators running Gaza's telecom network. They fucking literally blew it up last time. And America was like, don't do that ever again. So this is the least amount. Like, this is so that the ethnic cleansing can continue in the boundaries that are like morally and legally permissible to the United States of America. And Israel won't even let this happen. Even this is too much. And remember, the reason why they're engaging in a fucking bombing campaign is because they tried the ground operations, and you know what happened? Here, I'll show you what happened. So the Merkava trucks have what is called a trophy system, okay? So they basically have like a little baby Iron Dome on top of their trucks. This was hailed as like an incredible fucking marvel, a technological marvel. Here's what happened when they did a fucking ground operation. The Merkava tanks. Motherfuckers in fake Adidas tracksuits. Holding rocket-propelled grenades that they made in the Gaza Strip. Okay? The editing is always just like unimaginable. They don't have one shot, they have two shots. So guess what? Turns out the trophy system is rendered completely ineffective when you have not one, but two people. And not one missile, but two missiles. That's what ends up happening. They fucking not a Merkava, an IVF. Is that what you said? I don't know. I don't know the exact fucking tank. I think this one's a Merkava.
يا رب باسمك الأعظم سدد رمي مجاهدينا.
IVF infantry fighting vehicle. So anyway, I wonder if that tank pervert from Twitter was in there. Yeah, that tank pervert from Twitter follows me, which I'm wondering if he died or not. But anyway, so ground operations benefit, obviously, the guerrilla force for the price of absolutely nothing and maybe another 18-year-old fucking dying potentially at the worst end of the bargain for Hamas. They get to take out like a $20 million piece of equipment. It's like, from their perspective, they don't give a shit. From their perspective, they're like, well, I'm going to fucking die anyway. So, yeah, I might as well use this potato cannon to take out a fucking tank as I go. They have home field advantage. They have a complex tunnel system. Okay? The Israeli economy cannot withstand an ongoing occupation. That's why they have to keep lobbing American missiles from hundreds of fucking miles away with the hopes that, you know, big bad America will keep funding this ethnic cleansing campaign. The reason why they kill indiscriminately is not because like they legitimately have Hamas targets that they want to fucking blow up. The reason why they kill indiscriminately is because they want to break the will of the people. Okay? That's it. They want to break the will of the Palestinian people. But the one thing that America never learned, I guess, and maybe Israel has not understood this either, is that you can't break the will of the people if they have nowhere to fucking go. Okay? The fuck are they supposed to do? They can't leave. This is their home. You're the one who's going into their fucking home and trying to fuck them up. And you have a tremendous amount of firepower to do so, and it still doesn't matter because you have an economy. You have mouths to feed. The other side, they're being starved anyway. They have nothing. America did not learn this lesson in Vietnam and engaged in a similar thing in Afghanistan and in Iraq too, but especially Afghanistan. Now, of course, their economy, or at least our economy, sorry, the United States economy relies on the continuation of this fucking warfare because it's truly beneficial for our real important individuals in society. The military-industrial complex. Land you kill for is not yours. Land you die for is. Yeah. Privileged normies will never understand. I watched a 23-year-old aid worker get executed by a 6x22 cal Israeli snipers while searching for the rubble. Scarred me. Saw an interview with his little brother, 12-year-old. He said, I used to have fun. I don't go out anymore. My life is empty. I go to his grave every Friday and go home. When I grow up, I want to join the resistance. Us who lost our family want to join for the Palestinian people. We will never understand. We here in the Imperial Core will never understand the unimaginable trauma. We just won't. We never will. And it's been ongoing for fucking 55 years with no end in sight.
يا رب ثبتنا يا رب يلا فكر الله أكبر.
Anyway, so the fuck do you expect? What do you expect? So now let's talk about the Financial Times report that I was going to do, talking about the restraint of Hamas, the apparent restraint being interpreted by Israel as a sign that Hamas was deterred, but the Ajrami, the militant group, was merely waiting to draw Israel into a battle at the time of his choosing. Bring the beast to me and we will slay it together, he vowed fighters outside his palatial villa in 2021 after Hamas claimed victory over Israel in an 11-day war that involved ferocious exchange of Palestinian rockets and Israeli airstrikes, but no ground troops. The trigger came on October 7th when Hamas fighters rampaged through Israeli towns and military posts, killing more than 1,400 people and taking 230 hostages, according to Israeli authorities, the biggest loss of life within the Jewish state since its creation. The biggest one-day loss of life, because even leading up to the Nakba and then the events during the Nakba, I believe the death toll for the Israeli side was 6,000, and the death toll for the Palestinian side was 15,000. But since then, the disproportionate violence, the asymmetry of violence has been far greater. Anyway, the scale and horrors of the attack have drawn Israel into its biggest ever military operation in Gaza. Its airstrikes and artillery flattening large parts of the territory, more than 8,000 people killed, according to Palestinian officials. With technological superiority and mass weaponry on its side, Israel has now launched its first ground offensive in Gaza in almost a decade. Since late Friday, a vanguard has moved with Merkava tanks into largely unpopulated areas of the North Strip. But within a few minutes' drive lie the warrens of the Al-Shati and Jabalia refugee camps, and then Gaza City, the heart of Hamas's political and military machinery. As the IDF goes into Gaza, Hamas is the home advantage. And they're ready, cautioned Deborah Margolin, the Blumenstein Rosenblum Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. They push in through here all the way to the water, and they're also moving forces from the northern territories in order to complete the siege. They are cutting off northern Gaza and Gaza City with the rest of the Gaza Strip. As recently as August, Major General Yitzhak Brik, a former military ombudsman, warned Israel was not ready for war. Its soldiers have not fought a major land battle since 2014, the last time it deployed its troops inside Gaza, and its top brass has been consumed by potential threats from Iran rather than the territory right next door. Meanwhile, Hamas had grown stronger militarily since 2008 when it first fought an Israeli ground assault, military officials and analysts said. Even then, Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam Brigade, fielded 16,000 fighters alongside 2,000 dedicated combat troops. I think it was at Nukba. Now, according to the IDF, it has as many as 40,000 elite fighters, or it's not Nukba, that's a different Nukba, or I think that is their elite fighters. But anyway, it has as many as 40,000 elite fighters. Elite Lamau what? Yeah, no, that's an important distinction to make. The elite fighters in this regard are those who are combat ready trained. They're like special forces. and an arsenal of drones and about 30,000 rockets. It has fired 8,500 since October 7th, draining Israel's Iron Dome interceptors to the point where the U.S. had to fly in replacements. Emil Hokaim, director of regional security at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, said Hamas has been trained by the best in the business, referring to the Iran's elite Revolutionary Guard and its most powerful proxy, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. It is also a learning organization that has fought Israeli forces several times, Hokaim said. Hamas knows its terrain extremely well and will defend it fiercely and with ingenuity. Its fighters already showed during their October 7th assault that they could pull off a tightly coordinated operation that involved at least 1,500 troops attacking Israel from land, air, and sea under cover of a barrage of 3,000 rockets that nearly overwhelmed Israel's Iron Dome system. Remember, if you go above 3,000 to 500 rockets, it seems that the Iron Dome has a limit. The Iron Dome also has like multiple different... Israel's missile defense structure does not simply only rely on the interceptors from the Iron Dome, but the interceptors from the Iron Dome are the best at intercepting the types of missiles that Hamas currently has. These missiles are also dumb missiles, obviously. And even then, while the interception rate is 90%, the successful interception rate is 90%, there is a upper limit to how many missiles they can actually intercept in a row. So if you go over the 3,000, if you go over the 3,000, you're getting into tricky territory. But then also on top of that, every single missile, of course, is like what is it? Like every single interceptor is like 100. No, like 100. No, not 100,000 times more expensive, but like something crazy. Like 80K is the cheapest missile. Yeah, it's like 100K for every missile that they use, every interceptor missile that they use, versus, however cheaply produced the Hamas missiles are. So the conversion rate is massive. Anyway, in Gaza, Hamas has dug a giant network of deep bomb-proof tunnels and stocked them with provisions to resist a months-long Israeli siege. I can't even read. We have been prepared for an Israeli ground offensive since before we even launched our attack, Ali Barakeh, a senior member of Hamas's exiled political leadership, told the Financial Times last week. We have some surprises for the enemy, he added. We are able to face an urban war more easily than an air war. There is no comparison. Here are some of the tunnel warfare maps not the tunnel warfare maps, but because they have an extensive tunnel system, but ones that even directly go into Israel as well. This is the extensive network of tunnels from the past. They've used these tunnels to mount attacks in 2004, 2006, and in 2014. Average depth of the tunnels is 10 to 20 meters, and the tunnels are up to 2 meters tall. Okay? Anyway, many of the military lessons that Hamas has learned from Hezbollah stem from a fateful moment in 1992 when Israel deported about 400 Palestinians, including Hamas leaders, to Lebanon and abandoned them in midwinter on a mountainside in no man's land. Another strategic fuck-up. Predominantly Shia Iran and Hezbollah saw an opportunity to co-opt the Sunni Hamas after having cultivated the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip, a smaller militant group that is also in this battle. Israeli officials say Hezbollah has shared rocket technology, training, and other techniques with Hamas. Beirut has since become home to several Hamas chiefs, and in time, Hamas began to build a military presence in Lebanon, as demonstrated when a suspected Hamas weapons depot in Tyre exploded in the late 2021. Hamas has since steadily improved the quality of its armaments, smuggling in components to convert dumb rockets into guided precision weapons, even building an underwater drone. According to Hamas, the group now makes Mutabar 1, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, which it says can take out Israeli helicopters, and Al Yassin anti-tank rockets, which claims it can penetrate the reactive armor of Israel's Merkava tanks. Here's a still from the published footage from Hamas showing the homemade Mubar 1 short-range air defense system. Meanwhile, it has developed an urban style of warfare conditioned by its need to counter Israel's technological and air superiority by forcing the battle down gritty street fighting. Hamas is more Viet Cong than ISIS, said Hakayem, referring to the communist fighters that ultimately beat U.S. forces during the Vietnam War and the jihadi group that Israel likens to Hamas. Just as the Viet Cong did in Vietnam, Hamas has turned Gaza into a fortress of barricades and mouse holes, including a 400-kilometer network of tunnels that Hamas fighters can shelter in during Israeli airstrikes and use to attack Israeli forces from the rear. Saw the rockets in action today against Merkavas. They definitely work. I know. We just watched it. As Israeli troops move deeper into Gaza, Hamas is likely to try to use above-ground ambushes, quick strikes, and camouflage bombs to wear down Israel's largely civilian army of reservists and bog them down in street fighting. Something you have to remember is that the guys that they're fighting against, these are hardened, well-trained fighters, okay? They're, and more importantly, they want it more. The Israeli army, on the other hand, are still well-equipped, but they are a civilian army. They are also, I guess you could say the same for Hamas as well, but they are also mostly just used to having comfort in their homes. When you got a fucking hot meal waiting for you at home and your wife and children, okay, it's a little bit different than when you have literally nothing. All you've known is death and destruction. And you want to fucking defend your land, and you want to kill people who have killed your parents. That's a little bit different. You know what I mean? You got something to lose. The dudes inside of Gaza don't. My friend from San Antonio went back to Israel to fight in the IDF. He thinks he's protecting his family. I know he's not right in terms of you, but I don't want him to die. He's a good person, but it sucks seeing people clap for death, even if they are in takes. We don't know everyone's mind. Dude, it's fucking nuts. Your friend lives in San Diego. It seems that video of the Hamas RPG attack may have actually been a successful trophy active protective system interception. After going back and looking at the footage, it fired out like a shotgun burst and appears to have taken out both RPGs that were fired. Damn, Elite News coming in here saying 50,000 for each Tamir interceptor and usually less than 10,000 for the most advanced Hamas rockets. So it's not 100K. Well, we know that they've taken out 2 tanks, I think, or at least Israel openly stated. Bro, your friend is from San Antonio. What the fuck is he doing in Israel, okay? That's fucking insane. I'm sorry. That is insane. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? You're that fucking bloodthirsty? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Like, at a certain point, you have to... The difference between that and, like, fucking Kyle Rittenhouse is that, Kyle Rittenhouse has no legal duty, I guess, in his mind. There's no, like, legality around it. Oh, wait, there is actually. He was not convicted, so he's from there. I never said he's not insane. He is. He just sucks, yeah, he's from there, but he lives in fucking San Antonio. Like, I don't know. It's ridiculous to me, dude. It is ridiculous to me. There is a degree to it, you know what I mean? Where, like, on the one hand, like, it's the same as, like, post 9/11 veterans, right? Like, I get it. I get that you were, like, whipped up in a fucking frenzy. We've covered this, I think. Oh, this is new. This is a new video. We'll watch it. Or wait. Oh, yeah, this is a new video. Like when we make fun of the bloody liberals and tell them to go fight in Ukraine, but this guy actually did it. I guess San Antonio kind of sucks. Lone soldiers are hailed as heroes in the Jewish community. I know several from the Chicago area. Most of them joined prior to this, though. If it was 1959 and I went to French Algeria to fight the French, even though Senator JFK at the time was pro-Algeria, I bet you I would have been labeled a terrorist, as Eisenhower and Charles de Gaulle called fighters against French. Yeah. Like, I feel like, and this is by no means abdicating the bloodshed or trying to say that, like, American veterans are in the right somehow. They're not. But, like, there is a level of white supremacy that removes you from enemy combatants that are thousands of miles away. It's almost a little bit different when you don the fucking uniform to continue your ongoing 55-year occupation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's so unacceptable, to me at least. Like, you may have served at a certain point, but, like, it is now your duty to refuse, okay? Especially when your forces that you're wearing the colors of are currently engaging in ethnic cleansing. You know what I mean? They're currently engaging in motherfucking ethnic cleansing. And you're technically going there to fight at the behest of an apartheid state. Yeah, the IDF helmets are crazy. Elite News, what's the tactical reason for why their helmets are so goofy looking? I'm sure there's a reason for it, but when has might makes right rule not been applied in history? That's a great question, right? Except might makes right is bad. It's not a good thing. You know what I mean? You're saying, you're looking at the rule. It is to make it harder to hit headshots from range. No shot. Really? Why do Israelis wear chef hats? Contrary to popular belief, the IDF doesn't have the highest chef to grunt ratio, nor that Israel has a large Smurf population. It's about disguising a precision-cut ballistic helmet in the asymmetry of nature. Oh. Bro, it looks goofy as fuck. I can't, like... It obscures the head profile. Yeah, it also makes you look goofy. Goofy as hell, dude. All right, let's keep going. Bilal Isab, an associate fellow of the Chatham House in the think tank in London, said, Hamas doesn't have a codified doctrine. Its approach is mostly about damaging and hurting the Israelis as much as possible, using a mix of hybrid and conventional forces. Operations also are highly decentralized. There's a sort of cellular military structure where every company operates on its own, he said. Hamas propaganda operations are another important component. Downed Israeli helicopters, destroyed tanks, or captured soldiers will help the militant group project an image of victory. The military analyst said. At the same time, rockets fired from hidden launchers seek to take the fight deep into Israeli territory and bolster Hamas' support base, such as when the Ben Gurion International Airport in Tel Aviv was shut down during the 50-day 2014 war. Another lesson that Hamas copied from other militant groups is the importance of secure communications. While Hezbollah has built its own fiber optic network, god damn, Hamas has maintained... Bro, Hezbollah has its own fiber optic network, and I don't in fucking Los Angeles, California. Are you fucking joking right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck you, Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon. Every American ISP can suck my cock. Lebanon has the economy of like an Alabama backwater, and they have fucking fiber optic. Fuck Comcast. Oh my God. Are you joking? These motherfuckers can do uninterrupted Twitch streams, okay? While they're like sniping fucking telecommunications and like radar positions and shit. I fucking hate that, dude. I hate that so much. Are you joking? You can become a streamer for Hezbollah and they get fiber for you? We have fiber in the West Bank? Stop. Oh my God, dude. How does Hezbollah have fiber in Lebanon and I don't in Los Angeles, California? Oh my God. 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 I'm losing my mind, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Hezbollah's in the chat watching at the top of the hour. Don't even fucking see an ad. They can watch in 1080p. Turns out they can watch in 4K. I'm not even transmitting in 4K and they can watch it. But they won't see the ads because they're in Lebanon and we're not serving the ads there. But if you are about to see the ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe to avoid said ads. Here's the streaming ad break now. In 2008, they did terrorizing the people because the government wanted to disassemble their network system. Bro, oh my God. I've never been more pro-Hezbollah in my life than this very moment when I found out that the government tried to shut down their fiber optic network and they did terrorism. That's crazy. That is some real gamer shit, dude. That is some real ass gamer shit. Look, chatter's coming around going, wait, Hezbollah has fiber? Yes, they do. Hezbollah has faster up and download speeds and more consistent, reliable broadband than like 90% of the chatters, okay? Fuck. Anyway, while Hezbollah has built his own fiber optic network, I can't read that without getting mad again. I'm mad again. I'm mad. I would do unimaginable things if I had fiber and the government tried to take it away from me. I'll be honest with you. Hamas has maintained operational security by going Stone Age and using hardwired phone lines while eschewing devices that are hackable or emit an electronic signature. One reason Israel was unable to predict the October 7 attack, said one Israeli official, was that it was listening to the wrong lines. Crucial military information was meanwhile shared either over that analog system or another encrypted system, maybe imported from Iran, that was unknown to Israel. It's a technological sleight of hand that holds a powerful warning for the Israeli ground attack. What else were they hiding? The Israeli official said. You don't think we are asking ourselves the same question? Yeah, what are they hiding? What else do they got? They got fiber optics, maybe. Financial Times has been going crazy. Like, shockingly decent articles. Yeah, they're like, Hamas has been hiding a fucking high-speed rail network underneath Gaza. Oh, here, if you want to see how the Israeli police force treats Jews, okay? Remember, Israel protects Jews, right? Not really. Here it is. Yeah, you can't. Like, anti-Zionist Jews are getting fucking murked in Israel. I see you buffering. Wish you had the Hezbollah ban now. Okay, stop, dude. Do not remind me. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. I was just fucking done getting upset about Hezbollah having better internet than me, and it just like immediately starts buffering. Fuck you. Have they considered being less anti-Semitic? Yeah, it's the anti-Semitism police. Can we confirm this footage is real and recent? I want to believe it, but not sure. I mean, every outlet reported on it, but also, yeah, this is the anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews that regularly have been protesting. Yeah, the Neterai Karta. I think they're the Neterai Karta.
سنبقى رهن حبك وحربك والسلاح امضي بنا متى شئت في البر في البحر في الحر في القر من ضخوم الليل إلى أجفان الصباح.
Bro, people are shocked at like the editing that these guys do. Welcome to the universe of like militancy, okay? I'm shocked that they haven't jumped through a fucking flaming tire yet. I'm assuming it's coming. You cannot be a bona fide militant resistance faction in the Middle East. Doesn't matter what your ideological background is. I'm talking even ISIS has done this, okay? You have to be jumping through a fucking flaming tire at a certain point.
فنحن وعدك الدائم ونحن نصرك الحاسم وسنكون حيث يجب أن نكون وسنظل نجدد ونردد إنا على العهد يا نصر الله.
This shit would do insane numbers on primetime news in 2002. It's not even just militant factions. The Egyptian military does the same shit. Yeah, 100%. Always. All right, let's look at this.
Israel has entered what it calls a new phase of its war against Hamas.
These are Hezbollah's Radwan special forces. They're equipped by Russians in Syria, and yes, there are plenty of videos of them jumping through burning tires. Of course there are.
With a military advance deep into the heart of Gaza.
Bro, I'd jump through a fucking burning tire at this point for some fiber. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they give me fiber, I will jump through the burning tire every day. I don't give a fuck. Kidding me?
Israel has launched ground invasions of Gaza before, most recently in 2009 and 2014.
Israel is at war.
But this time, Israeli forces plan to go further in a multi-phased offensive into Gaza's sprawling cities with the aim of destroying the military capabilities of Hamas, a US-designated terror group. Here's a look at how Israeli ground forces invaded Gaza in 2009 and 2014 and what that reveals about Israel's current operation. Israeli ground forces' most far-reaching military incursion into Gaza came during Operation Cast Lead in 2009. In response to a barrage of Hamas rockets, thousands of Israeli troops entered Gaza from the north and east under the cover of artillery fire. The three-week offensive saw extensive street-to-street fighting as Israeli ground forces pushed towards Gaza City with the aim of taking control of rocket launch sites.
You have to understand the way Gaza is built.
Yeah, they're like, not the best idea. Why don't we just bomb them?
Bavasa is a former head of Israel's military intelligence division.
Between the populated area and the Israeli territory, there's an open area. It's very difficult to move towards the populated area because you're totally exposed.
As soldiers advanced towards Gaza's major cities, they reported finding dozens of buildings booby-trapped with explosives intended to inflict casualties on Israeli troops.
That's why we prefer to prepare the battlefield by a lot of airstrikes to weaken the enemy. So that when we enter, there are...
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah. He's like, we don't play fair. We just... That's why we blow up. Imagine supporting ISIS. Wait, what? I'm not supporting Israel, which has supported ISIS. Look it up. That's real. Unironically. Anyway.
Are going to be decimated.
During the offensive, the IDF remained on the outskirts of Gaza's main cities. This kept Israel's casualties low, but limited its ability to target Hamas infrastructure in built-up areas.
We didn't mean to take over Gaza. In 2009, we dealt with the outskirts of some of the main cities, but didn't have any intention to actually enter the center of town. We didn't put a goal for ourselves, the uprooting of Hamas from Gaza entirely. We realized that Hamas is going to stay in place. And that was a mistake, because all these rounds were ended with an agreement that enabled Hamas to rearm itself pretty soon.
By the time...
I need you to understand something. That literally is just saying, like, oh, we just have to do ethnic cleansing. Like, the conclusion from this is not like, oh, every time we do this, there's just more fucking victims that end up joining the forces once they are of age, okay? And it seems like Iran, even with all the sanctions, is like able to still send enough weapons, right, to arm said militants and missiles. He's basically saying, like, we just have to fucking do a full-blown one.
And the operation ended with Israel's implementation of a unilateral ceasefire. 1,300 Palestinians and 13 Israelis have been killed. A UN fact-finding mission found evidence suggesting both Palestinian armed groups and Israel committed actions amounting to war crimes during the conflict. Israel's most recent ground offensive into Gaza was limited in scope to destroying aspects of Hamas infrastructure in the enclave. In July 2014, Israel launched Operation Protective Edge in response to rocket and mortar fire from Hamas. The Israeli government initially launched an aerial operation to destroy a vast network of underground tunnels Hamas had constructed to store weapons, including rockets fired by the group into Israel.
The way this says rockets make me feel like, what is his accent? Like, is he like British Arab? I feel like
Israel. After Hamas militants used a tunnel to launch a raid on a kibbutz in southern Israel, the government authorized ground troops to cross into Gaza with the aim of destroying cross-border tunnels.
Every attempt to enter the Gaza Strip on the ground involves, first of all, anti-tank missiles, mines, booby traps that are located in places where you want to enter.
Israeli troops and armor pushed into Gaza.
Bro, they really got to stop with these hats, bro. All right. My professional military expertise is that Israel must stop with the helmets. They look way too ridiculous, dude. I mean, that's crazy.
In an effort to locate the entrances to the
I'm a military
tunnels.
expert, and I think this is ridiculous.
During the 7-week operation, the IDF said it discovered 62 miles of tunnels.
The problem with tunnels is that you don't see them. It was not easy for us to locate them. And we had to have a very strong intelligence effort to find out where they are. We had to develop a special technique that would explode them and make them not function.
A special technique.
Israel says its troops destroyed 32 tunnels, 14 of which infiltrated into Israeli territory. The 2014 conflict ended when troops withdrew from Gaza under a ceasefire agreement reached at the end of August that year.
The logic at the time was that we inflict this heavy blow on their infrastructure, cost them a lot of operatives, and deal harshly with their rockets launching capabilities. To the point.
Yeah, bro. Surely that would work, right? Like, definitely. You can't. It's just like trying the same thing over and over again with like increasing severity and going, oh, fuck. Crazy, man. How did this not work? I don't understand it.
Reached at the end of August that year.
The logic at the time was that we inflict this heavy blow on their infrastructure, cost them a lot of operatives, and deal harshly with their rockets launching capabilities, to the point that they will ask for a ceasefire under our conditions. Sometimes it took longer, and sometimes it took shorter time before they resumed the terror operations. But they were always capable of recovering relatively fast.
The fighting had killed 2,000 Palestinians and 72 Israelis. A United Nations panel found evidence indicating war crimes may have been committed by both Israel and Palestinian militant groups during the conflict. Israel's previous ground offensives in Gaza were much more limited in scope than what its military is aiming to do now. Since Hamas took power in Gaza, Israel hasn't tried to eliminate the group's military infrastructure and leadership in the enclave.
For many, many years, in any of the previous rounds, we tried not to end up with taking over Gaza. But it seems that this time we just cannot afford any other solution. We have to take Gaza.
I don't think they were like, oh man, we just don't want to. We just want to keep Hamas alive and thriving.
Invasion with the aim of going into Gaza's cities to destroy Hamas presents one of the biggest challenges the Israeli military has faced in decades.
This is a dangerous move for any army. It has to be done slowly and carefully and will cost a lot of lives.
Like, man, we just real. GDF cites polling data during the Iraq War that shows the shock and awe doctrine like quadruple support for religious extremist political parties. Why did they say take Gaza when the Israeli government already controls Gaza? Isn't that already the case? I mean, they don't, like, there's still a standing Gazan ministry. Like they surveil everything that they do and they control it as best as they can from the outside, but there's still some government. They've just fenced it from the outside world, basically. They refuse Gaza to have any real trade with the outside world, get whatever they need to build. Did Lebanon drop the rap battle yet or no? What do you mean? You mean Hassan Nasrallah? No, that's Friday. Your take is 100% right, by the way. Hezbollah has no interest in actually engaging. It's just posturing for the Muslim world support. Anyone who knows anything about the region would agree. I don't think Iran or Hezbollah are actually going to do anything. Because if they were going to do something, they would have done it. Oh, 5 a.m. LA time. He's been dropping teasers for like a blockbuster, which is fucking lame in my opinion. I'll say it. Like being like, oh dude, just wait. We're going to release the fattest diss track on Israel that no one's ever thought about before. Biden was just interrupted by a rabbi during a fundraiser in Minneapolis. Said, Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire. Jewish Voters for Peace, which organized it, identified her as Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg. Video via them.
Very fine people on both sides. When I heard that, I knew.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
No, they're going. What the fuck? Yo. People being like, sit your ass down, Rabbi. Boo! Boo this lady. Boo this rabbi. Fake rabbi. What fucking ghouls are booing a call for a ceasefire from a fucking Jewish rabbi? What do you mean? Like, this is post 9/11, baby. This is post 9/11 America. You understand? It's the same exact shit. They weren't just booing. They were hissing, too. Like, going, which is even funnier, in my opinion. I want to see more of this guy's videos, actually. He's kind of goated.
A lot of people are saying free Palestine. I would like people to explain what that means and what that looks like.
Am I crazy? I really thought Michael Rappaport was like I thought he was like Italian or some shit. Or Irish. I'm actually legit shocked you guys said he's Jewish. I still don't kind of believe it.
I'll tell you exactly what that looks like. It looks like Palestine being given their primary right to self-determine as a people in accordance with international law and the world consensus. It looks like Palestine not being encircled, besieged, blockaded, and invaded by Israel. It looks like Palestine not being kept on what human rights organizations and international judicial bodies all resoundingly and unanimously decry as a diet of starvation, where they are deprived of basic human necessities they need for survival, including food, medical supplies, and building materials that they need to rebuild their cities after that murderous regime comes in and invades their land so they can mow the lawn with disproportionate violence, which they've been doing for decades. It looks like Palestine not being the victim of an endless barrage of war crimes, collective punishment, and crimes against humanity.
A lot of people are saying free Palestine. I would like people to
Damn, that desync audio hit hard when you realize Hezbollah have fiber. I can't do this. In reference to his TikTok, Michael Rappaport is a New Yorker. I feel like He's the most Boston-coded New Yorker.
Army last night struck the Jabalia refugee camp, claiming to kill a senior Hamas commander involved in the attacks on Israel. But the strike also killed dozens of civilians. Does Israel make a calculation as to how many innocents it's prepared to kill to take out one Hamas commander?
First of all, I'm not certain that so many innocent civilians were killed yesterday. It was headquarters of Hamas, and everyone present there was part of Hamas and the fighting group of Hamas. They were killed, but they were not innocent civilians to start with. However, obviously, of course, we are fully aware of the fact that considering the concentration of many civilians near the headquarters of Hamas in the urban center of Gaza, there is a likelihood that sometimes the innocent...
Yeah, bro, Hamas has so many headquarters. They have it under the Al-Shifa hospital. They have it under the Jabalia refugee camp. They have it everywhere, dude. The Jews getting beaten in that video are from Toldos Sharon, or a branch of theirs. They are an anti-Zionist Hasidic group that are a part of the old Yishuv. So they weren't that's not Neturei Carter, right? That's what I didn't want to say that. That's not the only anti-Zionist ultra-Orthodox community.
Civilians will be involved against our best wishes. We don't want them to be there, and that's why we demanded that they will be moved out of Gaza altogether into the southern part of Gaza so that they will not be affected by the...
Bro, just one more refugee camp, bro. Please, please, just one more baby. One more Palestinian baby I need to kill. I need to kill them all. Please, bro. I swear, bro, we will end Hamas, bro. One more, bro. Please.
To reach out for the commanders
one more
of,
hospital, dog.
Hamas.
Please.
Does that mean that...
Why'd that cut off? What the fuck? I hate this bumbling idiot. What is this?
You say you came out that you're against the ceasefire? Why is that?
I am really about making sure that Israel is able to do what Israel deserves to do.
I don't want to. I saw some fucking dumbass like liberal on Twitter being like, oh, everybody that thought Fetterman was going to be the ultimate like perfect candidate for the Bernie bros, like sure eating crow now because that guy doesn't exist. It's like, dude, his position is literally unpopular. Okay? He was always supportive of Israel, which I always thought was like, you know, whatever. I always thought he was just kind of saying like, you know, I love Israel, Palestinians kind of suck, whatever, because he didn't want to get fucking absolutely cumstered by AIPAC and Democratic majority for Israel. And for the record, if you think that that's anti-Semitic, you can suck my fucking cock, because they do specifically primary progressives in this country. They take money from largely Republican donors, and then they work the primary progressives, okay? That's all these motherfuckers do. That's their whole job. They tried to call Bernie Sanders anti-Semitic. Anyway, I just thought like, no, there was news about him being pro-Israel. He had talked about it. I avoided talking about it too much, even though people were constantly coming in my chat and be like, well, what about stakes on Palestine? What about stakes on Palestine? I just did not know that he would be Richie Torres. I didn't know that he was going to be white boy Richie Torres, dude. That's crazy. It's crazy. Again, man, he truly does represent the average. No, he doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, not at a time when 66% of the American population is saying we want a ceasefire. No fucking shot he represents the average voter. No fucking shot. No. You should have talked about it. And then what? JD Pond 17. You think fucking Dr. Oz wasn't going to be like, let the fucking fields burn with eternal hellfire so that the Palestinian dogs can die? What do you mean? You think Dr. Oz is going to be pro-Palestine? What are you, fucking nuts? At least mention it. I did mention it. I just didn't make it at the forefront of my criticism for him. There's a difference between being, you know, kind of pro-Israel, so you don't get like, he has such fuckable energy here. He has
really
knockers.
about making sure that Israel is able to do what Israel deserves to do.
He's got some milkers on him, dude. Maybe he's got some suckable ones too.
And I agree for the death of any innocent civilian, Palestinian, Israeli, and whatever it is. But right now, I want to make sure, more concerned with making sure the hostages are back home and that we are able to neutralize and eliminate Hamas.
I saw yesterday that you wrote on Twitter, somebody had posted outside of Taylor Allderdice High School some graffiti that said Free Palestine. You said this was offensive.
Yeah, Free Palestine is offensive. Bro, what can people say? Ceasefire is anti-Semitic. Free Palestine is anti-Semitic. Fucking from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic. What can you say that the fucking that won't, get the wrath of the media? Is there a thing you can say that someone won't call anti-Semitic? At a certain point, you got to realize, all you need to do is shut the fuck up. Just condemn Hamas and shut the fuck up, okay? And let Israel keep doing its ethnic cleansing campaign. You have to let Israel get one, okay? What? What the fuck? Anyway.
Do you object to it so much?
I think it's because, doesn't that be said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? And I don't believe that whatever message you're able to make shouldn't be vandalized on a high school in the middle of Squirrel Hill. And, the appointment and the statement that I want to make is about, to me, really, it's very much about the hostages and getting them back home safe.
So you think it's inappropriate to have pro-Palestine? There was recently a number of surviving congregants from that congregation that went to the West Bank that spoke out against the occupation. I'm Jewish. There's certainly many people in my family that are against the occupation.
You're about to be like, you're being real anti-Semitic right now, mister. Okay, let me tell you, John Fetterman, okay, an American Christian, ultra-Zionist, will tell you you're looking quite anti-Semitic to me.
Sure. What do you feel about the Jews like myself who feel that we're doing onto the Palestinians what was done onto us?
Reasonable people can have different opinions on that. I've been very clear on mine before I became senator as a candidate, and everybody understands how I'm going to come down and vote.
You're criticizing Israel wrong. Here's how to do it correctly.
American Jew am going to tell you how to correctly criticize Israel without being accused of anti-Semitism. Here are some don'ts. Do not overstate your case. Don't go throwing around the word apartheid state. Apartheid only ever happened in South Africa, and you can't use that word again. You can't just keep using words. Call it something that is correct, like a kerfuffle. Just be like, oh, that's a kerfuffle, they go there. Do not mention the Palestinians or the occupation, okay? If you want to talk about problems in Israel, talk about how there's a lot of stray cats and how the traffic's really bad. Do not throw around the word genocide. You guys just throw it around like it's just nothing.
Matt Lieb is the man.
Do not support a one-state solution. If there was a one-state solution, Israelis might lose their demographic majority, and that is literally genocide.
Dude, yeah. Listen, you can't do that. You can't. Also, that's fucking racist. That's a really racist argument to make, but don't say that. Don't say that that's a racist argument to make. Don't ever say that. Don't say that the broadly supported Israeli notion that who's this moron? First of all, this moron is not a moron. He's doing what is known as a fucking joke. Okay? He's doing a joke. He is awesome, and he is an anti-Zionist doing satire. Anyway, but as I was saying, guys, here's the thing, okay? It's perfectly valid, reasonable, and just to say things like, if we simply allow people back into this country and give them equal rights, okay, in a democratic process, then we won't be able to maintain our demographic majority and, keep Israel pure of the unclean masses. That, in and of itself, don't ever say that's racist. Don't, because then you would be anti-Semitic. You can't. You must keep. You must secure a future for our pure Jewish citizens, not Arab, which are Palestinian citizens of Israel that we have decided are Arab. Jewish citizens who are Arab themselves, we just call Jewish in Israel, even though they are Arab as well. But don't call them Arab because they will get mad at you because they're Jewish. This does not immediately indicate some kind of ethnic superiority or an apartheid state, of course. Don't think too much about it, actually. We've decided that there's a different term for Arab Jews and Arab Arabs that aren't Jewish. But don't think a lot about it, because if you think a lot about it, then you will fucking realize that it's insanely racist to do that.
Do not support a two-state solution. Do not support a solution. What, you think you got all the answers? You're so smart. Do not be a Palestinian, an Arab, a black person, or a Muslim, okay? All of those groups are racist against Jews. And I think I know a thing or two about racism, because I just said something racist. Do not be a reformed Jew. The only real Jews are religious Jews or, Israeli citizens. Do not be an anti-Zionist Israeli. What the are you doing? Do not be an anti-Zionist Orthodox Jew. That ruins my narrative. Fuck my up. I don't like that. Do not call yourself an anti-Zionist. There's many definitions of Zionism. There's the nice one, and then there's what's actually happening. And while you may be against what's actually happening in Israel right now, when you say you're an anti-Zionist, you make me think that you're against the fantasy version of Zionism that I have in my head. Just call yourself a liberal Zionist. It's that easy. Do not be a liberal Zionist. Liberals are basically leftists, which are basically socialists, which are basically communists, which is Stalin, and Stalin hated Jews. So what are you, Stalin? To be safe, call yourself a Zionist. Do not be a Jew. If you are not a Jew and you're like, oh, but what about the Palestinians? Then how am I supposed to know that you actually care about the Palestinians? What if you're just crying because you hate me? Do not call for...
Do not call for a ceasefire. Instructions unclear. I got fired. Oh, man. It's good. It's good. He's funny. I think he was directly quoting DMs he got from Amy Schumer. Yeah. Amy Schumer was like, why? Why do you hate me and want me to be ruthlessly slaughtered by Hamas, which now has a military base under my house? Oh, God, I didn't realize what that means. That means I might get drone striked. Oh God. Yeah. Great job. That guy was funny, Hasan. Thank you. I wonder if other genocidal, settler, colonial, apartheid projects perpetrators were nearly as self-victimizing. Fuck yeah. What? What do you mean? Look at some of the political mobilization in South Africa now. Yeah, of course, dude. Our enemy is both weak and strong is like a fundamental principle even in Nazis. Yeah. And we are, of course, very strong, but also we have been wronged gravely by this enemy that is both weak and also strong at the same time. It's like the classic, it's like a foundational tenet of fascist principles. Yeah. It's like, yeah, the French did that with the Algerians. I found out, I don't know if this is fucking real or not. It sounds even too brutal for my comprehension. But I found out that the French took Algerian skulls and put it in they put it in a museum or something. Like, what the fuck? Dude. France returned 24 skulls to Algeria. They weren't what they seemed. The restitution of the remains said belonged to 19th century freedom fighters was hailed as a symbol of reconciliation, but papers obtained by the Times reveal a gesture muddled by politics. They took 24 trophies during France's brutal colonial rule. Both nations celebrated the powerful gesture as a milestone in their effort to rebuild lies. It was a thing for Pan-Africanism to be painted as pro anti-white genocide. Really helpful breakdown.
Comfortable.
But important conversation. Building on Ms. Tessa Owens' reporting, I found more far-right accounts trying to build pro-Palestine movements to fuel anti-Jewish hate. This hurts Palestinians and Jewish folks alike. Be careful who you retweet. Oh, 100%.
To the conversations that we're seeing about Israel and Palestine in the West right now. And we need to talk about it, so here's what you need to know. Tess Owen from Vice just reported that the far-right and these guys are trying to hijack pro-Palestine protests in an attempt to push anti-Jewish conspiracy theories and tropes into the mainstream. This is a phenomenon I've noticed among far-right accounts that I monitor as well. Now, here's what what this does not mean. This does not mean there is ideological kinship between these fringe extremists and the wider pro-Palestine movement. In fact, many peaceful Palestinian activists have been historically mischaracterized as anti-Semitic when they're simply advocating.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird how the Bassem Youssef interview you watch have various parts cut out compared to the one Piers posted on YouTube.
For
Really?
their people's humanity. What this does mean, though, is that hateful extremists are opportunists who will readily exploit the pain and horror of the current environment to try to launder their ideas into the mainstream. Now, I want to acknowledge we're also seeing this happen towards Muslim communities, who since October 7th have been experiencing a spike in hate crimes reminiscent of post-9/11 Islamophobia. Now, if we look back at the Vice article, we can see that there's been multiple examples of these kinds of groups trying to join pro-Palestine protests. Trying and failing. Similarly, several far-right accounts have suddenly pivoted to being...
Yeah, like the fucking psychotic doctor woman who was like, look at all these Jews in positions of power. You really didn't notice that? What do you mean notice that? I was one of the fucking first people, even before that, the Vice article, to talk about this. I've never stopped talking about this. The fuck do you mean? Hello?
Being vocally pro-Palestine despite no history of doing so. And now they're laundering very real...
Yeah, look at this one. Why are Jews 1,650% overrepresented at the White House?
Anti-Semitism through this Trojan horse. Take this far-right anti-vaxxer account, or this other far-right account, or this member of Canada's very own far-right group Diagolon, and the other far-right account that's amplifying him. And many, many more. Jackson Hinkle is a pro-Trump, pro-Putin misogynist, and now he's a massive pro-Palestine account. And meanwhile, he liked to tweet telling people to follow all but one of the accounts I just mentioned. So please, as we're having these incredibly important conversations, be careful who you follow and retweet. Because platforming these accounts helps fuel anti-Semitism, and it hurts those who are pushing for Palestinian human rights. What do you think of all this?
Same type of infiltration during BLM protests, white supremacists creating a bunch of alternative actions to confuse and conflate during insurgent conflict, likely troll farms. I mean, it could be troll farms. It could be people who are opportunists. It could be... it could literally be backed by federal agents, federal agencies. Okay, it is. I am. I keep my account pretty clean. The doctor also posted a picture of an anti-Semitic happy merchant face, edited on a picture of a dead baby for the October 7th attack. Yeah. Today is 9/11 for gay men who love Vocal Fry podcast. Red Scare Reddit thread on the Palestine episode is an absolute bloodbath. I just once would love for these girls to have an actual academic on their show. Dasha says she's a Zionist. Anna says that both sides are really into communism. Do they know what any of these terms mean? Israel's a capital state. Gaza doesn't have enough agency to have any sort of economic system in the first place. I'm sorry, but if you can fucking write this many, if you can write this many paragraphs, then why the fuck are you listening to Red Scare? Like, if you are capable, if you are not illiterate, why are you listening to Red Scare? I don't understand. They're so fucking stupid. Like, and it's not like they hide it. Like, they openly are just like, yeah, we're fucking dumb, okay? We're dumb as fuck. Don't come for me. I'm stupid as fuck. And not even in the way that, like, not even in the way that I say I'm stupid. They're, like, also, actually fucking stupid. Listening to this makes me feel spiritually obese. The stupidity of these bras is no longer fun. Listen, being contrarian, this is, okay, let me tell you something. This is only made funnier by the fact that they literally made merch with the fucking ISIS flag, okay? They made merchandise with the fucking ISIS flag, and now they're like, well, seems like there's a really popular narrative of anti-Zionism, so I have to be contrarian. Do you worry that Jews in positions of power that have more resources and more support from the West will continue to come harder and harder against what's been propagandized as a terrorist state, regardless of what you say, and not so much just you, but the left in general? What do you mean, Jews in positions of power that have more resource? Brother, this country has a fuck ton of Zionists in it, okay? And let me tell you, the largest group of Zionists is not fucking Jews. There's not that many Jews in this country. There's just not that many Jews in general, okay? If I'm getting ass blasted by somebody, it's not going to be a Jewish person. It's going to be a evangelical Christian Zionist who also is ironically anti-Semitic as well. But of course, that's not a big problem. All right, let's watch Boy taking Bush's masterclass.
Because right now, you could go online and get a masterclass on becoming a businessman from a literal war criminal. You know, we've got George Bush right here. He's not in jail. He's here to inspire you on how to achieve your goals. Let's learn.
I love this. Wait, is it actually, what is George W. Bush teaching? Like how to be a war criminal, actually?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
He's walking in the room, everybody.
There is nothing like standing in front of a boisterous crowd coming down the stretch of a presidential run. I recognize very few people watching this will become president. Before I was president, I owned a small business.
Whoa!
Wait.
This is crazy.
He's kind of
Cuban.
He's kind of hot there as well.
Yeah, he looks like you.
He looks Cuban. He does. True. Yo.
I didn't want to say it, but he looks a lot like my dad in this picture. There is one photo of my dad, identical.
Yeah.
A little bit more like me. If I had more of a tan.
And you spend more time in that, where is he, Texas?
So I could be president.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Even a tanned guy like you.
Yeah.
I was part owner of the Texas Rangers,
What Texans can dream.
and I served as governor of Texas. All of these parts of my life taught me different lessons, and I will draw on all of them in this masterclass.
First step, who's your dad?
All of these gave me my life changed dramatically. I'm gonna teach you how to do drunk driving, okay?
First step, get adopted by the President of the United States. Once you do that, it's kind of like a 1-2 process, really.
You kind of just fall into it.
Agendas don't get set by consensus oftentimes. Now, obviously, you got to consult with board of advisors, board of directors, key personnel whose judgment you trust. But ultimately,
Dick Cheney, leave it all at Dick. Leave it all up to Dick, okay? He knows better. I'm stupid. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
Leader leads.
Oh, it's like I take full responsibility for 1 million people killed in the war on terror.
Yeah.
At least we live in such a good timeline where you can actually get like a masterclass on leadership from a guy who killed 1 million people.
It's insane. Imagine this from Hitler.
Yeah, it is great. It's just like I'm gonna teach you.
Yeah, how to be a good
How to be a
leader.
great artist.
They're both artists.
It's so bizarre. It's such a weird world to live in that we can access this stuff for only $15 a month. This video is brought to you by Masterclass.
I could barely focus just because of the fact that this man's head looks like it's doubled up.
A double head.
Or even looks like triple head. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. He's reading me out, man. I think there's a man wearing him as a mask.
Yeah.
Is what I think is happening there.
One of the real challenges in leading an organization is to keep the big picture in mind. It's difficult in politics sometimes because there's a lot of competing pressures. Occasionally the editorials, in my case, weren't all that positive. And I didn't give a damn about the editorials because I cared about the big picture, what I was trying to achieve.
Editorials.
Kill as many Iraqi children as possible, as ruthlessly and as efficiently as possible, okay? Greatly increase the surveillance apparatus on both our allies, our foreign adversaries, and certainly domestically against American citizens as well, which we also would sometimes just lock up indiscriminately in an area that was not on U.S. soil deliberately so we could torture them and then continuously keep torturing them.
Also saying something bad about you, who cares?
Doesn't matter. Saying there weren't any weapons of mass destruction.
Doesn't matter.
Who cares? Keep the war going for another 20 years.
I forgot that was his thing.
Yeah, that was his thing. He did all the bad stuff.
He did all of it.
It's crazy when Trump comes along and everyone's like, oh, it's so embarrassing. Like, oh no, whatever's we're gonna think about America. It's like you can't come back from this guy.
In this masterclass, we'll also be visited by my better half, the former First Lady, Laura Bush.
It's kind of nice of it.
Yes, me too. Of course.
I think I'd have sex with
They said the same thing. Literally. I mean, she is. She's kind of nice with it.
him as well.
Yeah.
Just to tell people I could.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Have sex with him.
Well, it's like, I could have sex with him, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. But it's like, if I tell some people, they'll be like, oh, you were that close to George Bush, you didn't kill him. They'll just be like, no, I just came and then went home.
One of the wonderful things about being president is that it's an unbelievable learning experience.
I think he's a much better artist than he is a president.
Yeah, sure.
He's a good artist.
He's a better artist. Probably a better artist than Hitler as well. Those ones are kind of boring. He's got a bit more like style.
Yeah, a bit of like Picasso-ness.
Yeah.
It's good.
Thankfully, painting came into my life. It is a learning experience because with every paint stroke, you learn something new.
That looks awesome. That looks really, that looks fucking sick.
I thought I'd seen pictures of him drawing like a really bad dog.
No, this is nice. I think it should be a rule that any artist that ever wants to get into politics.
It's so funny that it's just like liberalism is such a permanent monoculture. That like he's just like, mental health is really important after killing millions of Iraqi babies. Okay, I love painting a little cloud after destabilizing the entire world and do some of the most gross, unjustifiable war crimes ever committed, like historic wrongs. Okay,
Politics, just keep painting. Do not stop painting.
This could also just be a coping mechanism for like PTSD from killing millions of people, but I don't believe he seems like a very dumb man. I don't think he cares.
So one of the things I noticed when I was a young guy watching politicians work a crowd is oftentimes they'd be talking to a person, but their eyes would be looking for somebody more important. I said, wow, if I ever get in that position, that's not me. And so the best way to communicate with somebody is to look them right in the eye and ask them questions about themselves.
That's not a lesson. You pay money.
It's the kind of lesson you come up with when your whole life has been handed to you on a platter because you live in like a weird oligopoly where you just do your dad's job.
But it also means that everyone before you was also handed that job, so much so that they didn't have to learn basic human interaction skills.
How to talk to people.
And he's like, it's secret here. Look at someone's eye.
Bro, you can't say it's like the kawaiification of Japan. Don't look at my war crimes, look at my pretty paintings and eyes. There's still like humans in Japan that had nothing to do with World War II or the war crimes, okay? Some of them also happen to be artists. This guy, on the other hand, directly responsible. Like, that's an entire nation, dog. That's a little different.
There's a lot of challenges when you're in the public square. One of them is to fall prey to popularity.
I hope he says something about the war or 9/11.
I feel like there's going to be nothing. There has to be 9/11. That was his perfect time.
Also, good job on 9/11.
What if Hirohito made Cowboy Bebop? Okay, well, it would. I'd have to think about it.
The whole inside job thing, he did well.
I can't bring myself to think it's an inside job.
No, now that I'm looking at him and I'm seeing him paint, if it was an inside job, he had nothing to do with it.
No, but it also can't be an inside job because like it just ruins the dreams of jihadis like you and me.
Yeah.
Like if it was an inside job, what have we got? We can't do anything.
You can't win unless you're more popular by one vote. I understand that. I mean, you got to be popular on election day. But I happen to believe that if you chase popularity, you're going to end up being unpopular.
But you also didn't win the election. It's just a crazy thing to talk about. Was it Jeb? What is his?
Oh yeah, he stole the election. I can't believe I didn't even immediately hit that line too. He has so many bad things that he did, his administration did, that is hard.
Brother worked at Fox News and they called the election.
Well, wasn't there a million things about
did he just say his brother
things?
He said his brother worked at Fox News? No, man, he was the fucking governor. What the hell?
The stamping of the
hanging Chad.
Expert witness for the Bush campaign rejected one claim of Democrats that Chad buildup inside many voting machines meant lots of missed votes last month. 9,000 votes from Dade County have never been counted.
Maybe he's genuinely forgotten. Maybe he's old. And he's like, that's why I cheated.
This actually is inspiring because what it's teaching me is that I can do so much evil shit and my conscience might not even feel bad when I'm older because I will just forget and I'll just paint and fuck my wife and it'll just be a great time.
It's probably because it's so accepted. Like, if you're getting a masterclass because of your war crimes, you don't feel bad.
No.
Yeah, if he was like, if this was a war class, if this was a master class about doing war crimes and getting away with it, stealing an election and getting away with it, or I don't know, dodging reflexes, how important it is to have really good reflexes. Because like, for as far as all of his faults and failures, like GW did dodge both of those fucking shoes, and many of us would not be able to genuinely get out of the way. Okay, so those are like actual W's on the docket, right? Those are things that he did. All this other shit is like, oh yeah, it's really important to look at someone in the face when you're talking to them.
It's only if people make you think you've done something wrong.
It's like also, I mean, like in the real world, you should be in jail.
Yeah.
That's usually a way to think, oh, what have I done?
Yeah, why am I here?
At one point, my poll numbers were off the chart.
That's true. He couldn't.
When I left office, they weren't off the
chart. He said at one point, my poll numbers were awfully dark. Oh, he said we're off the chart. Never mind. Yeah, after 9/11.
Chart, and I never let it bother me.
No need to.
Bro, your poll numbers are off the chart after 9/11, dude. Yeah, he's gonna fucking give you He's going to give you insider access on how to do 9/11 to your country and then end up invading, end up aligning with the country most responsible for it in your endless conquest to destroy countries that had nothing to do with it whatsoever, which literally included Iran in the axis of evil, which was like at the time and still is an enemy of the country that did 9/11. Oh my God.
I wonder what happened in that period that made people upset at you.
The Iraq War possibly had an impact.
Lots of things.
I said to him the other day, George, if you really want to end tyranny in the world, you're going to have to stay up later.
He sleeps early. That's the best burn for a guy who just did a crazy war.
But that just shows he doesn't care at all. He's like, oh, what a great day. I gotta go to bed.
Well, that's my job done. I gotta sleep like a baby.
9 p.m. Little George sleeping. They've talked about him being a great leader and communicating, but they haven't showed any examples of him talking from before. Because he was famously the most hilarious speaker. I think I had a book of all his quotes.
Yeah.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we. It was not always a given that the United States and America would have a close relationship. These immigrants have helped transform 13 small colonies.
I remember like fucking, Turkish young boy, Turkish in the cut, rolling doobies up, watching fucking supercuts of him saying like September 11, September 11, September 11, September 11, September 11. Stay the course. We need to stay the course. There was so many Bushisms, dude. I'm so fucking old. Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking old, dude. God, I always loved politics. I'm so stupid. I don't know why.
Into a great and growing nation of more than 300 people. If you're a single mother with 2 children, which is the toughest job in America as far as I'm concerned, and you're working hard to put food on your family. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says...
Oh, this is the best one. Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Once, shame on you. It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
Ay, 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 what a fucking animal. Fool me, can't get fooled again. God, Americans, dude, this is how you fucking sell a war, though. Like, this is how you do it, because he's so fucking stupid.
I am George W. Bush, and this is Masterclass.
That's blood.
It's blood.
He's going to teach us how to kill.
He's finally going to do it. Okay, I'm saying. So this is this fucking foreplay.
What is he talking about? This is what we came here for.
Okay, let's keep going.
How to wash blood out of a suit.
One of the real dangers in politics and in life is to chase popularity.
You shouldn't chase popularity because you can always rig the election. You shouldn't be worried about what people think about you because you're going to be president anyway.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's so funny because he's literally proving that he rigged the election. Yeah. He's like, don't worry about votes. Who cares?
Yeah, don't chase them. They'll come to you if you know the right people.
Good lesson.
For a leader, you've got to make decisions, and if you do so based upon the Gallup poll, then you're a lousy leader.
Why are you a lousy leader? If, let's say, everyone's saying get out of our...
He's like, if I galloped 9/11, if I Gallup polled 9/11, everyone would say no. Very unpopular, so I went ahead and did it anyway.
Right, because we don't want our soldiers to die. You're just like...
Polls, you can't trust polls.
It's important to develop a framework that allows you to make decisions based on a set of values and principles. After 9/11, my administration laid out a...
They can't be used. They can't. You can't put that. You can't put that in the master class. I hope they didn't put this in the master class. I hope this is Austin Ox, because this is like... This has been memed way too fucking hard,
set of principles to deal with threats before they fully materialize.
Oh, they did. They did put the fucking... Okay. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's like having a fucking 3-minute ad break in the middle of that. You know what I mean? Haha, because at the top of the hour, fool me once, you got an ad break. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. Sarah's second masterclass has hit the Twin Towers. Why is George W. Bush saying that? I don't even fucking know. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Fuck you.
The war on terror will not be won on the defensive. We must take the battle to the enemy and confront the worst threats before they emerge.
This is insane. This is such a crazy thing to have. Just have him just like gloating about destroying like an entire region of the world.
We have to destroy the entire country.
Yeah, forever.
Forever. What does this have to do with being a leader, though? What if I'm looking at it, I want to be a business guy? He's like, you got to go invade.
You got to invade Iraq.
The Bush doctrine developed right after 9/11. I thought long and hard about it, and I meant
No,
it.
you didn't.
I love just like how far away the possibility of him ever being persecuted for war crimes. He didn't come out on the show and be like, it was 100% me. It was all my idea and that's why I'm the smartest.
It's a good point.
It's just like, if there was any kind of real international criminal court, you look at that and you're like, oh, you did it. Like, you're the guy. That's insane. You just don't even have to think about that because you live in a world where that's never a possibility.
No, of course, because the president of the United States is protecting you.
Yeah, no, it's actually an American law. Like, if an American politician or someone gets sent to a war crimes tribunal in The Hague, America will invade the Netherlands.
That's awesome.
It doesn't even have to be a president, by the way. It can be any American. Like any member of the fucking, any member of any service member. Or even like a fucking diplomat. Any military personnel. Anyone. No, just the military? I thought it was diplomats too. So how the fuck is Henry Kissinger not being called into question here?
That's what it says. It's just that is the law. If anyone's ever tried, they will invade the Netherlands.
If I was Netherlands, I would move this
it's
war crime.
Yeah, it's citizen. Yeah, see? Any American or citizen of a U.S. allied country. Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. Man, I'm the poli-sci guy. Why the fuck? Yeah. The law authorized the use of military force to liberate any American or a citizen of a U.S. allied country being held by the court.
Somewhere else.
No, I think it doesn't matter where the tribunal. They're just going to invade the Netherlands.
Just
make an example out of them.
Whether you're a manager of a corporation, a manager of a nonprofit, or president, when you say something, you got to mean it.
I think it is getting to him. I think these get little flashes, little flashbacks.
You think that was him going?
That was a weird thing to do.
He's either PTSD or really dumb.
I guess the dumbness would counteract the PTSD because he wouldn't. Because the Middle East is so far away, he probably wouldn't realize like how many people he killed,
or that they're real people at all.
Yeah. For a second, I thought he was like, "What have I done?" And then like, wait, it's a masterclass.
You say it, you got to mean it, and I meant it.
As a customer, you've purchased this and you're trying to learn something. Yeah. So far, you'd be kind of upset.
I think the only thing I've learned is look at people's eyes. I mean,
but you've only taken that in because you're autistic and you don't do that.
Yeah, so for someone else...
Not a great lesson. I'm thinking like, if you're watching this, you'll feel ripped off. But then again, if you watched it with the intention of learning something, you're like, I got to learn from George Bush. You're not smart enough to feel like you've been ripped off.
Yeah.
And sometimes I had information that the American people didn't know and weren't allowed to know, and therefore had to make decisions what was best for the country on knowledge that wasn't evident.
Is he talking about weapons of mass destruction?
No way. Dude, he's not flexing on that, is he? Yellow cake, uranium. Fellas, chemical weapons.
That's what he's talking about now.
He's like, I knew that it wasn't real.
But that's just the nature of leadership. And so long as you're guided by principle, and so long as you're guided by a cause greater than self.
That could be racism. My cause bigger than self is I'm a racist. And I want to kill every Jewish person.
My cause is holy war, which is what he was saying. He's like, we've been chosen by God to fight these Muslims.
At a meeting with Palestinian leaders in June 2003, then President Bush reportedly having claimed that God told him to go to war. Mr. Bush reported as having said, quote,
back when he was based.
Quote, God would tell me, George, go and fight those terrorists in Afghanistan, and I did. And then God would tell me, George, go and end the tyranny in Iraq, and I did.
That's not inherently a good or inspiring thing.
Well, I'm glad he's just admitting to this. This makes
me
me like him a little bit more.
No, I love him. Watching this, I actually love him. It's just like seeing a manifestation of the perfect life.
There was a White House Correspondents' Dinner where they joked about not finding WMDs. Yeah, there was also a White House Correspondents' Dinner where Obama joked about drone striking the Jonas Brothers after he had, for the first time ever, extrajudiciously drone striked an American citizen.
You can endure criticism because it's going to come.
Criticism is don't kill kids. It's like a pedophile being like, you can keep doing it, you just got to deal with the criticism.
It's a greater cause.
They can't get in your head.
It's a greater cause.
After I made the decision to remove Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq.
It's not. I love that just the American president being like, that's why I decided to get rid of him from power.
Assassinate the man.
Well, no, he just voted really hard in Iraq.
Once in Iraq, an objective was to help a new government stabilize the country and give people a say in the future of their
famously successful examples of a Western occupying force surgically and very successfully destroying an entire government, an entire nation. You know, nothing to think about when we're talking about Israel, Hamas, what may happen in the future.
Their country.
But not when you're the leader of the country. People don't get a say.
No.
But this new country that we're going to make, then they'll have
Perfectly
a say.
democratic. Yeah. And then he's just like, and somehow we end up creating ISIS. It's important not to focus on the criticisms. A lot of people out there that just want to bring you down.
Yeah.
You know.
It doesn't matter. And that happens when you're making a business sometimes. Sometimes you create ISIS.
Yeah,
you know? And you need to overlook that. But keep on
creating
pushing.
ISIS.
The American people were becoming restless. Members of Congress, said, enough's enough, let's get out. And I was confronted with a choice. Do I accept
He's like, and I said, fuck you.
Failure by pulling troops around but letting everybody fight it out inside the country? Or do we strive for success, which is a ally in the world?
Bro, this is nuts. This is actually insane. He's literally openly admitting to the, incredibly public and incredibly devastating failures. It's so crazy that he's just like, isn't Masterclass like lib shit? Like Aaron Sorkin ass liberalism? Like, why are they allowing him to just straight up be like, yeah, everybody said you're wrong for this. You're wrong for this. And I said, we're going to stay the course.
War on terror and a relatively stable country.
And what I chose was number 3, bigger failure.
Yeah. He views a political event like war not as something that actually affects people, but just as a win or loss.
Yeah, for him, personally.
Yeah. This is all a voting thing. And they won't like me if I pull out.
But also, the consequence is me admitting that I was wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just like, do I accept that? Or do I do more?
Or do I kill thousands?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That's how you know there's no fucking karma or God, bro. George W. Bush, for all the blood that he has, for all the bloodshed he's caused, should be haunted by the Iraqi children whose demise he championed, alongside Dick Cheney, alongside many others. And all these motherfuckers die around their families peacefully and quietly. You know what I mean? It's just nuts. How? I can't believe this. I can't possibly believe that there's like a complex system of moral punishments that are dished out.
Thousands of American men and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis.
Wait. What were my guiding principles? Oh, holy war. Oh, yeah.
There were a group of people inside my administration, some very young, smart people, who said, we'd like to develop an alternative strategy to withdraw or, keep troops around.
Imagine in, how long would it be, in 20 years, seeing a Putin masterclass where he's like, I could have pulled out of Ukraine. But you see, the risk a leader takes with something like that is being wrong.
And in fact, they came up with what's now called the surge. Rather than withdrawing, is moving 30,000 troops back into Iraq. This is a very delicate issue, of course.
But they came up with the idea of more war.
Yeah, more.
And they called it the surge.
Yeah, they are supervillains.
I really like their military operations names because they're always very evil and cool.
Yeah.
Like Space Marine names.
But it's a kind of name that you come up with when you're the undisputed ruler of the world. Yeah. It's just it doesn't matter if we sound like evil people.
Yeah.
People in our country love it. The rest of the world can't do anything about it. So let's do the surge.
Let's do the surge.
The military was cautious, and yet we developed a clear plan with goals. I mean, the goal wasn't putting 30,000 troops in.
I wasn't expecting this masterclass for him to talk about the history and reasons for his actions so much.
No.
I'm almost thinking that he's going to accidentally slip and just admit something he's not meant to.
He probably did. They just cut it out.
Problem is, no.
Like when he mistook Iraq and Ukraine and mixed them up.
One's paying $15 to learn anything from him. Yeah. So we might be the first to find out him admitting to war crimes.
Given the boost of confidence because of U.S. personnel by their side, whipped Al-Qaeda. And the country changed pretty dramatically at that point in time in terms of...
For good is what everyone says, famously. And we are not living in the fucking ashes of those actions.
Of security and confidence by the Iraqi people that the constitution that they had approved would prevail.
Yeah, people got...
The only people that think Iraq was awesome are not all, some Iraqi Kurds, okay? That's it. Beyond that group of individuals, nobody will fucking say Iraq was sick. Even most Iraqi Kurds are like, nah, that shit sucked actually at the end of it. Yeah, we got an autonomous area, but ultimately that shit was not good, okay?
confidence again. He like flattened the entire city of Fallujah.
The Marines moved through the ruins of Fallujah, looking for any gunmen who've not fled or been killed.
We shot small rockets, AT-4s, main tank rounds, tow missiles, anything. If we knew there was somebody in a building, we used our snipers. We took the enemy out before we even had to go up and clear it.
It's just so funny having no perception of what happens in the real world.
I mean, I met with a lot of the families of the fallen who, you know, obviously want to talk about their child, but they wanted to know whether or not my decisions were based upon politics or the strategic good of the country.
Forget about my kid. What about your cause?
Yeah, I want to hear about you. Talk to me. That is one of the most psychopathic and sad things I've ever heard.
Like, sure, they want to know about their kid. And he even said it. He's like, they want to know about their kid.
Sure, but let me stop you there. Sir, my child has died because of a decision you've made.
But the thing is, that's actually probably true. I don't know.
Well,
I feel like the way people talk about presidents over there.
Yeah, but when people talk about North Korea, like, oh, crying because your leader died, your son has died, and you're still like, how did you feel, sir? It's way worse than stories you hear about North Korea.
Oh, it's so fucked.
Why would you not murder that man straight away? Kill him. We can't say that.
No, really?
I don't think we can say kill the president.
He's not the president anymore. And also we're saying that person in the past who didn't kill him should have killed him because of things very specific to that person's life. I shouldn't kill him.
No.
He hasn't killed my son yet.
Asking questions is a really important part of managing. I found that when I could question the author of a paper, I learned a lot more quickly.
Because he can't read. It's such a good setup. He's like, I get handed a stack of paper and I look at it and I go to the person who wrote it, what is this?
Tell me what this is. You talk to me, I get the information more quickly.
I can't handle this. This is such a crazy thing to watch. It's
Fucking
just like
bizarre.
the most incompetent and dumb man with no conscience still being praised long after he did his crimes.
And teaching so far nothing.
Yeah, the only reason he's successful is because of corruption. And then he's just like, what could it be? Shaking hands, looking at faces, asking questions.
But he believes it. He thinks he did it. He didn't even know this corruption happened.
Yeah.
Why do I keep winning?
His dad ran the CIA. If this was any other country, I mean, that country would be wiped off the face of the earth by America.
By America,
but it's just like any country that had this level of just like insane corruption and just bloodthirstiness. I suddenly had an out-of-body experience. I feel like I'm living in a crazy timeline.
Yeah, I feel like that as well. This is you're literally. I feel like this is Hitler.
I'm just like, how are we watching this?
How is this allowed on TV?
I learned more when I was able to question them. They call me the knife. The butter knife.
What's happening? He looked like he got really thirsty and his teeth disappeared.
But it's like, I love it. Everyone around him is laughing. Why is the knife not afraid to ask questions?
Yeah.
Why is the butter knife
not afraid to ask questions?
But also,
it cuts through the fat.
Have you noticed he starts laughing as a cue? Like he's doing it for a while, he's like, and looking around nervously, and only when they notice that he's doing that, they start laughing 5 seconds later.
But
like,
what's going to be great is when he does that because he's dying.
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh, George is doing the thing again. Wants to make us laugh. And I'll be like, good on you, George.
Oftentimes, you know, you get a briefing from somebody and, by God, I'm going to show the president how smart I am, and we'll rattle off a bunch of sentences and words, and everybody else in the room is like me, like, what the heck did that person say?
No one else is like that, George. I think
that's like everyone else in the room.
No one knows what he's saying, and that's because that guy's smart. No one knows. No one in the White House. We're all idiots.
Why did they let this happen? I don't understand it. Like, other than whitewashing George W. Bush's legacy, it just like still shows how fucking stupid he is. This is the best you could get out of him. Remember, this is like manicured. This is edited. This guy was the president, dude, and so was Donald Trump. Oh my God, this country is so fucking stupid. We deserve all the bad things, I swear.
This guy, you're all dumb like me, right? This guy, Bill Brainiac, with all his sentences.
And words. Sentences and words.
Ever seen these guys before? They're so funny. They should come to the U.S. and live with you for a brief but great time. I agree with that. I miss them a lot.
Yeah, how do we kill people?
Yeah,
Get to the point.
And a lot of people are afraid to say, I didn't understand what you said, but I wasn't. And my message was, man, if I can't understand it, how do you expect the American people to understand it?
Nice.
That is true, because they're all dumb.
Yeah.
He's a good. He's a real
yeah, after all, they voted for me. Think about how stupid they are.
American man.
Yeah.
They got an idiot.
Embryonic stem cell research was brought to my attention by Margaret Spelling's domestic.
There ain't no fucking way he's about to defend this, right? I mean, this was a big point of contention. A lot of you are too young, but America at the time made stem cell research like illegal. This was also the same time frame where the theory of evolution was being questioned, and that maybe we should take it out of the Common Core. Like, there was active pushes.
Policy chief, and she explained it to me, and I said, try it again, because if I had to deal with this issue, I knew I was going to have to explain it, and if I didn't know what it meant.
If I didn't know what it meant, then how come American?
I love the idea of having a fucking strong position that is directly anti-science and not even knowing what the fuck you're talking about. You're like, yeah, I don't. It's great. I think we should do it. We should ban it.
No,
Come on, put simple.
every time I laugh at him, I just feel sick.
I didn't expect to feel like physical pain just from knowing that this alternate reality exists.
Yeah, this reality where he's fine. I keep saying a million people. I have no idea. I can't picture that amount of people. There's no like. There's my brain's not. Yeah.
A million people.
A million people.
A million
people. They can't, like, what is that even?
Look it up.
Yeah, this was the stem cells from aborted babies time. Well, they still do that. This was like directly no stem cell research.
Iraq itself, it was less, but as a consequence of war and terror, he's done such a crime that my brain isn't capable of comprehending that number of people.
That you just can't understand it because it's large in the amount of subscribers on Boy Boy.
True.
So maybe if you subscribe to Boy Boy and that number gets closer, we can imagine
how
many 100,000 or a million.
Every one of you
will die.
The fundamental question involved with embryonic stem cell research was, do you destroy life to save life? I believe that all life is precious.
There's no fucking way. We are in 2023, the year of our holy Lord, and this fucking dumb fuck, one, openly admitted that he had no fucking clue what he was talking about and barely understood it, and is still defending this decision. Are you fucking joking? No, it's 2002, bro. No, right now, he's still defending it. 20 years after.
How can you say
it? Makes no sense. We have stem cell research now. So what's happening? Is death and destruction, has it befallen upon the American population?
After saying you just did a war which killed millions of people, and now the embryos, are they a fully functioning human? I can kill him, but can I kill a human that doesn't exist yet?
Yeah.
I don't think I have a clear conscience if I do.
No, but you don't understand the hierarchy. It goes brown people, white embryo, white people.
Where does sperm sit in this equation? Brown people.
I think it's on top of brown people as well. He's a Christian. I think that's how it fits in his schema.
It just so happened that there were some embryonic stem cell lines. I think there were 100 of them were available for research, and I decided that since life had already been destroyed, we should move forward for the sake of science. I'm a strong supporter of science and technology, and believe they have the potential for incredible good.
This is before they had the Interrotron like teleprompter in front of the camera. They had to have it up here. So this is every single time. If we were just talking to our Boy fans like
this is how we talk to you guys.
Wow.
We love you.
Isn't this whole thing looking people in the eyes?
This is your one rule, George. The first thing you taught us was to look you in the eyes. And where are you looking? You telling me there's a 9-foot man in that room, George? Is that what you're telling me? I don't believe that.
He's the guy.
Who are you looking at?
He's just the giant embryo that he just saved.
I'm confident people listening to this are charged with making difficult decisions. And my only advice is to listen to all sides, make a decision, and explain why you've decided what you've decided. Never did I make a decision on trying to figure out whether or not I would be personally popular.
How is this a lesson for anybody?
I don't understand why he keeps saying this. He's like, I was fucking dog shit. I never cared about democracy. And I just kind of made a lot of stupid decisions that were incredibly deadly and also anti-science, which was deadly in a different direction. Probably could have saved people's lives with that radical research. I just kind of made decisions. I was a fly-by-the-wire kind of guy. And also, it was awesome because it didn't even fucking matter. There was no democracy anyway.
It's been about making decisions based on stem cell popularity and war crimes.
But also, none of it has any consequences. You could have made either decision and you would be in exactly the same position right now, getting paid heaps of money by Masterclass to do this.
For those listening, one of the keys to success is clear, realistic, and measurable goals. In the face of preventable death and suffering, we have a moral duty to act.
He laughed because he said duty. Did you see that? Clear and moral duty.
One of the hallmarks of the No Child Left Behind legislation was accountability.
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. There is no fucking way, dog.
Campaign for governor of Texas, I asked what are the goals of the Texas education system, and they were like 30 goals. And it became apparent to me that the number of goals needed to be shrunk to a manageable.
I want to die. This is so dumb, dude. He's so stupid. I forgot how stupid he was. I mean, the thing is, he didn't do any of this shit, okay? Like, presidents don't do any of this shit. It became apparent that I was a child left behind. Yeah, he said, these kids, we were teaching them too much.
Manageable number.
So that's why I removed protecting kids from domestic violence.
Yeah.
You know,
too many goals.
Mental health issues. You know, let's just cover, like, teach kids to read. That's the only thing I care about. Every other issue.
Yeah. Teach kids to join the army.
No Child Left Behind guarantees schools federal funding as long as they grant recruiters access to students on campus.
I love that this fucking dickhead is over here being like, I was not interested in being popular. I was doing what's right. And it's like, he had some of the biggest vampires that you have ever seen actively focus group testing every minutia, every minor detail of the key talking points coming out of that motherfucking White House to death, okay? This is where they invented the death tax, because people understood the estate tax to be precisely what it is, but then they realized if we say death tax, well, that's a significantly better way to present it, even though it's a tax that effectively taxes like, what, 15,000 Americans, I think? But, you know, we can get every fucking dumbass to advocate against it because they're stupid, because Americans are stupid. There's no other way to go around it. The week of my 18th birthday, a military recruiter came looking for me on campus. Thanks for that, Bush. Hell yeah, brother.
$1.1 million tractor trailer travels to schools all across America, looking for recruits for our nation's all-volunteer army.
America needs outstanding young men and women that are hardworking like yourselves to join the army, because we are a nation at war.
Unlike the rest of us who have to show ID, recruiters can walk right in.
Schools receiving federal funds must give the military the same access that college and career counselors have, or risk losing their federal money.
Child soldiers, baby.
No child will be left behind. Every single one will make it on that boat down to Normandy and they'll charge.
Don't you worry, kid. You'll be there.
The goal should be, can a person read, which is should be the major goal of education systems across the country. I was particularly concerned about our minority students, who it seemed to me were just being shuffled through the system without.
Yeah, I was particularly concerned. So I recruited them extra hard because they're poor, and their bodies, when they died, were worthless. So they made great soldiers, though.
Concern if they could read right.
Hey, tell me, kid, can you read right?
Did he say read right? What?
No, how to read.
Just being shuffled through the system without concern if they could read right.
Hey, tell me, kid, can you read right? I know how to read right.
That's such a good skill.
Read right?
Yeah, read right.
The beginning of No Child Left Behind came here in Texas. I viewed education as a civil right. When I got to Washington, 7% of the budget, more or less, was being spent on schools. And so we said, fine, we'll support that budget, but we want to know whether it works and therefore measure. If your children are not reading at grade level, there'll be consequences, such as giving parents different choices of schools to go to.
What an arsehole. So he's talking about cutting funding to public schools.
Yeah.
The whole thing just
justified it. If you're not teaching kids to read right, we're going to give you even less money.
Yeah.
Will you be able to teach them to read right?
Then the kids are going to read right.
Yeah, you're going to be happy if the kids can't read right. Then that's what we're going to punish you.
The whole thing sounds like he's teaching kids to read, but he's cutting funds.
That's
I don't think you can phrase that kind of like psychopathic sentence as a dumb guy.
No.
If you are wondering why Americans are becoming increasingly dumber and dumber year over fucking year, okay, all of those TikTok videos that come out and they're like, oh, what's the capital of the United States? And someone's like, I don't know, Sacramento. Like, that's because of these policies, okay? We have deliberately, since the 90s especially so, absolutely eviscerated our schooling system in this goddamn country. First of all, homeschooling should be illegal, which is wild that it's not. But not only just that, but also It's become increasingly more popular. And also on top of that, we have a process called charter schools. Charter schools, that's right. It's a way for a private institution that is completely unaccountable to be able to enact any kind of religious teachings that they want to enact, for example, and still get government funding. So this way, we could just redirect public school funds into private schools under the auspices of school choice and further cripple the public education structure. Charter schools should be banned. I don't even like private schools. I think, there should be maybe some very limited private schools, and they should all still be forcibly unionized and should be strictly controlled by the federal government.
I think you would, if you were a psychopath, you wouldn't admit to it. It wouldn't be that obvious that what you've done.
The thing is that the dumber he is, the more I like him.
I don't think he's made a decision in his life. I think he's a very good just man to sit there.
This guy, he looks you in the eye. He's very cute.
And that's it.
It was a tough sell at first because there are huge lobbies involved with school. There is the school board presidents. There is the teachers union.
All these big, powerful people, all the big, strong teachers are trying to get the president down. What an asshole.
This is a masterclass which is meant to teach you things, and this man is trying to destroy education.
Yeah. And that's actually great for masterclass. The more people who don't...
What the fuck is a micro-schooling center? An empowering nonprofit hub pioneering small learning environments? This is not a fad, this is a movement. California has a plus 78% increase in homeschooling. Homeschooling surging popularity across every measurable line of politics, demography. Oh my God, we are so fucking doomed. Bro, I'm sorry. No disrespect to the chatters, but think about how fucking dumb your parents are. Okay? Think about that for a second. Now imagine someone way dumber than your fucking parents being like, I'm going to teach my children. Think about that, dude. Like, I say this, and both of my parents are fucking college professors, okay? Both of them. And let me tell you something. They would be hot diggity dog shit at teaching basic fucking concepts. Straight up. No fucking way, dude. No way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy fucking moly, dude. Yeah, but my dad has the math autism, so no, dude, no. That's even worse. What are you, crazy? What the fuck is this? What did I click on? Download all images? What the hell is that? Why did that open up?
Don't learn how to read right, then people are going to be paying for masterclass to teach them stuff.
Fucking private, companies.
Exactly. Masterclass came out of his policy. You got all these adults that don't know anything and they have to pay extra to do something they should have been taught in school.
I can't imagine if you're actually listening to this wanting to learn and you got this idiot talking to you.
No, fuck you. If you're listening to trying to learn, you should be in jail too. You should be with him in prison. You can talk to each other as much as you want.
Yeah, for the record, the absolute worst aspect of homeschooling, I know this is like the worst community to shit on homeschooling in because this is fucking Twitch, and so many of you motherfuckers were homeschooled, including some very important figures in this community as well. But, it's not the norm that they come out good and normal. And not only that, you're homeschooling us right now. No, I'm not. I'm not homeschooling you, okay? I'm not homeschooling you motherfuckers. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That would be the dumbest thing on the planet. You need the basics. Oh my God. Homeschooling is the continuation of the anti-education narrative that Americans already have widely adopted, which is like, fuck college. Don't go to college. Who needs to go to college anyway? Homeschooling is like one step beyond that. Like, it's nuts. It's insane. School is not just about learning the fucking materials that they teach you, which is still very important, of course. You need to learn the fundamentals, but also about like developing a social identity. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the same goes for college too. And critical thinking. Kind of running an adult daycare. Oh my God.
Fantastic domestic policy council person, Margaret Spellings, who worked with me as governor on education reform in Texas.
You could not create a better fake person. Margaret Spellings, that worked with me in education. This whole thing is...
I feel like everyone he's ever met has been like a CIA agent that his dad has like made to like him.
We had to make a few compromises here and there, and sure enough, it began to work. Teachers and administrators were held to account. Test scores improved, and minority students.
Teachers and administrators were held to account.
They're the
Someone's got to rein these people in. It says it's going up, but it's backwards. The darkest one is
1999. Do we not know how to read, right?
I feel like
the colors don't align. Where's blue?
Where's black?
What's this graph?
Did he paint this himself? It's on canvas. He painted this graph.
Wait. So
like it looks like it's going up.
9-year-olds
are now 15. While the black ones are actually 20.
We could be very dumb.
I feel like an idiot.
I feel like an idiot because I can't understand.
But the colors don't match. I don't know what that number is. They read 8 more books.
But also, what's the white 9-year-old? African 9-year-olds, Hispanic 9-year-olds. We've got 3 categories of 9-year-olds. We got 1999. All the other ones don't exist.
1999 is the only one, and it looks like that was the highest, and it's actually gone down. That's a crazy graph. That's a graph for crazy people.
I don't know. If you Americans know how to read that,
dude, can someone please comment and tell us what that graph meant?
Yes.
I feel like I've been left behind. They'll tell me how to bloody read right here.
Yeah, what the heck is this? So what did we learn from all that masterclass lesson?
I think I've just learned psychosis. I feel like I'm in a make-believe world. After watching that, like nothing feels real anymore.
It is insane, and it's insane.
It's great that like we're not just doing more homeschooling and we haven't just like also completely gutted public education. Even public education now has PragerU videos and shit that we're showing as well. It's fucking awesome.
You can watch that and not hate Masterclass and George Bush.
And the world.
I really hope you educate yourself on homeschooling. You're talking about by assumptions that homeschool children turn out different or whatever you said. You're actually so incorrect right now. Homeschool children are more likely to graduate college. Yeah, probably because they're desperate to fucking actually go to college and away from their fucking families for the first goddamn time. Please don't give me pro homeschooling. And arguments, please don't do that. Please don't do that. There's a reason why it's illegal in most fucking countries where they have infinitely better educational outcomes. You don't need to be homeschooled to recognize that, okay? You can even be homeschooled. And you will still be able to recognize, okay? Even a homeschooled child can still recognize the reality that if you look, this graph directly is from the first Google hit, did no child left behind work? It's under point number 2 here. Look at every other, I don't care that Michael Bruce was homeschooled, okay? For every one child that was homeschooled and it led to great results, there are thousands that do not. You are thinking about your own experience. Think about how dumb the average fucking American is, dude. Please. We do not. This is oh my God. In every sense of the fucking word, this is no different than basically saying, well, guess what? I can drunk drive. I drive better drunk, okay? Not everyone can, but I drive drunk better, so it's fine. It will lead to better outcomes for everyone if they also were to allow drunk driving. Or same with seatbelts, okay? It is ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. It's not good. It's not fucking good. It's not, okay? It's not. Let me tell you why. Please, look at educational outcomes by nation, okay? Look at other countries and how they perform. You will see the same principle that is consistent across the board. The through line is well-funded public education. That's it. There is no data that shows privatization initiatives or further atomizing educational institutions has ever led to positive results. It's never happened. Okay? I don't care how great your situation was. It's ridiculous. There are countries who have, under neoliberalism, unironically tried to move in the direction of privatization. Sweden is a great example of this, and they immediately saw a massive downturn in their educational outcomes and had to stop. And also, most of the fucking kids that are being homeschooled are not being homeschooled like the one guy from that one movie that fucking celebrates Noam Chomsky's birthday or whatever, okay? They're being homeschooled by psychopathic, religious, sometimes neo-Nazi zealots who think schools are making their children trans and gay. That's the fucking broad majority of homeschooling. It's not this like idyllic lifestyle. What the fuck's the name of the movie? I forgot. Captain Fantastic, was that it? If you look at recent numbers, homeschooling has gone up, mostly in Florida too. Lol. Yeah, but you get the hottest teachers in homeschool. Flushed. There you go. Yeah, we covered this in February. Ohio's education department is investigating a white supremacist homeschooling network that shares Nazi-related resources. But hey, man, at least they got good-ass cursive. Oh, who wrote that? Oh, wait, what does that say? Oh, that says Adolf Hitler. That's cool.
In the world, like...
I feel like when a Christian becomes an atheist, I've suddenly lost God. I feel like I had some understanding of justice or like something happening in the world, and suddenly it's just like, oh no, it's nothing. Nothing matters.
We pay war criminals millions of dollars to do lessons online. They're teaching nothing. Because even if you're a business person, I learned nothing from that.
The craziest thing about this, people are spending $15 a month on this. And I know for a fact that for a third of that, you could get much better lessons. For $5 a month, you could go onto the Boy Patreon, and we could inspire you to do so many things. We could inspire you to... you learn to read right with us.
We read right.
We can read right.
We read right all day.
Come on, Boy, $5 a month. Read right.
Read right.
I think if you're a real estate agent in this market, it's like selling ice to Eskimos. There's more buyers than there are properties, and supply and demand.
Eskimos don't need ice.
Need ice. So I thought ice to Eskimos was like a scammy thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that like a thing like saying that's how good you are?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you don't really need to be smart for that. Anyway, all right. That's that is gonna wrap it up. See, we did one fun video today. That's right. We did one fun video today. We'll do the John Oliver homeschooling segment tomorrow. We'll save that for tomorrow for all the homeschool Andes. Okay. It was still political. Okay, that was fun though. We laughed. We laughed. We fucking laughed, mate. We laughed. We laughed a lot. We laughed a lot. Come on, mate. Fucking. Anyway, good night to all of you. Love you all. And that's it. That's all I got for tonight. We'll talk more tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace. See ya. Be kind to one another. Peace in the Middle East.
Streaming, the sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. That in Discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBT, Air Force, all left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. Full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming on. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.